Only one name was written in ink on the paper: Ashto. The man in uniform didn't even turn around, issuing a dry verdict. The boy leaves home and becomes the ruler of Oberstein. A silent shock was caught in the young man's eyes. The reality turned out to be harsh. Upon arriving in his new domain, the mage Ashto saw only an endless wild forest, where first of all he needed to find water and a safe shelter. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, he set off into the thicket. Folded fingers, a search incantation, and a thin magical thread instantly pointed the way to the nearest river. The issue with water was resolved. All that remained was to set up camp and stretch the remaining food at least until morning. He knelt by the shore, dipping the flask into the clear stream. Suddenly the boy froze and raised his head. A flock screamed in fright in the sky. In an instant, the shore was torn apart before him by sharp black strikes, forcing the mage to instinctively leap back. Panic erupted all around. Animals and birds fled en masse from an invisible threat. A cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and Ashto nervously laughed, finally realizing that he had been appointed the ruler of the deadly forest. And this is part of the Great Balog, the most magnificent kingdom on the entire continent. The nervous smile instantly vanished, giving way to cold concentration. He was born as the second son in Astrea, the most powerful military family of the kingdom. His brother Ludger became the youngest military commander in history, while his younger sister Sherry earned the title of the strongest mage in her very first year of service. The brother devastated enemies with lightning, while the sister controlled ice and possessed a record amount of mana. The parents were immensely proud of them, and Ashto himself was genuinely happy for his relatives. But his own gift turned out to be different. The review issued an unexpected verdict. Instead of destructive power, he received the magic of nature, completely useless for the illustrious lineage of warriors. The young man studied desperately and even earned a doctoral degree in herbology, but the outstanding wizard still outsmarted him. Training to exhaustion did not help. Ashto remained mediocre both in swordsmanship and in sorcery. The father simply stopped noticing him, and sincere praise from Ludger only reminded him of his own worthlessness. The kindness of the older brother brought pain, and Sherry, who had never left his side in childhood, now hardly communicated with him. He could only smile sadly at his own thoughts. Watching his sister leave, the young man was concerned that she had received another marriage proposal, even though she was still just a child. A bright flower broke through the ground, reminding of the only warm words from the past that its magic is beautiful. Mayuri smiled warmly with a flower in her hands. She had always been kind to him. He remembered her gentle gaze every time she praised his completely boring magic. She was the first to meet the guy at the doorstep, joyfully congratulating him on his doctorate. A childhood friend remained his only support in the toughest times. The boy carefully opened the box with the prepared pendant. It was then that he firmly decided to propose to her. Her bright smile chased away the last doubts. He planned to wait until he turned 18 and leave home, indifferent to his ordinariness, as long as Mayuri was by his side. Ahead, a peaceful life as a city herbalist alongside her was already in sight. The decision has been made. Suddenly, his world split in half. A stern man in uniform coldly announced that Mayuri is engaged to Ludger, clenching his fist until it cracked, desperately forcing himself not to hate his own brother. Their marriage was meant to strengthen the power of two military families, forever crushing the dreams of the young man. The young man entered the office, unable to bear the thought that that girl would become his brother's wife. A drop of sweat nervously rolled down his cheek. He called out to his father loudly, barely finding the words. He didn't even turn in his chair and coldly cut off, telling them to get lost if there was no business. The sound of the pen abruptly stopped as soon as the boy asked to be permanently erased from the Estre family. The conversation turned to the terrifying forest that is teeming with bile monsters. From the darkness came the name, Oberstein. The powerful palm lay on the table. The father had given these lands to him. It was a forgotten land where other races once lived, and now complete unknownness prevailed. The head of the family turned to the window and issued his last command, to leave the house and become the ruler of Oberstein. The bitter truth hit like a punch. The father expected nothing. He had prepared the papers in advance to get rid of his son more quickly. The boy was frozen in shock, solid darkness. Thus he was officially expelled from the Estre clan. But he quickly calmed his emotions. The tools are available. It's time to clear new territory. The boy walked slowly through the forest. He dreamed of a quiet life, to grow herbs and tend to the land, which was so lacking in the kingdom. Even the thought of having her own little shop without customers warmed her soul. Suddenly he froze in front of the immense giant tree. A wide smile illuminated the face. The perfect foundation has been found. He lightly struck the ground with a stick. Golden sparks of magic swirled in the air as he begged the spirits of his ancestors to respond. Closing his eyes, he put all his will into a call to nature. the tree replied. A tiny wooden man unexpectedly popped out from the trunk. The boy leaned down to the silent little one and immediately gave him a name. Wooden. The creature sat down among the grass and greeted joyfully. The baby happily closed his eyes. As soon as the command to get to work was given, Derevyashka, an unstoppable bundle of energy, started running in circles around his legs. The boy seriously contemplated the choice of materials for construction when suddenly he felt an impatient tug at the edge of his cloak. The boy looked at the crowns and admitted aloud, "They need a home, but cutting and building everything by hand will take an eternity." Suddenly, a small forest creature tugged at his cloak and confidently pointed somewhere deep into the thicket. Ahead rose a forest with perfectly straight trunks. The boy looked at the little assistant in surprise, finally convinced that he understood human language perfectly. Approaching closer, he joyfully recognized the species. It was sturdy, fibrous wood. A relieved smile appeared on the face. The baby responded with a satisfied squint. "It's time to get to work." He decisively rolled up his sleeve. In an instant, invisible blades danced around the thick trunk. The boy was casting magical cuts one after another, quickly wielding his wand. With a deafening crash, the giant fell to the ground, and the mage wearily exhaled. He tensed up internally, estimating how many more trees he would have the strength for. The wood turned out to be significantly denser than usual, so a huge amount of mana had to be burned. Despite the fatigue, the work went quickly. Soon only smooth stumps remained in the clearing. The silence of the forest was shattered by a loud crack. The boy collapsed helplessly onto the grass, regretting that he was far from Sherry's mana supplies. He was able to fell only 5 trees and completely exhausted his own strength. Seeing the worried look of his companion, he smiled wearily and reassured the little one. He still needed to arrange for lodging, but his eyes were heavy, so he asked Derevyashka to keep watch. He mumbled that he would close his eyelids for just a second. The baby listened silently to his steady breathing. A sudden determination flashed in the eyes of the forest spirit. The boy fell asleep soundly in the shade. The clouds floated slowly across the sky. The loud rumble made him jump in place. He was stunned. The tiny woodman lifted a gigantic trunk above himself with his bare hands. The boy was frozen in shock, and the little boy casually threw a log onto the already completed, giant pile of perfectly stacked wood. The little helper kicked with all his might, lifting the giant log by himself. The young man joyfully embraced the little one, marveling at such incredible strength. A sudden realization flashed in his mind. The creature squinted with happiness from the gentle stroking on its head. The boy raised the wooden stick high above himself and confidently declared that with such a friend, they could handle anything. The work was in full swing. Quick snacks, tireless logging, and nights spent in the hut merged into one continuous marathon, until a giant bare void formed in the place of the dense thicket. Looking at the scale of the deforestation, the young man nervously laughed. They had clearly gone overboard. He commanded Derevyashka to stop, as it was now time to build a house. The collected timber would have been enough for a dozen buildings, but he simply resigned himself to the consequences without a care. Suddenly, a sharp rustle sounded from the thicket. The wooden figure froze before the water, staring into the bushes, and the boy asked anxiously what was wrong. The young man was drenched in cold sweat. He instantly drew his weapon and shielded the child with his body. Their loud logging had predictably attracted the monsters. Fingers clenched the handle until it cracked. The boy quickly aimed his weapon, but the stranger abruptly lowered her hands, assuring that she was not an enemy. From under the cloak, sharp ears appeared. The embarrassed elf quickly confirmed her words, leaving the young man stunned. From the thicket emerged a girl who cheerfully introduced herself as Elmina, a high elf. He calmly replied that he was just preparing a place for housing here. Nearby stood a pile of freshly cut logs. The boy introduced himself as the ruler of these lands, to which Elmina asked in surprise if he was by any chance a person from the Outer Kingdom. He apologized for the noise, but the girl just laughed. In recent days, she had been waiting for a meeting with a mad monster because of those sounds. And then the guy finally realized she is a real high elf. He blinked in confusion and repeated that he just wanted to build a house in the clearing. He mentally tensed up because he didn't understand what a representative of such an elite was doing alone in a remote forest. Common herb elves were seen by all, but the higher ones were considered so rare that encountering them was like seeing a mirage. Elmina carelessly revealed the secret. Their hidden settlement is very close, which would surely astonish outsiders. When asked about the reason for her travels, the girl suddenly became sweaty and nervously looked away. An awkward pause hung in the air. Elmina tried to instill some pomp about the great mission of her powerful race, but the truth turned out to be pitiful. She drank all the secret stock of alcohol from the elder, and in his rage, he expelled her from the village for a whole 1,000 years. A funny pause hung in the air. The elf awkwardly tried to justify herself. Blushing with shame, She confessed that the foreman had simply kicked her out for the consumed supplies. The boy skeptically measured her with his gaze, strongly doubting the greatness of this high elf. He wanted to wave it off, but the girl suddenly offered her help with the construction. He thought deeply. Understanding that she meant no harm, he sighed and agreed. The girl winked and twirled a whirlwind in her palm, boasting of her skill in wind magic. She joyfully whispered about the found free accommodation, forgetting that Ashto was standing right next to her and could hear everything. The elf girl smiled widely and sincerely thanked for the shelter. He extended his hand in response and officially introduced himself as Ashto, the ruler of Oberstein. A firm handshake. The work immediately began to buzz. The magical blades of wind effortlessly toppled the massive trunks. In just a few days, a whole mountain of perfectly straight logs rose in the clearing. He was pondering over the book. Amina turned out to be much more useful than he had expected, and now she could be entrusted with more than just construction. Pointing to the wasteland, he asked the elf to magically dig a large hole for the future reservoir, to which she immediately agreed. Looking at the map, he explained the plan to break up the fields and bring in water, as the first step to survival is a stable supply of provisions. Amina enthusiastically struck with magic, instantly tearing a giant crater in the ground. He only nervously swallowed, realizing that her mana reserve was simply colossal. However, the euphoria quickly faded. He realized that without extra hands and skills, mere knowledge would not save him. Suddenly, a small, fluffy spirit climbed onto his shoulder, quietly offering assistance. The baby looked extremely determined. The young man sighed, sharing his anxiety. The brought supplies of food were inexorably dwindling. If only it were possible to find qualified craftsmen, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dead end. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a roar and a desperate cry for help. Grabbing a shovel, he bewilderedly rushed through the bushes towards the source of the sound. Running out into the clearing, he was stunned. Dwarfs were standing in front of him. Elmina stood frozen in shock before the three bloodied, bearded men, who were barely standing, leaning on each other. Breathing heavily and spitting blood, the leader rasped a plea for medicine. A wandering monster had attacked their squad. He jumped onto the path and rushed towards the girls who were helplessly leaning over the wounded. He immediately commanded Elmina to find water and led everyone to a safe clearing. They quickly set up camp among the roots of the giant trees. The boy exposed the stranger's back. The skin was mercilessly torn apart by deep marks from claws and fangs. Elmina dragged a full bucket, sincerely wondering how an ordinary person had wandered into such a thicket. The wounded bearded man stared intently at his rescuer, but the young man ignored the suspicions and resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Clenching his fists, he promised that he would not let any of them die. The work was in full swing. Water, healing ointments, and the direct infusion of magic into the man's chest merged into one continuous process. The empty bottles quickly lay down next to the bucket. A quiet sigh of relief echoed over the glade. The bandaged giant was able to sit down and bowed his head low in a sign of gratitude. Ashtu smiled warmly but sternly instructed the patient not to move for at least another week. The man introduced himself as Augustus, the leader of this squad. In the end, it turned out that in all this hustle and bustle, they didn't even introduce themselves to each other. The rescued girl sincerely thanked for the help and recounted how, after a difficult escape, they stumbled upon an elf. The very thought of the past threat made them tremble. Without the help of this lady, the riverbank would surely have become their grave. Then the word was taken by the gnomes. They peacefully searched for ore in the forests of Oberstein until they stumbled upon a monster. The boy simply averted his gaze awkwardly in response. His own story was too long. A pause hung in the air. When the bearded man asked what such a young man was doing in this wilderness, he hesitated, confused. The conversation had to continue over drinks. The boy confessed, despite all the hardships endured, life here, far from the commands of the kingdom, turned out to be free and not boring at all. The gnome crossed his arms over his chest and fell deep in thought. A loud slap on the knee made the young man flinch. The bearded man had made a decision. Shunning the pleas to rest, he jumped up and loudly roused his comrades to their feet. The gnome struck his chest and solemnly swore, from now on, all the powers of their elder generation would belong to the young man. This is the price for the saved lives. While the boy blinked in shock, the new allies were already busily planning the construction of housing and a real forge. The young man was stunned and fell to his knees upon realizing that he was in front of real elder dwarves. "Wait," came the confused reply. He tried to calm the legendary race. They were eager to build the house right now, although the young man begged them to take a week off first. The ordinary gnomes stared in awe at their mighty ancestors. Nearby, a higher elf stood frozen with her mouth open. The boy sighed wearily, not understanding why such rare species appeared here one after another. The small leaf-like creature tilted its head in confusion. He awkwardly admitted that he had indeed asked for help. In the end, the boy joyfully tossed the baby in his arms, deciding to attribute it all to simple luck. Above them towered a gigantic, sprawling tree. A brief moment of silence. Meanwhile, on the terrace of the luxurious estate, a stern man with a bandage over his eye was calmly reading papers. Suddenly he froze, and the sheet in his hands trembled nervously. The man suddenly jumped up, startling the servants, and shouted in shock to call his father, demanding an explanation for this letter. Borodan sharply turned around, asking in confusion what had happened. Instead of answering him, the girl and the young man in a strict suit looked gloomily, until the names Ludger and Sherry echoed in the silence. The estate of the aristocrats of Estrella impressed with its grandeur, just like the fame of its master, the Crimson Commander Eisen, whose might on the battlefield equaled the strength of 1,000 warriors. But now this legendary warrior was sitting in the office, drenched in cold sweat and bewilderedly asking what had happened. The air was pierced by an angry girl's scream. Someone demanded an explanation of what had happened. Ludger and Sherry burst into the room decisively. The girl slammed both hands on the table with a bang, shouting how dare he even ask about it. Ludger hovered over his father and demanded an explanation of why Ashta was kicked out of the house. The commander tried to calm them down, but the young man declared that he would never marry Mayuri. He angrily declared that everyone had known since childhood about Ash's feelings for this girl, and that the father not only crushed their relationship but also threw the boy out the door. Sherry was shocked and blinked her eyes as she was hearing about some wedding for the first time. Eisen reluctantly explained that the engagement has not been officially announced yet. The son's hand gripped the back of the chair tightly. Ludger pressed for an answer as to why this was hidden from Sherry, to which the mighty commander could only pitifully bleat. The girl finally lost her patience, grabbed her father by the collar, and began to shake him furiously, threatening to freeze him alive until he surrendered. Silence reigned. A deafening darkness hung in the air. A heavy sigh echoed under the luxurious chandelier. Ludger nervously reminded his father that Mayuri's sister is his aide, and Luna Maria is unlikely to be pleased with such a son-in-law. The young man wearily leaned over the table, firmly refusing to play along with this political marriage and to call his subordinated daughter-in-law. He burst into a scream, demanding to stop this madness. Sherry intervened in the argument. The girl coldly explained that the organization would never support a forced union. Ludger hesitated, recalling Ashto's sudden departure to Oberstein, and stared reproachfully at his father. And he just laughed loudly, stating that was exactly why he gave the boy those lands. The man relaxedly leaned back in the chair. It turned out that after the news of Ashto's engagement, he himself wanted to leave the Estrella family. Once again, the doomed moan of the son was heard. Sherry smiled sweetly and happily announced that she was taking a vacation for about 20 years. Father was so shocked that he nearly jumped. He immediately promised to cancel the engagement while the cunning Ludger was already suggesting to the girls to go on a joint trip. The youth joyfully planned their escape, openly ignoring the panicked cries of the stunned head of the family. The weary, bearded man merely groaned quietly, dripping with sweat from his own helplessness. The man looked coldly at the gloomy blonde and dryly asked what she needed. A heavy sigh echoed over the mansion's roof. The wind lazily drove the clouds over the treetops. The boy froze, blinking in shock. In front of him stood a new 2-story house, and the elf was glad that they no longer had to squeeze into a hut made of roots. At his remark about the necessary week of rest, the dwarves merely brushed it off. They fully recovered in 3 days, and the remaining 4 were enough for construction. Borodini stated casually that soon their friends would gather here, for whom a few more buildings need to be erected. The boy looked at the house and mentally shuddered. These older gnomes, with their wild regeneration, had completed the monthly work quota in just a few days. The master added that he plans to gather all the traveling relatives and set up a full-fledged base here. He smiled broadly and promised to take care of the boy, even though he was only sweating nervously, realizing that no one had even asked for his permission. The gnomes solemnly announced that from now on they would take care of him until his very death. The elf cheerfully suggested calling her friends as well, after which the young man sighed resignedly and allowed them to do as they pleased. While the girl was sincerely admiring the talent of the masters, he walked behind, not understanding how everything had gotten out of control so quickly. Accepting this chaos, he knelt down, magically split the ground beneath his hands, and acknowledged, dividing responsibilities is indeed convenient, and this place is perfect for them. The boy looked contentedly at the slope. The magic had wonderfully loosened the soil. Farming skills that seemed useless in battle finally came in handy. The young man was already envisioning perfect garden beds and his dream greenhouse for herbs. Suddenly he heard a voice. He turned sharply and noticed a strange plant creature on the ground. A whimsical leaf slowly floated before his face. He scratched his head in confusion, deciding that the words of the wooden log were just a figment of his imagination. And nearby, a spiky tail quietly stirred. Soon the perfectly level beds were ready. Waving his wand, the boy excitedly unleashed natural magic over the sown seeds. Energy saturated the earth, and green shoots instantly broke through the soil. The harvest will ripen several times faster. Now it's the greenhouse's turn, and he decided to entrust this task to August. The boy was already licking his lips in anticipation, as magically grown plants had always been much tastier. It was only left to discuss the details with the carpenters. Having found a familiar no-master, he immediately ordered the construction of a building right next to his new garden beds. On the hill, a fresh wooden frame stood alone. The bearded dwarf estimated the amount of work he could assemble the greenhouse in 2 days, but is there any point without the main material? Their sighs were interrupted by the elf, who did not understand why her friends suddenly became gloomy. She cut it off immediately. What they are looking for cannot be found in these parts, even with a lantern during the day. August shrugged. He wanted to cover the new beds, but there was a catastrophic lack of glass for that. The boy began to explain the principle of the construction. The walls must let in sunlight but reliably block the wind. Glass? The girl blinked, clearly hearing this word for the first time. While the master lamented that the seedlings could not be protected without a transparent cover, the elf thoughtfully bit her finger. Suddenly her face lit up. There is no real glass here, but she knows the perfect substitute. These were ordinary slimes. The slimy, translucent little monsters trembled amusingly. The dwarf immediately got to work, skillfully rolling the pliable mass on the board. While August was catching the swift slimes in the background with a fight, the elf revealed the secret. They harden when heated, forming a strong, transparent fabric. The boy was sincerely impressed by her wisdom, while the girl proudly raised her nose. After all, she was not an ordinary elf, but a higher one. A transparent plate of frozen slime glimmered in the palm, cleaner than glass and much stronger. The young man clenched his fist and passionately promised to build not only a greenhouse, but also a new spacious house. He touched the transparent wall with surprise. The idea of using slime instead of glass turned out to be brilliant. In a few days, the large building was ready, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back and thanked his companion for the help. Together they managed much faster. They entered inside, contentedly examining the first sprawling bushes. The elf promised to quickly fill all the free space with new sprouts. The boy looked closely at the beds and was amazed by the variety. Even rare, aromatic, and paralyzing herbs were growing here. The girl raised her finger in a teaching manner. The forest dwellers always knew best about the gifts of nature. The young man sincerely praised her huge collection. She laughed, reminding that she had lived in the world much longer than humans, and then the guy recalled her true age, over 8,000 years. Then the elf asked if he wanted to delve into the study of plants. While he was mentally trying to grasp the incredible longevity of his acquaintances, she volunteered to give him a few lessons, and she playfully winked, like to an old friend. The elf eagerly inquired about human plants, and Alto gladly agreed to exchange knowledge. Old friends, you say? He only awkwardly smiled at his own thoughts. Suddenly, a massive scaly tail slid silently somewhere behind. The boy suddenly stopped and looked around, which greatly puzzled his companion. An invisible threat has already loomed over their new, peaceful life. Alto nervously confessed that he hears strange voices. Although the girl did not catch any sound, danger was creeping up close. The elf carefree attributed everything to magical fatigue, and they calmly moved on. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet exploded with black dust. From the crack, something gigantic burst forth with a terrifying roar, instantly interrupting their conversation about relaxation. A calm day near the greenhouse was suddenly shattered by a powerful roar. The boy froze over the garden bed. He cautiously peeked over the hill, worried whether the greenhouse glass would hold. It was clearly not an earthquake. The young man stared in surprise at the source of the noise. A giant clawed paw heavily descended to the ground. The boy sighed resignedly. The branches cracked, and a voice from above inquired discontentedly who dared to use mana here. Before him loomed a gigantic dragon, and at the mere sight of it, the young man recoiled and fell to the ground. The lizard suddenly roared joyfully. He had already forgotten when he last saw a human. Noticing that the boy was trembling with fear, the monster blinked in surprise. The dragon eagerly recognized a kindred mage in him, bringing its terrifying maw close to the young man's face. Realizing that the creature hears nothing out of fear, it sighed and, in a bright flash, transformed into a voluptuous woman with horns. She familiarly tugged at his collar, demanding that he get up and talk after a long solitude. "Well, how do I look?" She smiled cheerfully, while the young man continued to sit in complete shock. The horned girl smiled carefreely and stated that she wouldn't refuse earth tea. The boy blinked in astonishment. The realization struck him. Sitting in front of him was the emerald dragoness Marcella. A large picnic with a bonfire was quickly set up in the clearing. The guest casually crossed her legs and allowed herself to be called simply Shella, while the boy's companions looked on in shock at the living goddess. He sat in tense silence, recalling the myths about one of the 7 legendary creators of the world, before whom nations trembled. Meanwhile, Shella was already genuinely enjoying the wine, while the hero looked around in confusion. The camp was literally teeming with new elves. It turned out that Elmina's relatives rushed over with her belongings as soon as they received her letter. 2 strangers immediately introduced themselves as the High Elf, Mep. The boy resignedly sat down, feeling completely out of place at this loud celebration of life. Moreover, he noticed that there were unexpectedly more bearded older dwarfs around. Suddenly, the guests joyfully proposed a new idea: to immediately establish a vineyard, build a brewery, and sow a field with wheat. They clamored for a constant supply of alcohol, completely ignoring his weak reminders about the unfinished greenhouse. From such audacity, he completely lost the power of speech, merely sweating nervously in cold perspiration. The companions joyfully left the construction at Ashto, promising instead to take on hunting. Meanwhile, the horned demoness finally woke up, watching the noisy crowd with satisfaction. She quietly sneaked up to the boy from behind and barely stifled a giggle. The rest of the girls were already loudly planning a purely female night out drinking. A calm silence hung over the trees. Ash leaned heavily against the stone curb, confessing to his little companion, who was barely standing. Although his mana increased after arriving here, the workload turned out to be simply overwhelming. Sowing an entire field of wheat by hand turned out to be quite a hell, even though the guy was sincerely grateful to his friends for the roof and food. Suddenly, Lady Shella appeared beside him, causing Ashto to jump in surprise. He complained that he tried to grow wheat in a vineyard, but he exhausted the mana to the last drop. The boy awkwardly smiled, explaining that due to fatigue he hadn't even noticed her footsteps. The demoness gently remarked that he had taken on too much while he nervously counted his endless plots and greenhouses. She slyly touched her lips and suddenly offered her help, and in the next moment she abruptly shoved something into his mouth, causing the boy to choke in shock. He swallowed hard from her fingers, washing himself with sweat while the horned companion giggled playfully. She leaned in closely, checking if he had left anything behind. The boy listened to himself in surprise. His body suddenly felt remarkably light. The girl announced her blessing, although the exhausted Ashto only thought that she was twisting him as she pleased. She was already delighted by their perfect compatibility thanks to the shared magic of nature, while he was still blinking in confusion. Sparks flew from her delicate hand. From now on, his mana would not be depleted and his magical power would rapidly increase. The space was illuminated by a soft flash. The silhouette nearby suddenly began to change. When Ash lowered his gaze to his wooden companion, he noticed that it had noticeably grown. In the next moment, the boy froze in shock. The golem spoke. The little one joyfully jumped up, ringing out his own name. The girl laughed heartily, explaining that Derevyashka had evolved alongside the magic of its master. She smiled contentedly, accepting his warm thanks. Asho happily embraced his favorite, who himself could not get enough of his new size. The horned girl playfully glanced back and commanded him to return to work, as she could no longer wait for the new delicious drinks. The boy silently swallowed air. She carefree walked away under his bewildered words of thanks behind her. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze to his own hand. His shock was overwhelming. Now he had more mana than Sherry herself. The power sparkled at his fingertips, and he physically felt the magic flowing through his veins like a powerful stream. From below, a familiar babble was heard. The boy joyfully tossed his spirit into the air. The little one had grown and now resembled a real human child. He held him tightly, confessing that the consequences of the dragon's blessing were even a bit frightening, as mana was literally bursting from him. He moved forward with his little wooden stick in his hands. As soon as he pondered where this path would lead them next, an elf joyfully waved from the hill. Their vineyard was finally ready. The little forest spirit gasped in surprise. The elf froze upon hearing about the blessing of the emerald dragoness, but the boy merely nodded. It was time to test his new powers. He felt the magic swirling in his blood as his friends examined his grown familiar. The young man sat down next to the weak grape seedling to measure his current reserve of mana. The word grow triggered the spell. The shoot instantly shot up. The thin stem began to swell with strength before my eyes. The bark was peeling, and the trunk was twisting and thickening at a crazy speed. The mages jerked their heads up, listening to the deafening crack of wood. The young man smiled nervously. The seedling grew into a tree in just a few seconds. At that moment, a torrent of heavy vines fell from above, and the elf girl cried out that he had poured in too much magic. She desperately shook him by the shoulders, pleading for him to stop, while the young man panicked as he realized that the flow of energy was simply limitless. The sudden rumble seriously alarmed the nearby dwarfs. When everything fell silent, two shocked friends sat under the giant grape tree, still not believing their own eyes. The elf girl nervously laughed, gripping the boy's shoulders. His crazy supply of mana just didn't make sense to her. He paid no attention and sat down by the cultivated vine to assess the harvest. He squeezed the ripe berry with his fingers. It looked quite good. The girl behind continued to emotionally argue that such anomalous magic is 100% result of divine blessing. The young man silently threw a grape into his mouth. The satellites froze, tensely awaiting the verdict. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The berry turned out to be incredibly sweet and large. He gasped in astonishment that he had never tasted anything more delicious in his life. The elf's face instantly lit up with childlike delight. With an impatient exclamation, she immediately threw a portion for herself. Her cheeks flushed with pleasure. This grape surpassed even the best harvest from her native village. My friend also tried it and exclaimed in astonishment that she had never encountered such a wonder in all her 8,000 years of life. Even the stern, one-eyed gnome appreciated the taste, calling it unfathomable. After such words, the team's patience finally snapped. Everyone rushed to the vine, shouting to demand their share. The dwarf loudly announced a break and immediately divided everyone into two teams, for making barrels and for building the brewery. Then he turned to Ashto and unambiguously stated that now all hope rested solely on his plant magic. Meanwhile, the elf sent the children to the village to ask the elder to allocate as many grape seedlings as possible. Ashto stood perplexed. The girl joyfully informed him that he would have to grow everything, amid the loud cheers of the dwarves. She quickly overwhelmed him with new tasks, supports, ropes, and endless work with wood were needed for the vines. The young man looked around the wasteland and wearily reminded that they hadn't even cleared the area of stumps yet. The elf merely winked and assured that people would gladly come to help. Asho asked the children to bring at least someone free from the village, and they joyfully rushed off. He crossed his arms over his chest, ironically recalling that he had actually planned to quietly study medicinal herbs. The crowd before him erupted with enthusiasm in a single surge. Ashto raised his gaze to the sky and smiled lightly. He would have to accept this chaos. What does all this mean? Someone's fist slammed onto the table with a bang. Somewhere far away, an angry man in uniform stared incredulously at the order of dismissal, fuming from such an unexpected blow. There was a gentle knock on the office door. The man was tense, pondering why the management had so suspiciously swallowed Ash's departure 2 months ago. His daughter Sherry appeared at the doorstep, and he immediately burst into a scream, demanding an explanation for her sudden discharge from the army. The girl calmly cut off that he would never let her go, so she obtained the king's consent herself and has now officially become a civilian. Sherry added that the story with Ashto became her main impetus. The father stood frozen in shock. He could only ask in confusion if he heard correctly. The girl laughed sincerely, stating that she was already 17 and had not enjoyed her youth at all. The father listened with a blank expression on his face as she announced her decision to go on a journey. Sherry dreamily looked out the window. All her life she had only trained, and now she finally wants to see the world. Finally, she playfully winked, adding that she would bring Mayuri with her, and boldly asked to put in a good word for them. The father roared with rage. He sternly reminded her of the status of the Estria clan's hope and the powerful Mage, refusing to tolerate such antics. The smile disappeared from Sherry's face, and she coldly suggested that he drive her and her family out. "I don't care about the Estre family name," the girl cut in, causing her father to freeze. She pierced him with a cold gaze, directly stating that she was furious about Ashto's expulsion. Sherry made a new accusation. The father secretly sent his own son to certain death in the Oberstand forest, full of monsters. She firmly reminded that for her and Lou, a brother is not a thorn in the eye, but bloodkin. For a moment, she hesitated. Lowering her eyes, the girl confessed that Lou already bitterly regretted his coldness towards the outcast. Pain has distorted her face. She feels unbearably ashamed. While the mother remains silent and the father is only concerned with meaningless prestige, the family is sinking. The man helplessly turned to the window, heavily exhaling his daughter's name. But Sherry firmly refused to continue living with this regret. With a sudden movement, she wiped away her tears. The father anxiously tried to stop her. The dull thud of the suitcase hitting the floor marked the end. Now he understood everything. Sherry boldly saluted. The brilliant ice princess Estrella is no more. She is embarking on her own journey. The bearded man desperately shouts after him. But the young man does not look back. He only laughs coldly, joyfully accepting his exile from the family. The luxurious facade of the mansion is left behind forever. In the high sky, clouds drift leisurely. Suddenly, someone's voice calls out to Mayuri from behind. The girl suddenly turns around and starts to shine with joy. She runs up to her tall friend, firing off apologies for being late, but the friend gently reassures her as she just arrived herself. The friend greets with a smile and joyfully exclaims the name Sherry. Mayuri gently nods. The tall girl laughs brightly, burning with impatience before their joint journey. She immediately warns that there are not only fun times ahead, but the blonde confidently accepts this challenge. Her face shines with unwavering determination. The girls are setting off on their journey, and Mayuri wonders aloud where her brother is now. A friend presses her hand to her chest and sighs heavily. She sincerely admits that she misses Ashto terribly. Looking back, she suddenly quietly apologizes to Mayuri for such a long wait. Ahead lay uncharted lands filled with dangerous monsters, so preparations had to be made for the worst. Sherry guiltily lowered her gaze, regretting that she had delayed the departure day for so long. The friend gently waved her off, but the blonde immediately interrupted her. She recalled the stubborn official who flatly refused to accept her request, wasting everyone's time. Fortunately, Ludger and Luna Maria intervened and quickly resolved the paperwork issues. The girls walked down the street with heavy suitcases. The friend reassured Sherry she herself needed time to muster the courage to leave her family. In her memory, Ludger emerged, who had recently bowed deeply before her. He came in person to apologize for involving her in his father's foolish intrigues. The boy repented so desperately that he smashed his forehead against the floor until it bled, which greatly angered Lunaria. Recalling how the girl scolded the smiling troublemaker, she caught herself thinking these two are perfectly suited for each other. She smiled warmly. This whole situation will definitely help them get closer, as Lunaria has always admired the guy. Sherry joyfully clung to her friend's elbow, brightly assuring that happiness awaited them ahead as well. A wide, completely carefree smile shone on her face. Sherry blinked in confusion, not knowing what to say. The friend smiled warmly, calling her to come along. She gently took the girl by the hand, urging her forward. Looking over her shoulder, she joyfully announced that it was time to set off in search of Ashto. Sherry eagerly agreed to find the fool who decided to leave them, while Ashto loudly sneezed somewhere far away, carelessly petting a strange creature. The boy was calmly tasting something from his garden until he was distracted. My friend ran in with an anxious scream. They have unexpected guests. He was frozen in astonishment. In front of him stood a family of real horned ogres. Once inside the house, he cautiously asked the elder what they needed. An unexpected request for medicine threw him off balance. The burly father of the family politely apologized for the visit and admitted that they needed medical assistance. Hearing this, the young man immediately switched to doctor mode and bombarded them with questions about their symptoms. The ogres were taken aback by such a sudden onslaught. Understanding this, the herbalist smiled warmly, remembered his license, and gently asked to see the patient. His fingers rested on the child's hand with horrific burns, and the diagnosis became instantly clear. For a moment, a concentrated silence hung in the room. Examining the wound, he reassured the parents. The baby just burned himself on a poisonous laurel. It's unpleasant, but not deadly at all. While the ogre gently stroked his son, the young man confidently promised to make an ointment and a mixture. He immediately took out the mortar, glad that the necessary ingredients were growing right beside them. The elf worriedly warned that without immediate treatment, the girl's burned skin would start to rot. The father thanked for the review and awkwardly offered payment, but the young man just waved it off. The young man kindly offered the family to stay until the child's full recovery and asked where they lived. Zarvan lowered his gaze and replied quietly that they had nowhere else to go. The boy smiled gently, assuring that the main thing now is just to heal the burn and everything will be fine. The head of the family admitted that after the arrival of the new leader, they were expelled from their native settlement. When asked about the reason, he bitterly explained, "They are demonic ogres, hated and pursued even by their own kin." The young man merely sighed silently, already accustomed to the constant crazy surprises in these parts. Legends refer to the demonic ogres as avatars of demons. One such warrior was worth hundreds of ordinary ones. The ogres looked at him with emotion, realizing that these people were much kinder than the terrifying legends told. The boy suddenly froze. Dzivenko snapped his fingers, and he joyfully suggested that they permanently occupy the vacant houses, which nearly drove the ogre into a panic. He did not understand why they were not afraid of their terrible reputation, but the young man calmly prepared the potion and convinced the guest with the fact that living next to higher elves and older dwarves had long since taught the locals not to be afraid of anything. The boy confessed hesitantly that he was just an ordinary person and uncertainly asked the horned giant about what he had heard. He warmly confirmed that they were true elder dwarves and respectfully inquired about the young man's status. The ogre casually added that the woman was already over 8,000 years old, while the dwarves nearby continued their construction. The young man sighed that for him their whole family already seemed legendary, although the guests themselves were looking around with no less shock at the number of mythical races. So everything was arranged. The family of demonic ogres received a perfect spacious house from the dwarves. The head of the family was named Armo, and their children were Norma and Shinha. The head of the family was the burly Balgild. On the way to the hunting grounds, he casually mentioned to his companion that ogres always marry their relatives. The girl was stunned in shock, suddenly realizing that Balgild and Armo were brother and sister. Balgild calmly drew the bow and explained, "Their blood demands strength, and the strongest offspring are born from close relatives." Suddenly, a giant fang snake lunged at him from the stone gorge. The ogre didn't even blink. With a single dead grip of his left hand, he seized the monster by the throat while his companion stood frozen nearby. The guy instantly passed out. Asto stared in shock at the gigantic scaly carcass, while the dwarf next to him estimated how long this 22-year-old monster would last them. The horned demon merely blinked in surprise. For him, it was the most ordinary prey. The boy nervously laughed, while somewhere behind, they were already demanding to start the party. That same night, under the starry sky, the gnome-friendly embraced the demon by the shoulders. Since then, Bulk Hill brought mountains of game to the camp every day, carelessly dropping giant boars right at Ashto's feet. There was so much meat that a separate storage facility had to be built, where female ogres tirelessly processed the carcasses. Sitting on the beds, Ashto admitted that the demons had completely solved the food problem, although he felt a bit uneasy about such a diet. The tall glass greenhouse sparkled under the peaceful sky. The idyll was interrupted by an elf. She joyfully flew in with the news that his grapes had taken the village market by storm, and professional winemakers were already being sent to them. He had barely managed to be moved by how quickly their lives were improving when he heard a loud scream. With eyes that burned with fanatical gleam, the girl demanded to establish a new vineyard for all possible varieties. The boy sighed wearily. He flatly refused to break the laws of nature with growth magic again. The elf suddenly loomed over him, and Ashtu sadly realized that he was being asked for nothing but magic. He begged to be allowed to at least prepare the ground with his hands. But the girl was already dreaming of wine. Her plan had long been set in motion, and there was no way back. Asto frowned, pondering aloud, his family rules Oberstein. But do the local races recognize this power? The elf girl waved carelessly. In her village, they hadn't even heard of human kingdoms. She leaned sharply towards the young man and stated directly, "If he is the ruler here, then he should make an effort for the sake of the residents." The girl smiled slyly, acknowledging that at least this piece of land definitely belonged to him. He calmly objected, "The forest has no owner," but the elf reminded him that he was the one who settled here first. The young man was caught. It turned out that the locals had long considered him their ruler. He awkwardly scratched his nose. The peasants were waiting for his permits for construction, while the demonic ogres handed him their spoils as a sign of respect. Suddenly, the elf girl blushed, clasped her hands, and began to plead tearfully for her own vineyard. The boy agreed to prepare the greenhouse, but firmly refused to exhaust himself with magic for a quick harvest. She was completely satisfied with it. The girl happily nodded and immediately revealed a new detail. Soon about 10 grape growers would come to live here. She sweetly stretched, dreaming of whiskey and wheat fields, while Ashto ironically watched this drink enthusiast. The young man caught himself thinking that this noisy girl actually seems very cute to him. Not giving him a chance to recover, the elf hurried off to find builders, ignoring Ashto's angry shouts. "Lady Shella?" he exclaimed in shock after her, and the girl smiled as she confirmed her real name. She leaned over the bewildered young man with curiosity. Propping her cheek with her hand, she playfully praised him for his care for nature. A smile lit up her face. Such words genuinely pleased her. The boy nervously replied that he simply avoids magic that disrupts the natural balance. Suddenly, her fingers gently touched his neck. He was taken aback, remembering that he wanted to ask Lady Shell about the bestowed blessing. She gently lifted his chin and asked him to call her by her first name. The girl reassured the boy about the power that had been given to him. She gently embraced him from behind. From now on, his charms would not harm the earth. But what was more important was something else. Now they are mentally connected, and all the magical energy flows to him directly from her. After a long sleep, the release of stagnant magic was noticeable. Shelley's cheeks flushed, and she admitted that this process brought her considerable pleasure, which completely threw Ashto off balance. She languidly pressed against his neck. The transfer of power truly brought her pleasure, freeing up space for the accumulation of new magic. The horned girl cheerfully called him an innocent boy, causing him to blush and hurriedly hide his face. He babbled confusedly, trying to figure out where the joke ended while she simply turned smoothly, calling his reaction cute. With a gentle smile, she explained that from now on, he would decide how to use her magic to protect these lands or to help Elmina. Throwing a carefree goodbye, she walked away. The boy remained stunned, sitting on the floor with only one thought in his head. This person is truly something else. Asho carefully examined the horn girl's hand and reassured her the wound had healed without a single scar. She sincerely thanked the doctor, while the boy warmly hugged the little one who was spinning nearby. Little Norma jumped onto his neck with a rush at the angry exclamation of the elder. They were interrupted by an elf woman with a child in her arms, informing them that May and Lunara had returned from the village. Another elf appeared at the door and asked Ashto to step aside for a conversation. She awkwardly smiled and admitted that they had a problem. Ashto blinked in confusion. Norma's ears perked up, and the boy nervously swallowed upon hearing the cheerful voice about the grape wine. May turned to him with a wide smile. The wind gently rustled the leaves of the trees. The conversation moved outside to the walls of the house. May enthusiastically declared that she would plant an entire vineyard, boasting a mountain of fresh seedlings. However, another elf from the crowd worriedly pointed out that the real problem lies not in the 10 new settlers at all. What a surprise! Before him stood a whole crowd of unfamiliar cat girls in maid uniforms who respectfully addressed him as Sir. The head maid with cat ears respectfully bowed and announced that from now on, Ashto was their new master. The boy was stunned. 50 girls from the Silver Cat clan stood before him, ready to work faithfully in the settlement for his sake. They bowed low in gratitude, gasping for air from exhaustion. The elf quickly explained, "This is a rare race that gains true power only in the service of humans." For a moment, silence reigned. She told their tragic story. Having lost their previous owner to illness, the girls became outcasts and easy prey for monsters. Without contact with a person, their magic quickly faded, leaving them so weak that they lacked the strength even to eat. The elf confessed that she had saved them in the forest and simply could not leave the exhausted fugitives with a child to their fate. In the end, she hopefully added that these versatile craftsmen would wonderfully help the gnomes rebuild the vineyard. Realizing the dubiousness of her actions, she guiltily knelt before the shocked Ashto. He just awkwardly apologized. He looked at the crowd of maids and realized how much they had been worn down by life. He closed his eyes and exhaled heavily, silently accepting this unexpected burden. A girl cat peeked timidly from behind the fabric. Ashto asked in confusion how exactly he could help them. The condition turned out to be ridiculously simple. He must become their master. The boy just sighed, mentally bidding farewell to the quiet life in the forest. Placing his hand on his chest, he solemnly declared himself the new master. The maids bowed their heads in relief, accepting his authority. A magical circle flared brightly beneath their feet. The contract had been sealed. As soon as I was interested, I wondered if I would now have to constantly command them. In response, the cat simply squinted happily and asked to be given the first command. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. With a sharp wave of his hand, he commanded everyone to get ready. The maid clarified that constant orders would not be needed later, but for now their nature requires direct supervision. Pointing to the house, the newly minted gentleman ordered everyone to wash their clothes, take a bath, and get a good night's sleep. Then he turned to the elf May with a broad smile, ordering her to work hard as well, to which she gladly agreed. The elf Elmina joyfully saluted with her fingers. The vineyard is growing wonderfully, and she and the girls are ready to help others. It was amusing to watch the hustle and bustle while the carcasses of hunted boars lay in the background. The freshly washed clothes fluttered calmly in the wind. The elf girls took on hygiene and carefully washed the smeared cat girls in hot tubs. The already neat maids with cat ears eagerly got to work, distributing baskets of apples and bread. In just a few days, a real town with neat houses grew up in the clearing. Ashto acknowledged, the craftsmanship of the dwarves and the insane speed of the silver cats created a perfect team that has no equal on the continent. The gnome did not stop praising the new workers, even though they had only appeared here 3 days ago. The boy mentally summed up his army: 10 dwarves, 18 elves, 4 ogres, and a full 50 cats. 15 more friends are coming to us, the bearded man exclaimed joyfully, causing Ashto helplessly lower his head in shock. His tiny settlement has finally turned into a huge village. The gnome heartily slapped the young man on the back, reminding him that there was still a lot of work ahead on the farms and in the forge, so there was no time to get discouraged. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a tall figure in a cloak who unambiguously addressed the boy by name. The boy appreciated the new workforce thanks to the silver cats. The dwarves were able to rapidly expand their lands, but suspicion wouldn't let him go. Could it be that these bearded men had gathered to settle here forever? An unfamiliar elven woman in glasses distracted him from his thoughts. confidently shook his hand, and offered her family's help with the vineyard. She greeted me with a warm smile, introduced herself as Ashira, and apologized for the late introduction due to the hustle and bustle with her fluffy assistants. The boy looked on in wonder. Her aura was noticeably different from that of Elmina, revealing a truly wise and experienced person. And here Ashira sweetly asked to expand the plantations by about 20 times, leaving him stunned. The next morning began with a lively alarm clock, the joyful exclamation of a little silver kitten who was diligently doing her job. The boy sleepily thanked the girl for waking him up, and she proudly reported that it was her job. He sleepily patted little Maya on the head. Soon the senior maid Silmeria approached and announced that breakfast would be served shortly. The boy shuffled down the corridor under the respectful gazes of his new charges. Hiding a yawn, he remembered how he initially refused them, but they were so upset that he had to give in. At least not all 50 hung on him as they had initially planned. Leaning over the sink, he finally came to terms with the fact that the head of the Silver Cats and her little assistant now lived under his roof. And seeing a luxurious breakfast with country milk and chicken on the table, the young man realized it was time to start his own livestock. Since he could not accommodate the entire clan, the girls decided to send Silmeria and the youngest cat, Mayu, to him. The boy repeatedly begged the maids to forget the rules and have breakfast together, but Silmeria stubbornly refused to share the table with the host. Then he pressed on the logic. Together they would eat and clean up faster, and little Maya was already mewing pitifully from hunger. He smiled and patted the table. Silmeria sighed resignedly. The girls surrendered. The boy gently but insistently nudged the bewildered maids towards the chairs. At breakfast, Silmeria relaxed. May's appetite reminded her of a tiny fluffy kitten that once lived nearby. These words struck the boy with pain. He immediately remembered how carefully Mayodi took care of that cat. He leaned heavily on the windowsill, gazing into the yard. A bright thought flashed through my mind that Mayodi would definitely get along with Maya, but his heart was gripped by sorrow. He no longer believed that he would ever be able to see her again. Heavy silence hung over the treetops. Meanwhile, Silmeria and Maya were already on the train, fervently hoping that next time they would definitely find him. With a warm, slightly dreamy smile, she confessed that she really wanted to see him. The cozy village house with a large greenhouse breathed tranquility. By the open window, Ashto was intently studying a thick botany reference book. Suddenly, he was distracted by a ringing voice. The young man turned around with gratitude. The cat girl Maya happily handed him a cup of hot tea. Savoring his drink, he happily watched as the workers pushed a cart filled with baskets of harvest. The idyll was interrupted by joyful noise from outside. Memories transported him back a few days, when only bare wooden frames towered over the ground. Then the scale of the future fields made him quite worried. But under Ash's clear guidance, the new vineyard was prepared remarkably quickly. The elfin glasses cheerfully urged him to show everything he was capable of. Now the most important thing remained, to awaken the seedlings with one's own magic. He stepped onto the field and froze. A whole crowd had gathered behind the fence, fanatically chanting words of support. The girls screamed with excitement while he just smiled awkwardly. They had turned an ordinary agricultural task into a real festival. He looked perplexedly after the horn girl who had appeared again out of nowhere. Lady Shellett turned around excitedly, enthusiastically pointing to the incredible scale around her. She suddenly asked if he had noticed something important, and around them, a true festival was in full swing. Burly demons and elves with children joyfully celebrated among the magical crops. She looked warmly at the boy and called him a hope for everyone in this place. They walked leisurely under the wooden supports of the future vineyard, while the girl talked about the impatience of the demonic ogres and silver cats to taste its wine sooner. For the elder dwarves and higher elves, this drink was a source of life, and he managed to create it in record time. Suddenly, Shella playfully leaned close to his face, confessing that she too was burning with impatience to drink, which only elicited a nervous chuckle from Ashto. She sincerely shone, prophesying to him the happiest and most glorious days ahead. The boy just smiled confusedly, wondering what awaited him now. She gently poked him in the chest with her finger, instructing him to keep their shared hope in his heart. He smiled softly and quietly agreed. The gaze slipped upward, through the wooden beams to the bright sky. Ahead was the noisy and cheerful crowd of diverse beings that he had gathered around him. The boy awkwardly smiled, admitting that he found himself in an extremely unusual situation. The former pain from unrequited love and parental disappointment had vanished. Now people believed in him, and each new day brought only joy. The hand confidently grasped the stick. With excitement in his eyes, he gave the command to start. At the wave of his hand, a vine swiftly reached upward, drawing admiring glances from the elf and the old man. Looking over the vineyard, he firmly decided to do everything possible to live here happily. A brief moment of silence. Together with the girl, they walked leisurely along the rows of ripe grapes. Days passed. Free time appeared, and he immersed himself in the study of herbalism. The little maid with cat ears was genuinely surprised whether the master really found it fun to just sit with a book. With the start of the harvest, the work in the greenhouse decreased, so he could relax and drink tea at his desk. The boy smiled indulgently, fully understanding the logic of the child who simply wanted to play outside. He suggested that Mai join the reading, and the girl thoughtfully placed her finger on her cheek. The boy took a sip from the cup and disappointedly rubbed his chin. The drink resembled ordinary warm water. As in the hustle with the wine, he had completely forgotten about the other recipes. He suddenly raised his eyes. "I need real tea." In my imagination, a horned friend immediately appeared, who had long dreamed of a hot herbal infusion. "Wonderful," he exclaimed so unexpectedly that the cat girl maid next to him flinched. The boy remembered the book from May, with its hints and the magic of searching, finding wild tea trees would be easy. He eagerly leaned towards the girl and suggested they set off for a forest walk immediately. Somewhere deep in the thicket under a tree, a fluffy forest spirit sat peacefully. The ancient crowns of the trees intertwined, almost completely hiding the sky beneath them. The boy optimistically examined the flora, hoping to quickly find some leaves, when suddenly he froze. His companion was already hanging from a thick branch above his head. Just a moment ago, he was walking calmly along the path, admiring how untouched and uninhabited this forest was. The maid let out a sharp gasp and carefree flew down. "It's dangerous, get down!" The boy panicked and rushed to catch her in horror. However, instead of falling, the girl simply spun gracefully in the air. The boy recoiled with a terrified scream. He helplessly sprawled on the ground, mumbling about the wild acrobatics of silver cats, while the girl beast Maya blinked in confusion. Maya leaned over him and asked anxiously what had happened. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes. Sitting on the path, he asked Maya not to scare him with such tricks anymore. His gaze fell on the wooden familiar, which unexpectedly began to munch on the fallen leaves. The boy suddenly froze. The little one with stuffed cheeks continued to chew on the greens unperturbed, ignoring his surprised exclamations. A page from an open reference book with a familiar sketch surfaced in memory. He looked closely at the neighboring bushes. Could it really be real tea? The fingers feverishly rustled through the pages of the book. It matches. He decisively pulled out his wand and commanded to carefully soften the soil to remove the bush without damaging the roots. In a moment, he was happily holding the green bundle close to him, dreaming of a tasty drink, while Maya enthusiastically praised her master. The forest was filled with ringing laughter. The whole trio was genuinely happy about the sudden discovery. The young man clung tightly to the rocky ground and commanded the earth to soften while the maid with cat ears cheerfully cheered for him. In front of them lay a sizable dug-up bush with carefully wrapped roots. Barely lifting the giant plant, the boy surprisingly acknowledged that he had actually succeeded. But the weight turned out to be simply unmanageable. The little forest spirit anxiously offered help, but the young man stubbornly refused, even though he trembled with tension. He clenched his teeth. If he was going to live here, he had to become stronger. Near the greenhouse, a heavy load fell to the ground with a dull thud. The boy collapsed helplessly nearby, wondering how he managed to carry this huge thing while the spirit and the maid chirped with delight. In response to the girl's question about where they would plant the bush, the exhausted hero could only complain about his fatigue. He decided to set up a tea plantation near the vineyard, and at that very moment, the delicate maid joyfully lifted the gigantic plant as if it were a light fluff. The young man lost his ability to speak from shock, while his spirit joyfully danced around. The girl laughed as she challenged the little one to a race and ran away with the load in her arms, leaving the stunned gentleman to thank her in confusion. He could only sigh deeply, watching the assistants leave. And far from here, the strong walls of a great city rose high, the border beyond which lay the lands near Oberstein. The girl in the cloak quietly said a brief, "Thank you." The guard in heavy armor did not turn around, only muffledly advised to be careful. A second of silence. The heavy door closed behind them with a prolonged creak. Only then did the fugitive exhale sharply and nervously crumple the fabric of her cloak. Two figures hurriedly set off down the old cobblestone road. Oberstein turned out to be huge, and it was extremely difficult to find the place where Ashto disappeared due to the dense checkpoints. Throwing off her hood, the blonde wearily groaned from exhaustion, but was genuinely pleased by the guard's blindness. Sherry next to her simply smiled with relief. The blonde was still anxiously thinking about Ashto, while Sherry noted that their real journey had finally begun. However, the doubts quickly dissipated. Absolutely confident in her brother's abilities, the girl triumphantly raised her fist, and they decisively stepped under the canopies of the forest. Oberstein is a wild, uncharted territory of the kingdom of Balog, filled with deadly monsters. Two girls cautiously made their way through the forest trail. The sudden attack. Sherry barely managed to push Muti out of the way of the snake's tail strike. A giant monster crawled out of the thicket. Sherry clenched her teeth tightly. She was preparing for dangers, but she did not expect to encounter such a beast so soon after half a day's journey. Knocked down, Mighty quietly groaned. Sherry realized that they could not win and desperately shouted to her friend to run away. She suddenly jumped up from her seat. Mayuri was paralyzed with fear. Tears streamed from her eyes. Sherry rushed to her and grabbed her by the shoulders, pleading to escape immediately. The snake made a lightning strike. Sherry rushed forward and completely covered her friend with herself, taking the heavy blow. The realization struck Mayuri. The predator was poisonous. The massive tail of the monster crushed the girl with deadly force. The injured girl collapsed right onto Mayuri, instantly cutting off her thoughts about the long-awaited lunch. A horned family unexpectedly emerged from the bushes. The boy immediately pointed out the bloodied stranger to his parents while Mayuri blinked her eyes in confusion. The tall man leaned over the victim and unmistakably recognized the bite marks of a small snake. Mayuri tensed up, assessing their dark skin and horns that were too large for ordinary ogres. When asked if she could neutralize the poison herself, the girl could only shake her head desperately. Without wasting any time, the stranger commanded his relatives to carry the victims, while he asked Mayuri to take the severed snake's head. He acted decisively. He ordered them to go after them immediately, as their village elder was a skilled herbalist. The horned beings eagerly and carefully lifted the exhausted travelers into their arms. The squad rushed towards the settlement. In the streets of the village of Mayuri, astonishment stood still. Here, side by side, elves, dwarves, and representatives of the cat clan lived peacefully. She clasped her hands on her chest with hope. Ahead, the large house of the elder was already visible. The man's wife smiled warmly at Mayuri, assuring her that her friend would definitely be pulled out of the other world. The girl was feverishly thinking about where to find the village elder. Her companion burst into the room without knocking, ignoring the maid Silmeria's indignation, and from the threshold asked about the village leader. The girl swung the door open and shouted from the threshold that they had brought in the wounded. Silmeria immediately commanded to carry the injured person to the examination room, while one of the girls rushed to run after the foreman. Hearing that the owner was in the greenhouse, the girl hurriedly explained that it was not her who was injured, but her friend. They brought her into the empty examination room. On the bed, drenched in cold sweat, lay unconscious Shiri. Silmeria carefully examined the wound and confirmed that it was a bite from a venomous snake, for the treatment of which the reptile itself would be needed. One of the companions mentioned that her husband killed that beast and took it with him, so the maid ordered to bring the corpse here immediately. The girls in a panic surrounded pale Sherry, begging her not to give up. While they were huddled in tears by the bed, voices and hurried footsteps of the elder finally echoed from the corridor. The young man stood frozen in the doorway, surprised. The girl abruptly raised her hopeful eyes to him. He stepped inside, silently meeting her pleading gaze. The girl nearby reported that a poisonous snake had attacked them in the forest. On the bed lay pale and unconscious Sherry, and the guy simply couldn't believe his eyes. Hundreds of questions swarmed in his head, but he pushed them aside and resolutely promised to save his friend. Asho ordered the maid Silmeria to urgently bring hot water, as an antidote could be made from the dead snake. Everyone rushed to act. The girl was quickly given medication and helped to change clothes. Her breathing steadied. The boy sighed with relief as he sat by the bed. The worst was now behind him. The time has come for a serious conversation. He asked the maid to prepare the guest room for Mayuri. In the silence, quiet words were spoken about how long they had not seen each other. Mayuri smiled warmly and a little sadly. They sat down next to each other, and Ashto quietly agreed. He blinked in confusion, still not understanding the true purpose of this sudden visit. Then Mayuri gently looked him straight in the eyes and confessed that they had come specifically for him. The conversation had run its course, leaving a heavy silence between them. He nervously scratched his cheek and tried to lighten the mood by asking how he and Sherry had even gotten here. The boy blinked in surprise. He just muttered her name in confusion, unable to find the words. The girl tightly clasped her hands on her knees and quietly confessed, despite everything, her friends and sister helped her a lot. The young man was stunned, realizing that the wedding would not take place. Luder himself did not want this marriage, so the engagement was broken off. He immediately understood. All of this was for her to be able to find him. But, it seems I've arrived late, Mayuri said bitterly, averting her gaze. The boy panicked, waved his hands, and fervently swore that Silmeria was just his housekeeper, not what she had imagined. The girl just smiled sadly. He lives with such a beauty, so there's definitely no place for her in his life. He finally got flustered and awkwardly mumbled that it was almost the same thing. Hiding his flushed face, he shot back, "Why should I lie? to which Maiguri quietly confessed that she currently had no one at all. The tension between them finally dissipated and the boy smiled warmly with relief. Mayuri blushed and responded to him with the same gentle, calm smile. He warned that the story would be long and asked if she was really ready to hear it. This did not stop her. She asked Ashto to tell her absolutely everything about his affairs and life here after he left home. The girl passionately assured that she wants to know every detail, as she also has something to tell him. Sherry was peacefully sleeping on the couch. He carefully pulled the blanket over her. Outside the window, an ordinary village house was visible. The boy was sitting nearby when suddenly the girl quietly murmured in her sleep. He smiled softly. Sherry opened her eyes and, in disbelief, called for her brother, who leaned over her, asking her not to make any sudden movements. "Is it really you?" Tears streamed from her eyes as Ashto confirmed it and assured her that she was safe now. The girl, crying, threw herself around his neck, and her brother embraced her, quietly comforting her. Having calmed down a bit, Sherry looked around and asked where they had ended up. I stroked her head, said that everything was fine with my Yudi too, and suggested having some tea. He awkwardly added that the events unfolded on their own and he simply couldn't refuse. Sherry sat on the bed and sighed. This was exactly why she had once left her family. While Ashto was wrapping the bandages around his torso, she asked about their future plans, and he casually replied that they would stay living here. The girl's face was illuminated by a rosy smile. This time they would be able to be together forever. Mayuri chirped joyfully, smiling carefreely at the hero. Sherry calmly asked with a bundle of towels if she agreed to their proposal. The girl timidly peeked out from behind the doorframe and immediately received permission to enter. Suddenly, there was a knock. Someone brought the host tea. Mayuri was almost frozen, her eyes wide open in amazement. She emotionally exclaimed, asking who this little one was, to which the hero calmly introduced the assistant economist, Maya. At the doorstep stood a tiny maid with cat ears, firmly holding a tray. The girls quickly surrounded the newcomer, greeting her warmly. Mayuri tightly hugged the cat girl and insisted on the hero to confirm that she was just super cute. She warmly hugged the bewildered Maya, gently rubbing against her cheek. The maid hesitantly protested, begging to wait. Mew's fingers eagerly buried themselves in the silky hair of the maid, gently kneading her fluffy ears. Suddenly Maya flinched. She had completely forgotten about the tea. The hero, with a warm smile, thanked the embarrassed assistant, and she blushed and meowed in response. He hesitantly opened the door, gesturing for the guests to come inside. Looking back, the boy asked the maid if everyone was already awake. He apologized for the suddenness and introduced the girls. From now on, his younger sister Sherry and childhood friend Moody would live here. The maid quickly oriented herself and led the grateful Moody to inspect her new room. He introduced Somiria to the guests, and the maid bowed slightly to both. Fresh tea was steaming on the table next to an open workbook. The pen slowly added to her medical record. Sherry sat on the bed and asked about the records, to which her brother casually replied that he was keeping track of the injuries and illnesses of his patients. The girl suddenly burst out and angrily shouted whether he was hinting at her excess weight, while he awkwardly waved off the accusations. Sherry blinked in confusion when her brother calmly stated that she had indeed gained weight. A warm, slightly nostalgic smile appeared on his face. He admitted that his sister had changed a lot, and he had lost track of the years since he last heard her affectionate brother. The boy recalled their last brief meeting. At that time, Sherry was already commanding elite troops and was hardly ever home due to her service. Sitting down at the table, he honestly said that her sudden decision to live together was a huge surprise for him. Sherry emotionally explained that the army took all the time, but she and Liu always worried about him. She sharply shot back that he was also to blame, causing the boy to flinch in fear. What happened was that they really distanced themselves, but the girls never treated him with hostility. "Did you worry?" He exhaled in confusion and received a firm confirmation from Sherry. The boy lowered his gaze, feeling a pang of conscience. Even after revealing his magic, he obsessively buried himself in books to prove his worth to his family. Only now did he realize it was he who had pushed them away. Sherry glanced at him intently, asking if he had finally understood now. Ashto quietly apologized to the girls for his long silence. He gently admitted his guilt, and Sherry, in frustration, called him a fool, reminding him of the journey she had taken for him. They hugged tightly. Silence. Sherry blushed slightly, genuinely happy that everything had worked out. The girls smiled happily. They didn't need all the details to finally feel at peace. 3 days later, she was finally able to get up. She was completely tired of lying idle, so she convinced Ashto to take her to the village. The girl smiled gently as she put on her cloak. Ashto worriedly checked if her wounds hurt, but she cheerfully assured that she felt great. The boy remembered that he should first thank the ogre family for their hospitality and called her to follow him. Meanwhile, the burly horned demon was chopping wood while the little one nearby was shouting something about a doctor and broken horns. Upon finding him, the girl sincerely thanked the giant for saving her and Sherry from certain death. The demon turned around in surprise. She was simply glowing with gratitude. A warm smile appeared on the giant's stern face. He was glad that the guest had recovered. His companion immediately began to tease Balgild, pushing the giant into the paint. What I couldn't believe my eyes, the strongest demon Agra in the village was standing there, awkwardly blushing. Suddenly, the girl turned around sharply. Local children ran out to meet her with joyful shouts, endlessly happy to see her. The road led them to a village where the farmland and farms had noticeably expanded. Elmina was astonished as she surveyed the new plantations, and then she stared in surprise at Ash's unfamiliar companions. The elf bluntly remarked that the girl did not resemble her brother at all, for which she immediately received a reprimand from him. The boy proudly introduced the newcomers, his younger sister Sherry and his childhood friend Muty. He showered his little sister with compliments, which greatly surprised Elmira. She had no idea that Ashto could be such a caring brother. Sherry happily thanked for the care given to him, while Mayuti only quietly and shyly greeted. From excessive flattery, Ash's sister blushed deeply and burst into tears, begging him to be quiet. Calming down, Sherry stared mesmerized at the elf and called her a beauty, to which her brother sarcastically remarked that it was only as long as she was smiling. Elmina herself beamed with a wide smile and officially introduced herself, delighted to meet the new residents. Ashto decided not to overwhelm the girls and postpone meeting the rest of the villagers for another time. He suggested finding Augustus and the older dwarves, but learned that he had just left for materials. A gigantic greenhouse rose before the guests, making them exhale in awe. On the way, the girls were shocked to realize the scale of the place. Legendary dwarves, high elves, and even demonic ogres lived nearby. Suddenly he stopped, turned around, and with utmost seriousness asked one last time if they were really ready to live here. The boy laughed sincerely and gratefully thanked the girls for their support. The blonde eagerly responded, enthusiastically offering her ice magic to create desserts. He warmly welcomed the new residents to his village, and the girl happily thanked her brother for the new home. However, in a moment she slyly squinted and suggested that Mayuti move straight into his room, causing the guy to panic and blush instantly. Mayuti walked thoughtfully through the village, firmly holding a basket of baked goods. She was called by Sherry. The local girls praised Mayuti's culinary talents and suggested making something with the local grapes. She blushed warmly from the praise. Hearing about the new composition, Sherry immediately sprang into action. They definitely couldn't do without her ice magic. After a month of living in the village of Mayuti, she gradually settled in and was now pondering how to thank everyone for their hospitality. The gaze slid over the empty wall. The girl sighed helplessly. Without useful magic and special utensils, she felt completely useless. Suddenly, the maid Maya burst into the room with a cart, joyfully calling out about tea. The bewildered "enter" sounded after her loud entrance. Realizing her tactlessness, the cat girl closed her eyes and cried out an apology. She was so flustered that she forgot the main thing. Mayuri gently reminded her to put in the tea leaves. The table was adorned with sweets, but there was only water in the teapot. Maya almost cried over her own clumsiness, but Mayuri gently hugged her, assuring that everything would work out in time. The girl took a sip and warmly thanked the maid Maya for the delicious tea. The ears of that one perked up joyfully at the praise. Suddenly, Maya seriously asked if the host really considered the guest to be that important. The girl simply closed her eyes with a gentle smile. She recalled how he genuinely rejoiced at their decision to live together, and he was seriously angry when she arrived in the village with another guest. That's what I knew, she thought, suddenly jolting. He became dear to her, as he cared for her and Sherry so devotedly. Maya clearly stated that everything important to the host automatically becomes important to her as well. A little later, through the window, the girl noticed the second daughter of the Atwhite family. She playfully ruffled the maid's hair with a smile, and the maid purred contentedly. Memories surfaced of rumors about how this child's abilities would pale in comparison to those of her older sister Lunamaria. She recalled her own childhood, poisoned by the taunts of the eldest son of the Estries, and bitterly wondered if that girl had shared her fate. After all, she now painfully reminded of the second son of the same family. His sister Lunamaria and the eldest son of the Estrella family, Ludger, were peers, so they quickly became close due to their status. The girl sadly lowered her gaze, convinced that it was much harder for the boy right now than for her. The social reception in the garden gathered all the nobility. Lunamaria felt terribly awkward in her festive dress, shyly waving her hand. Ludger warmly congratulated her on her birthday, assuring her that the outfit suited her very well. The younger brother watched their conversation on the bench from a distance, like a shadow. He nervously clasped his hands together, mentally pleading for it all to be over quickly. Suddenly, Lunamiya sighed heavily and bitterly admitted, even if she ran away from home, no one would even notice. But she cannot do that. The boy froze in surprise. The girl turned around in confusion, realizing that she had been heard. They instantly recognized each other. 2 second children and their families, equally pushed to the background. Luna Maria covered her mouth in surprise, and a timid smile blossomed on his face. The conversation started on its own, and since then they became inseparable. Together they were finally able to feel like ordinary children. In childhood, they often ran away from home, played in the city, and wandered the mountains together with their younger sister Ashto Sherry. This continued until their 15th anniversary, until the time comes to discover your magical talents. Having a talent for nature magic, Ashto immersed himself in his studies and almost stopped leaving the house. An explosion? Iode froze upon hearing her sentence. It turned out that she has a rare gift specifically for explosion magic. The mentor harshly commanded to develop these powers so that she would become as powerful as her sister Sherry, the Ice Princess. Since such magic was key for the army, the family's attitude towards Mayuri changed instantly. But this meant one thing. She would have to study magic created solely for destruction and mass murder. She just couldn't do it. The family quickly became disappointed, disdainfully remarking that with such a gift, the girl was only capable of futile tricks. Mayuri silently swallowed her grievances. Instead of battle spells, her notebooks were covered with drawings of innocent sparks. Overwhelmed by the burden of others' expectations, she wearily rested her head on the table. 2 figures in the shadows dryly decided her fate. The girl would be married off to the eldest son of the Estrella family to gain some benefit from her. The maid with cat ears peacefully snored. Immersed in dreams of a distant past, the girl stared blankly out the window. The twilight was already thickening outside the glass. She blinked, not understanding when she had fallen asleep on the couch with the maid on her lap. Suddenly, she was sharply illuminated. Here, without the high walls of the estate, the evening sky seemed much more spacious and clearer. The maid stirred sleepily on her knees and opened her eyes. The girl gasped in surprise. The remnants of sleep instantly dissipated. In just a moment, a whole crowd gathered in the square around the old stone well. The elf girl asked in confusion about the reason for the gathering, but Ashto didn't know either. Mayuri had simply summoned them all, promising to show something. The girl apologized to her friends whom she had suddenly summoned to the square late at night. She smiled. It had been exactly a month since their arrival in the village, and it was time to repay the hospitality. Pressing her hand to her chest, she confessed that she wanted to thank them in her own special way. A magical wand easily twirled in her hand. Waving it, the sorceress called for everyone to enjoy the spectacle. The crowd froze. A lonely flame swiftly soared into the darkness. The sky erupted with a gigantic firework, eliciting a genuine gasp from the boy and the elf. Blinding sparks blossomed right above their heads. Light cascades poured down like rain. The spectators gazed spellbound upwards. The elves compared these flashes to flowers, whispering in wonder that they had never seen such beauty. The gnome burst out laughing loudly, pleasantly impressed by the girl's skill, while the beast people squeaked joyfully. Then the boy realized this was the famous spell of Mayuri called Shining Flame. Alito calmly looked at the sky, who would have thought that the destructive magic of an explosion could be used like this. Once, the girl couldn't learn the cruel combat spells, so she created her own. Mayuri raised her hands, preparing the spells, while behind her, they loudly called to enjoy this unusual gift. Bordan cheerfully commanded to bring drinks. Such a magnificent light show definitely called for a couple of glasses. The girl with flushed cheeks from excitement turned around and asked Alita what she would say. The young man smiled gently and sincerely admitted that it was very beautiful. Moody, he added softly. Shoulder to shoulder, they watched the bursts of bright fireworks, forever erasing the painful past and giving a start to their new, happy time. There were no more problems with food. The chickens consistently laid eggs. The locals now brought him milk themselves as a sign of gratitude. As soon as Mayuri appeared near the barn, the children joyfully rushed to thank her for the treats. She smiled at them warmly in response. Since Mighty and Sherry settled in the village, a whole 2 months have passed unnoticed. The horned little ones wouldn't let Mayuri pass, constantly begging for fluffy pastries and crunchy sweets. While she was baking for the villagers, Sherry was using ice magic to cool the food and was saving the workers with icy drinks. Together with the former maids, their company of 5 breathed new life into this house. Earlier, it seemed too big for the boy, but now everything has fallen into place. Each of their days was filled with smiles, but the night brought new worries. One problem still did not give him peace. While inspecting the basement, he decided that whiskey would be better suited for his plan than wine. The boy thoughtfully illuminated the rows of oak barrels with a flashlight. Suddenly, Silmeria grew silently behind him, making him flinch nervously. The boy exhaled wearily. The unrestrained drinking of the residents was draining all his energy. The time has come for a secret experiment in the cellar. Together with the cat girl, he rolled a barrel there, as the gnomes and elves had already worn a bald spot with their complaints about the lack of alcohol. The local brew has not yet matured, so he decided to take a risk, to strike with the magic of growth on natural ingredients. He honestly warned that he does not guarantee the result, but he allowed her to take a look. The boy didn't want any unnecessary noise, although his companion was genuinely surprised by such a nighttime conspiracy. He pointed his wand at the small barrel and confidently uttered the spell. Sparks swirled in the air. Crack. The magic went out of control and the barrel swelled with a rumble to half the room. While the wizard blinked in astonishment, the girl calmly handed him a glass. The drink looked as if it had been aged for a decade. They silently stared at the wooden giant. The cork was gently pulled out by the corkscrew, and the thick drink spilled over the edge. The saturated color and aroma simply knocked them off their feet. It was the best wine of their lives, a true madness. The cat girl stood frozen in shock, hiding her bewildered gaze. The boy suddenly froze in surprise. He handed the glass of Silmeria and asked for an evaluation of the wine. Taking a sip, he felt a soft taste with a hint of acidity and a rich barrel aroma. The cat girl suddenly shuddered. The cat girl leaned against the glass, and a blush instantly flooded her face. The experiment was successful. Silmeria blushed and breathed heavily, barely managing to utter an address to her master. The very next day, he applied growth magic to all the village barrels. The elf girl sparkled with delight and promised to speed up her own plans, which greatly puzzled the boy. A new guest arrived in the village a few days ago. Someone's footsteps stopped nearby. The elf girl laughed and refused to reveal her secrets while the boy was preoccupied with expanding the syllables. The young man with dog ears and his companions calmly called themselves hellhounds. The greeting from the muscular Mayor Ashto threw the boy and Silmeria into an awkward stupor. The boy pondered in confusion. The hellhounds had disappeared many years ago, and this trio did not look dangerous at all. The exhausted young hound begged to let them into the village, where supposedly rare species are sheltered, from ogres to higher elves. The master asked in confusion where such rumors had even come from. The boy spoke about the terrible epidemic that wiped out their kind, and he was abruptly silenced. It turned out that tales about a mysterious man who collects monsters and rebuilds wild lands were already circulating around the world. The rule here was simple: if you want to live, you must work. The hound joyfully exclaimed that their men are first-class hunters, and their women so expertly. He bowed low again with pleas, and the bewildered young man in the hood finally gave in. The refugees were immediately promised their own houses to be built with the help of local gnomes. A little girl timidly peeked out from behind the hound, tightly gripping the edge of its clothing. The master quickly assigned the newcomers. He sent the hunters to the Demon Bal Guild and entrusted the seamstresses to Sherry. Only when the assistants got to work did he nod at the frightened child. "And who is this?" He was sadly informed that the illness had taken little Lara's parents forever. Hellhounds are always born in threes, so a single pup is an absolute rarity. Suddenly, the girl nearly fell from pain in her legs. Her brother rushed to her in panic, while the maids chirped joyfully that their master would heal her instantly. The guest bowed low, pleading with the young man to take care of Lara during their absence. The child's foot showed characteristic gruesome burns from poisonous plants. The baby trembled slightly. The young man frowned. The poisoning turned out to be serious, and the girl faced several days of strict bed rest ahead. As he was seeing off the guests, he turned around and gently asked the little girl if she had come from far away. The boy soothingly stroked her head, promising a quick recovery. The blonde maid silently watched this. Lara continued to huddle fearfully on the bed. Suddenly, the blonde leaned towards her and, with a broad smile, repeated the owner's question. Hearing about the 3 months of exhausting journey from the north, the girl joyfully exclaimed that she herself was not from the area. Her voice fell silent for a moment. She remembered what a hell life had been for the beast people before they came to this house. The death of the former master nearly broke them and their mother. But the sadness disappeared instantly. The maid passionately grabbed Lara by the hands and assured her that their new master was incredible and only happiness awaited them all here. "You will have fun too," she added, beaming, leaving the bewildered child blinking in confusion. The boy exhaled heavily, but a warm smile finally played on his lips. A tear fell from his eye as he emotionally exclaimed that from now on, she could talk to him as often as she wanted. The girl with cat ears tightly squeezed his hands and quietly confessed she was the only one in the group who had no family, so she didn't even have anyone to simply talk to. The boy's eyes sparkled with joy and he wholeheartedly agreed without hesitation. The girl broke into a wide smile, cheerfully promising that they would play to their heart's content as soon as he felt better. They stood side by side holding hands tightly. This was the beginning of a true friendship between two children who had overcome sadness and found each other. Thanks to the Hellhound girls, fabric production skyrocketed in just a few days. The seamstresses tirelessly sewed everything for the villagers, from everyday clothing to the most diverse costumes. The stacks of ready-made items quickly multiplied. Meanwhile, the men trained daily with Balgild and relentlessly honed their hunting skills. The village was rapidly growing around the large tree and everything was going even too well. A prolonged peaceful croaking sounded. The boy froze, covered in cold sweat. The girl beast enthusiastically explained that these are cow sheep. From them, one can shear wonderful wool. The horned warrior did not understand the panic. He simply fulfilled the request and brought the animals for their wool. The boy burst into a scream, pointing his finger at these fluffy monsters. The girl beast joyfully boasted that they had another dozen such beauties. The hero could only watch her back, impressed by her complete lack of fear. He mentally howled. Instead of one small sheep, they brought him an entire flock, and the demon carelessly waved it off. As if to say that the tame animals wouldn't attack the village, the boy stood helplessly in front of the massive pen, which had to be urgently ordered from the dwarves. He had no idea how to handle these royal sheep, and in the greenhouse, a new surprise awaited. He gloomily stared at the withered leaves, vainly convincing himself that the situation was not yet critical. She silently emerged from behind his back. The boy thoughtfully rubbed his chin while she talked about her desire to grow rare herbs. His heart raced at such a sudden appearance, so he barely managed to squeeze out a greeting. She just playfully laughed and offered him new whimsical plants. She reminded that the older dwarves had just built him the perfect greenhouse. Strange bulbs and a thin shoot lay in his hand. The girl winked slyly, confident in her gift, and at that moment she dissolved into the air, not giving him a chance to ask for any instructions. In a few hours, he had already settled into the new spacious building. The boy knelt before the pots, suspiciously examining the eerie color of the planted sprouts. At first glance, the ordinary seedlings had such strange stems that he had never seen before. In his mind, curiosity sharply outweighed fear. He was afraid to use the growth skill. What if this unknown flora turned out to be dangerous and got out of control? But the temptation took over, and he leaned down to nurture at least one bush. The boy focused and quietly commanded the sprout to grow, hoping not to overdo it with magic. But in an instant, the crown of a gigantic tree exploded above him. Luxuriant flowers instantly bloomed on the thick branches. He enchantingly lifted his head, inhaling the thick, sweet scent of rose petals. The tree rapidly grew to incredible sizes and became densely covered with leaves. The boy was confused as he had planned to exert only a little effort. A large fruit peeked out from under the leaves, emanating a strong, pleasant aroma. Along with a quiet smile, Lady Shella appeared, and he immediately asked her about the strange plant. The girl looked at the crown in amazement, not believing that the tree was already fully ripe. Shella explained that this is a legendary breed created by wizards many years ago. The plant bore the proud name of Heavenly Peach. The boy listened in fascination, and Shella playfully added that the most delicious wine in the world is made from these fruits. She received her seedling in ancient times when wizards were still called deities. Holding his breath, the boy carefully reached for the branch with the peach. Walking through the bright greenhouse, the girl happily suggested picking fruits straight from the branches. Leaning against the wooden post, she urged the boy not to wait for tomorrow and to taste the harvest immediately. The boy thoughtfully looked at the swirling liquid in the jug, wondering if it would really turn into wine. The knife quickly glided through the flesh. When asked how to eat it, she simply advised to cut the fruit. The young man skillfully chopped the fruits, a skill that had remained since his days living in the kingdom. The girl playfully reached out to feed him from her hands, provoking embarrassed protests. A quick movement, and a piece was already in his mouth. He perplexedly chewed under her sweet, expectant gaze. He insisted that the owner of the seedling should taste it first, but she cut it, reminding him who helped it grow. The taste exceeded all expectations. The fresh, sweet nectar literally melted on the tongue, causing the girl to chuckle with satisfaction. Suddenly, she remembered the care and instructed to definitely feed the leaves later with the mysterious tree water. Her gaze became serious. It turned out that this fruit grows exclusively in their greenhouse, which left Ashto frankly stunned. She just slyly squinted and promised that after the feeding, a pleasant surprise awaited him. In the massive goblets, wine from the Heavenly Peach shimmered. The boy with the horned companion contentedly licked his fingers, already imagining how everyone would gulp down this drink by the whole cups. Under the branches of the Heavenly Peach, a barrel of fresh wine was displayed. Everyone froze in anticipation. The gnome refused to believe that real alcohol could be made from local fruits. The merchant silently took the first sip. The old man suddenly lunged at him, shouting about his legal right to drink. The taste turned out to be perfect. The girls also appreciated the sweet and light drink. The mayor calmly started pouring the supplement. Suddenly, one of the hellhounds asked if the fruits themselves were edible. Hearing the affirmative answer, the little one began to plead for at least a couple. The mayor warned not to drink with raw fruits. He allowed to treat the pack, which instantly stirred the appetite of the elf. The young man laughed and allowed everything on the tree to be picked. The crowd joyfully erupted, clamoring for a share for themselves and their children. The baskets were filled to the brim with ripe heavenly peaches. The light softly flooded the glass greenhouse. The little spirit joyfully asked who else wanted fruit, but the young man anxiously reminded about their only tree. They needed to act more carefully. Before they could finish their conversation, the wooden spirit threw something, and the young man called out to him in confusion. The seed hit the ground with a dull thud. At that moment, tall shoots burst out of the ground, causing the boy to exclaim in astonishment. Suddenly, the horned lady Shella emerged, astonished that an ordinary tree spirit had gained such incredible power merely from eating leaves. The young man shouted in confusion at the little one, who in a second had planted a whole clearing of trees. And the spirit only shone with happiness and bragged that the leaves were too delicious. So he created a whole army of new seedlings of heavenly peach. She quietly snorted with laughter. She noticed that the guy sweetly distributed all his supplies, to which he calmly waved it off. What's the point of keeping everything just for himself? Looking at the satisfied little boy, the young man suddenly realized that he had grown quite a bit and immediately suspected the influence of Shelley's magic. Suddenly, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He had completely forgotten to check his very first tiny seedlings, for which he hadn't even used any growth magic yet. Meanwhile, the leaves in the abandoned pots have already begun to tremble restlessly, filling with strength. The boy stopped in front of a large glass greenhouse, puzzled as to why they had come here. The girl smiled slyly and suggested testing the growth magic on two mysterious seedlings. Ensuring that the plants were not poisonous, the young man hesitantly recited the spell. He froze in anticipation with a slight smile. The soil in the pots barely shimmered. The smile instantly disappeared from his face. The leaves only weakly trembled. The boy awkwardly mumbled that the plants were not responding, to which his companion gently suggested pouring in more magic. It touched his pride. Clenching his fist, he passionately exclaimed that he would give them all his strength. The young man knelt down and directed a powerful stream of energy into the pots. He was straining with all his might, dripping with sweat. The girl playfully leaned over and joyfully announced that the process had finally started. Hearing the loud rustling, the boy blinked in surprise. Exhausted, he lowered his head and began to apologize for his weakness, while the girl cheerfully comforted him. Suddenly, the seedlings exploded with massive vines that aggressively shot out in all directions. The young man jumped back in panic, not understanding why they were growing so wildly, as he had already stopped the spell. He was startled when two strange plant girls, Mandrake and Alrone, suddenly popped up right behind him. Meanwhile, clouds floated peacefully over the spacious estate. On the table was a steaming golden pie just pulled from the oven. Mayudi and Somiria shone with pride. This time they took a risk and baked it not with apples, but with rare heavenly peaches. A joyful commotion arose in the house. The maids anticipated a sweet treat, and a group of children ran off shouting to wash their hands. The girls eagerly sorted through the basket of heavenly peaches and dreamed of jam and new pastries. Mayudi quietly exhaled, finally feeling the comfort of home. Her friend smiled warmly at her in response, noting that the host was returning just in time. From behind the door, the maid jumped out and cheerfully commanded everyone to grab plates and dive into the food. The girls joyfully turned to the entrance, greeting Ashto and preparing to show off their fresh baked goods. But their smiles instantly disappeared, replaced by complete shock. On the doorstep, Ashto shifted from one foot to the other, while two tiny plant girls clung tightly to his pant legs. Two tiny plant girls joyfully hung on their owner, loudly calling out their names. The boy just nervously scratched the back of his head and awkwardly laughed, having no idea how to explain this bizarre find to his family. Two girls covered only by green leaves shyly pressed against each other. It all started a few hours earlier. The horned lady proudly presented these little ones, joyfully declaring that they are Mandrake and Alrone, legendary herbs. The boy stood frozen in confusion. While the companion chuckled at the success of her plan, he blushed deeply, staring at the strange creature. He muttered in confusion that he really saw the leaves, but he just couldn't believe in their plant nature. The woman cheerfully confirmed his worst suspicions, and he burst into a scream of shock. She smugly squinted, and the boy finally realized that he was in front of a source of legendary medicine. After all, it was from their leaves that magical elixirs were brewed. According to legends, the drink from the Dragon of Wisdom could heal absolutely any wound or illness. The exact recipe was kept in strict secrecy, but the ordinary son of a nobleman quickly figured it out. The leaves on the girls' crowns were the secret ingredient. Only 2 vessels of this potion have been preserved in the whole world, securely hidden in the royal treasuries of Great Balog and the Dragon Road. The little one suddenly crawled towards him, and the boy panically begged Lady Shell to help, but she only openly delighted in his reaction. Mandrake and Alrone joyfully wrapped around his legs, cheerfully singing their own names. 2 plant girls came to life, firmly tied to his mana. At the news that the kids now consider him their real dad, he nearly choked on air. The dragoness waved goodbye carelessly, ignored his panicked excuses, and simply advised him to feed the children heavenly peaches. The door closed silently. He sighed resignedly as the children joyfully hugged his legs. At the lunch table, he awkwardly had to explain to others how magic accidentally turned ordinary seedlings into living beings. Nervously sweating, he tried to change the subject to the delicious pie. "Now you are a father," the blonde teased him sarcastically, making the boy choke on his pastry. To her logical question about a free room for the children, he again desperately shouted that he was not a real dad, and then suddenly fell silent. While the little ones were carefreely enjoying the treats, it suddenly struck him. There was no more free space in the house. On the 2nd floor, there's no room for an apple to fall, and putting 4 people in a cramped room for Mai is a questionable idea. The only thing that could save the situation was the 1st floor with the old living room and the medicine storage. He gently placed his hand on Larry's head, warmly asking her not to even think about leaving their shared home. Lara guiltily lowered her ears and suggested going to the others, but the boy fearfully waved his hands. He meant something completely different. The she-wolf girl shyly admitted that her wounds had finally healed completely. The hero thought aloud. Lara and Maya got along wonderfully, so we'd probably have to ask Augustus to build them a separate room. The girl across smiled softly and offered to host them at her place. The boy pondered. He only wanted to take the wounded Lara out, but the hellhounds always grow in packs, and she was left all alone. Before he could say anything, the girl called the mandrake with the Alron to her, and they joyfully squealed with delight. The hero could only watch in confusion as the little ones clung to them much more strongly than he had expected. The girl tightly hugged the little one, rejoicing that her spacious room would finally not be so empty. The boy had no choice but to surrender. He noticed with a smile how one of the little ones had fallen soundly asleep, probably exhausted after a hearty meal. The hero thanked the girls for their help, and they simply waved gently, soothing the little ones. In the end, it was decided that the mandrake would live with Moody, while the Alron would keep Sherry company. Several weeks have passed. The boy walked along the path to the wooden cabin, greeting the older gnomes who had also settled nearby successfully. The young man noted that recently the number of buildings in the village has noticeably increased. Ashto raised his gaze to the roof, where an old gnome was busy. He sighed relaxedly, deciding not to meddle in the construction. The older dwarves would manage just fine without him. Moreover, the guy had his own affairs. 3 wine cellars have already been built in the settlement, along with several structures of completely unclear purpose. A calm sunny day floated over the new roofs. A glass flask with 2 green leaves completely captured Ash's attention. He could only take 1 a day, but the plant girls gave them away instantly, making him seriously worried. Sitting at the table, the young man thoughtfully examined the leaves of mandrake and auron. He expected a mysterious magical glow from the legendary ingredients, but it looked like an ordinary weed. Suddenly, right in front of the boy's nose, a thick tome landed with a thud. The heavy hardcover thudded onto the tabletop. A horned girl peeked from behind and cheerfully announced that it was time to move on to the research. Her enthusiasm was interrupted by a tearful, frightened plant girl who panicked and recounted how the mandrake had just ruthlessly torn the leaves from their own heads along with the alround. Lady Shella popped out from behind so suddenly that the boy flinched. She had only playfully called him cutie. He touched his hair in confusion while Shella assured him with a laugh that it would definitely grow back. The boy asked if the little one was still playing, and the girl nodded calmly. He explained that it is better to give children time to have fun rather than constantly forcing them to revolve around him. Shella approached from behind and placed her hands on his shoulders. The boy sighed and replied that the little ones were currently by the greenhouse with Maya. She smiled warmly. The girl did not regret at all that she entrusted their care to him. She leaned in closely, making the guy sweat nervously. He just blinked his eyes in confusion. The girl changed the topic to the village. She just looked around and made sure that thanks to the older gnomes, life there is bustling. She confidently stated that their settlement will only grow. and then she gently urged the boy to continue working hard. The next moment, she unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. The boy blushed to his ears and exclaimed her name in shock while Shella cheerfully said goodbye. He stood still in solitude before the closed doors. The boy exhaled heavily and grabbed his burning face, not understanding at all why she had come. The boy turned an old book in his hands, wondering if Lady Shell had forgotten it here. The massive binding attracted attention with its whimsical ancient ornaments. He randomly flipped through the pages. The gaze fell on the simple recipe for an elixir. Among the ingredients were calmly listed the philosopher's stone, scales of an ancient dragon, and a branch of Yggdrasil. The boy silently threw back his head. He wearily sank to the floor. Dragon scales were exactly what he needed right now, but it sounded like a cruel joke. Suddenly, the thought was abruptly cut off. He grabbed the tome and burst into a scream. This is not just a simple recipe, but a collection of legendary artifacts. However, upon reading further, he found recipes for other medicines and, most importantly, precise instructions on where to obtain all these treasures. He feverishly flipped through the pages, but they did not end. An endless book pulsed with incredible magical power. He was deeply struck by the realization of how fortunate he was to receive such an incredible gift. Settling at the table, he eagerly studied the records about the ambrosia of eternal youth and the fragrances capable of resurrecting the dead. Before his eyes appeared the image of Lady Shelley, and he quietly whispered words of sincere gratitude to her. Dawn found him still asleep. The boy was peacefully snoring, resting his head directly on the revealed secrets. Mighty woke up the guy who had fallen asleep again right at his desk. She smiled gently. He suddenly jumped up, blinking in confusion and not understanding when he had actually passed out. The girl just quietly giggled at his awkward apologies. Sighing, she reproached him for his silly habit of diving headfirst into work and forgetting everything else. But she immediately added softly that from now on she would always be nearby and watch over him. Mayuri closed his eyes, genuinely happy that after so many events he had hardly changed. The boy quietly agreed, looking out the evening window. Suddenly the walls shook from Sherry's furious scream. Dinner is already getting cold. Apologizing in fear as they went, they hurriedly rushed to the exit. The doors slammed shut, leaving only piles of postponed books in the empty room. The young mayor watched the carefree sleep of the fluffy creatures. He wondered where his assistant had gone after their work together in the greenhouse. The giant sheep behind the fence looked surprisingly soft and comfortable. The boy was walking through the village and suddenly caught himself thinking that the new houses had become significantly larger. Just then, two horned demonic ogres came out to meet them. The mayor smiled contentedly. He had already forgotten when he last simply walked down the street. All his free time was consumed by the thick books of Lady Shelley. Only when he was up close did the boy realize the true size of the giant Balgild who was just coming to check his traps. The giant's friend greeted the mayor warmly. Due to their frightening appearance, the villagers were wary of the strangers. But for the village, these two had long become indispensable hunters. Impenetrable skin, immunity to poisons, and beastly strength fully justified their terrifying nickname as relatives of the Demon King. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a loud child's scream. A small horned boy ran up to the mayor and proudly boasted about his father's old axe. From today, he too is going hunting. The child effortlessly swung the heavy blade, while the boy simply smiled warmly, fully aware of the true kindness of these fearsome creatures. The horned Shinya irritably complained to the mayor. His sister had completely worn him out with talks about mom's paired blades. Just then, the culprit herself appeared at the doorstep, cheerfully stating that the little one had been emotional since yesterday. She jumped onto the bewildered Ashto's neck and assertively declared as a fact he is going hunting with them. Norma painfully pulled her brother's cheek, instructing him to keep his tongue behind his teeth in front of the mayor. And then she suddenly turned back to the boy. From such pressure, Ashto completely lost his composure and a mushroom comically popped up on his head. The girl leaned in closely and threatened, if he continued to stay at home without going out, he would soon really grow mushrooms. Shinha tried to remind about the mayor's busy schedule, but Norma had already unleashed her irresistible pleading eyes. Realizing that he really hadn't gone beyond his own greenhouse lately, Ashto hesitantly surrendered to the girl's triumphant shout. The rustle of the dense canopy of the forest. Ahead, just under the massive rock, loomed the unknown. A heavy hand rested on the head of the nervous Ashto. He was pointed to the trap right at his feet. Nearby stood a sturdy horned warrior who calmly cut off that they had reached safely. Storvani only blinked in surprise while the mayor trembled with fear, peeking out from behind him at the huge, terrifying pit. Two small horned demons excitedly announced that they had caught prey. The group approached the edge of the huge chasm with stakes. At the bottom lay a carcass so large that it could easily swallow an entire house. Without hesitation, little Shinka slid down the steep slope, straight to the dead giant. The older sister calmly instructed him to act while the boy was shockingly trying to comprehend what was happening. The bewildered young man asked Balgild what the little one was up to, while Shinna just called out to his dad that he was already running to him. The little one leaned all his weight on the blade. With a sharp crack, a giant's severed paw soared into the air. The demons casually suggested cutting up the carcass on the spot, and the young man automatically agreed. Shinya rejoiced at the warm blood of the monster, while the boy mentally scolded himself for his own panic against their absolute calm. Just then, the senior demon roughly slashed the meat, and streams of blood poured onto the ground, causing the young man to burst into a scream. He explained in a fit of hysteria that this fresh smell would instantly attract a crowd of new monsters here. And I was not mistaken. From the bushes behind them, the faces of a hungry pack of giant wolves had already emerged. Shinha only grinned predatorily and jumped straight at the predators with a heavy axe, rejoicing at the chance to take them all out at once. The horned warrior calmly apologized to the mayor for scaring him so much. The boy nervously laughed, trying to pretend that such a bloody hunt was quite normal for him, but his body betrayed him. He weakly collapsed to his knees right in the middle of the bloody puddles, quietly mumbling apologies. Looking up at the sky, he admitted to himself, thanks to the kindness of the locals, he had almost forgotten that he was in the deadly forest of monsters, Oberstein, where no one dares to go. Suddenly, something rustled in the bushes, and the giant tensed up immediately, while the mayor was frightened by the appearance of yet another monster. But because of the leaves with a loud cry, only a little girl fell out. Storovan asked Balgild inquiringly, but the boy himself did not understand anything. The warrior carefully examined the girl, studying her dark skin, white hair, and slightly different shape of her horns. Balgild suddenly realized something. He leaned down to the girl with concern, checking if she was okay. Storovan noticed the little girl's scraped knee and asked her to wait a second. The boy flinched and quietly hiccuped. The girl couldn't handle the tension and cried bitterly. Someone carefully bandaged the wound on her leg, assuring that it would help. The boy anxiously looked at the tearful girl with horns, wondering if this little one had simply lost her parents. He gently asked her not to touch the wound until the medicine absorbed. She pointed uncertainly towards the direction of the dense thicket. The boy asked in surprise where she had come from, but in response he only heard a quiet sobbing. Suddenly, a giant shadow fell on him, and the back of his head was scorched by someone's heavy gaze. The young man was stunned. In front of him in the forest stood a 2-meter muscular savage, causing the boy to shockingly wonder if this was a dream. The giant carefully picked up the little one, and she joyfully told her dad that this kind uncle had healed her. The girl joyfully reached out to her father, and the young man stunnedly repeated that word, finally realizing whose father this giant was. Instead of attacking, the fearsome giant bowed low and politely to the rescuer. The boy stared blankly at the stranger, nurturing the hope that he truly meant him no harm. However, the stern, stone-like gaze of the giant pierced right through to the bones. Stammering, the young man timidly asked if a demonic ogre was standing before him. And in a moment, in a panic, he waved his arms and shouted wildly, calling for Balgild for help. He carefully held the horned girl, marveling at her surprisingly quiet little voice. The big ogre awkwardly admitted that it was the first time in his life he had seen someone of his race. He honestly did not understand what his relatives were doing here, leaving the boy to mumble in confusion. It's terrifying to think that an ordinary person lives peacefully next to such monsters. The second horned one broke the silence, grumbling irritably that this chatter would lead to nothing. Then the stern man suggested taking the injured girl to their village and treating her over a cup of tea. He casually added that there are already plenty of high elves, dwarves, and representatives of other races there. He understood with relief that the tension had eased and willingly allowed the giants to bring their kin with them. So before him stood the local hunters, the ogre Balgild, his wife Armo, and their 2 children. The boy smiled widely and stated his name. Little Ela immediately reached out to him. Ashto was genuinely pleased that he had won the child's affection. Little Ela joyfully exclaimed her name and reached out to him with her little hands. Then a surprisingly calm warrior named Diamd approached. When the first giant introduced his wife Nema and son Karinji, the boy could only nervously greet his new acquaintances. The little demon lured the girl away, promising to take her to the village. They emerged from the bushes right in front of his father. The horned giant was stunned when he saw the living Ayla. The squad moved deeper into the forest. An awkward silence hung in the air. The ogres silently carried the rescued on their backs, while the young man awkwardly followed behind. Zadoravani tried to lighten the mood with a conversation about the tasty local alcohol, but received only a confused, "I see." The boy still dared to quietly thank the giant for his help. On the go, they exchanged a few more phrases. The wounded remained cheerful, while the mayor nervously joked, trying to hide the tension. However, the giant's heavy silence quickly returned the feeling of discomfort. Suddenly, the ogre recalled the rumors that the young man was gathering rare races around him, to which he tensely inquired about the source of these gossips. The giant briefly remarked that he understood, and his face hardened again. The giant cast a surprised glance at him, and the boy awkwardly acknowledged his position. His gaze darkened. He admitted that he had no idea about the life of demonic ogres in those lands. Looking away, the young man added that they were also expelled from the settlement, just like Balgeld's family. Ogre slightly turned over his shoulder and, apologizing for the indiscretion, cautiously asked what exactly the Diamda family was expelled for. The stern-horned warrior directly suggested that they move to the settlement with the whole family. The boy cheerfully supported the idea. There are plenty of vacant houses, and the Balgeld family is already settling in there. He turned to the bewildered Norma. The young man rushed forward, praising the friendliness of little Isla. He gently placed his hand on the child's shoulder and called them to follow, deciding to give the children a chance to get to know each other. Bringing Ila to Norma, he joyfully announced that from now on, this little one would live with them. The older girl awkwardly smiled at the request to be friends, while the younger one timidly nodded. The young man encouraged Norma, who honestly admitted that she was quite nervous before meeting new people. Gathering her courage, she extended her hand for a greeting. Her eyes instantly widened in surprise. Ila grabbed her hand tightly with both palms, letting out a ringing scream. The boy with a wide smile nodded at the stunned warrior. The children understood each other in a second. Both silently watched as the girls were already happily chatting on the forest path. Finally, the young man carelessly advised the ogre to invite Balgil to have a drink, confident that their wives would get along wonderfully. He raised his finger, realizing that any little thing could become a profitable opportunity. A sly smile played on his face. It was worth a try. The young man stared in shock as they were just planning to talk. The blonde struck the horned opponent in the face with a swing, and while the guy panically grabbed his head at such a turn of events, the girl next to him cheerfully welcomed the start of the fight. The towering horned ogre loomed over the young man, seriously clarifying whether this ritual was truly that important for their clans. The boy joyfully exclaimed that it was time to get to work and sighed with relief. It seemed that these two would definitely understand each other. It all started a few hours ago when Balgeld unexpectedly suggested holding a special ceremony for friendship initiation. Asho now stared in confusion at the huge crowd that had gathered around. He nervously swallowed. The ritual of getting closer is great, but what do all these onlookers have to do with it? Suddenly, a familiar elf jumped up to him and jokingly called him a recluse. Ash awkwardly looked away and admitted that he really should go out more often. He tried to deny his status as a loner, but the girl just laughed. She hadn't seen him in ages. Her eyes were ablaze with the anticipation of the spectacle. If ordinary ogres are surprising, then everyone will want to see the demonic ones. In the crowd, people were buzzing, trying to understand why there was suddenly such a commotion near the slaughterhouse. Balgild looked ahead sternly and intently. His opponent tensed to the limit, catching every movement. The spectators held their breath as two mighty fighters faced off on the trampled ground. "They are fighting!" The elf girl squealed joyfully, pointing her finger at the epicenter of the events. Sweating coldly, the boy asked Elmira what exactly was happening during the initiation ritual into friendship, but she perceived the situation as completely ordinary. Two mighty warriors faced each other, burning each other with fierce gazes. A deafening explosion rang out. The shockwave hit the ears and the spectators gaped in shock. The fighters simultaneously punched each other in the face. Without a word, both turned around and abruptly tore off their tattered clothes. The horned Balgild menacingly wiped the blood from his split lip, admitting that he hadn't let her go since childhood, and the scarred Diamd grinned in response, satisfied. Their hands collided in a dead grip, and the muscles were almost cracking from the tension. Roaring fiercely, they put all their beastly strength into a new surge. The shockwave from their strike simply swept the boy away, throwing him through the trees. Scratched and disheveled, he nervously smiled. This is what true ogre friendship looked like. The battlefield had turned into a continuous array of craters, over which only heavy horse breathing echoed. The exhausted rivals struck at the bloodied hands. Diamd and Balgild smiled at each other through their bruises, deciding to celebrate the end of the fight with a tasty beer. The crowd erupted with joyful shouts. The ogres had started a loud party that was set to last until morning. That same night, the settlement warmly welcomed the newcomers. Shinhat and Kurinji instantly became friends, becoming like brothers to each other. The girls also didn't waste any time. Norma and Isla quickly understood each other, while Nema and Armo became inseparable friends after their shared ritual. The young man merely swallowed nervously. listening to how the horned little one excitedly described the bloody mess of the dragon's entrails. In a few days, another new building appeared in the village. The blonde boy with a strained smile confessed that two families had organized a wild competition in hunting, and now there was simply nowhere to put the mountains of game. The young man asked about the building that had been under construction for so long and heard that the ogres would definitely hold an opening ceremony, and even left off dismantling the game for it. Negotiations with the dwarves have been postponed until the opening is completed. The warehouse needed to be urgently expanded, otherwise the available space would have run out in just a few days. The young man curiously examined the unusual building that resembled a simply decorated but genuine noble estate. He could only exhale in awe at its scale. The elf calmly explained that the brewery is actually located next to the warehouse. He turned around in confusion, asking what this giant building was for, and whether they had perhaps built another brewery. The girl proudly announced that they had already built 4 breweries, to which the boy could only silently beg them to finally stop. The elf Elmina beckoned Augustus to follow her. From behind, 2 gnomes popped up and jokingly reproached that their mayor had been sitting at home for too long. They proudly stated that the senior masters poured their hearts into this masterpiece. In front of the company stood a spacious wooden building, the first real village bathhouse. The boy gazed at her in fascination, recalling washing in ordinary basins. He barely had time to be surprised when a strong hand tugged at his cloak. The big gnome picked up the young man and loudly announced the start of the celebration. The path inside was blocked by 3 curtains, a men's, a women's, and a separate mayor's one. Elmina smiled as she delivered the shocking news to the boy. The central section was designated exclusively for him. August clutched the fabric in confusion. To his silent shock, they calmly cut it off. This is his personal bathing place. The boy tried to refuse, but the girl was already cheerfully pushing him towards the entrance. The old gnome gently added that the mayor would do them a great honor by personally hanging these plaques. August clenched the curtain with despair. Such absurd privileges only undermined his attempts to get closer to the people. The elf girl smiled warmly, glancing over her shoulder. The gaze slid over the fresh wooden boards. A brand new sign hung above the entrance. Municipal Bathhouse. The girl joyfully spread her arms and loudly announced to the townspeople that the bathhouse was now open to everyone. Astode just smiled awkwardly, having received the suggestion to enjoy it alone for now. A thick steam filled the spacious wooden bathhouse. The young man looked around the scale of the room in shock. Such a bath was clearly not intended for one person. Nearby, the elf and the cat girl were already relaxing. The decoration was impressive. It was even more luxurious than in noble estates. Throwing aside unnecessary thoughts, the boy took a basin and prepared for washing. A cautious step into the water, the remnants of tension evaporated instantly. He realized that he would never return to his old life of wiping with a wet towel. A deep, happy sigh escaped from the chest. He realized that the comfort in the village had come solely from the efforts of the local residents. A warm smile flashed across her face. I definitely need to thank them. Suddenly, the silence was pierced by a loud splash of water. The young man grew gloomy, remembering that all this time he had only been studying the plants in the room, completely forgetting about his duties as mayor. Just then, a horned beauty popped up nearby and cheerfully agreed that it was indeed time for him to get to work. He just laughed, and they continued to enjoy swimming together. He turned red to his ears and shouted that Lady Shelley should not be in the bath, but she was just fainting from the hot water. She playfully assured that she wouldn't do anything bad and suggested just talking. The boy jumped nervously, mumbling that it would be better if he just left. She watched his awkward retreat with a smile. Suddenly, she asked if he had read the book. The girl stated that now this tome entirely belongs to him. Ashot asked again, confused. Shelley explained, all the wisdom and knowledge from her own consciousness is embedded in these pages. The girl calmly added that the tome was made partially from her own body. The boy finally understood why the book seemed endless, and the girl proudly called it the Grimoire of Marcella, the legacy of the Emerald Dragoness. She beamed with a smile and confessed that she had given this gift specifically for him. Embarrassed, Ashto sincerely thanked. The young man hesitated. The book was clearly too valuable, but in response, he only heard a request to use it wisely. And in a second, he suddenly froze. He finally grasped the true meaning of her words. The boy looked around in confusion. She appeared and disappeared instantly. Soon the new bats became a real salvation for the locals. The bearded gnome just burst out laughing. Their native bats were much larger, and this building doesn't even compare to them. Washing off dirt after hard work and going to a hot dinner has become a daily norm for the villagers. The boy smiled, dreaming of someday bathing in the house of the elder gnomes. They proudly told him about the natural hot springs where boiling water erupts straight from the ground. Meanwhile, the elf began brewing beer. Hops and wheat were quickly grown thanks to a short growth spell. She triumphantly raised her fist, anticipating the taste of ale after the bath, and the next day, the fields were expanded. Thanks to Sherry's magical ice cubes, they finally got a perfectly chilled, refreshing drink. The elf opened the doors of the gigantic drinking warehouse, the scale of which greatly frightened the boy. She playfully approached him closely, stating that after that, she wasn't going to stay cooped up in the room any longer. The boy crossed his arms in confusion, but she just slyly extended that everything was fine. He was struck by her sudden sensitivity, to which the elf reminded him with a smile about the personal bath built especially for her. She joyfully stepped into the water with a drink, while the guy panicked and shouted that you should drink after swimming, not before. Meanwhile, the new baths have once again become a favorite place of relaxation for all the residents. The tranquility was interrupted by an unexpected question about some cultural exchange. The elf calmly chewed on the pie and nodded, yes. She wants to establish a connection with the village of the High Elves. They were sitting at the table, and for Ashto, this idea sounded like thunder on a clear day. The girl eagerly explained her plan to bring local drinks to her relatives as an apology and at the same time start a trade. The boy skeptically reminded her that she was actually expelled from there for drinking the elder's supplies, which made the elf girl nervously blush. However, she immediately dismissed her shame and stated that she had long planned to export their wine and gnome furniture, and the first market for sales was to be the High Elves. She confidently raised her finger, convincing that commerce with the forest races would seriously elevate their settlement. And then she suddenly changed her tone and plaintively asked Ashto to keep her company. The girl almost lay down on the table from excitement. She couldn't wait to treat her grandfather to the incredible wine made from heavenly peaches. When asked about the distance, she casually waved it off, as it would only take about a week to get there. He seriously pondered, as they really had more than enough goods for exchange. The boy finally agreed. The boy thoughtfully lowered his gaze. In that village, extremely useful seedlings and previously unseen things could be found. He suggested grabbing their peach wine and visiting. The elf girl beamed with delight while he mentally planned to solve the locals' alcohol problem with the same alcohol. The girl joyfully revealed that the village elder is her grandfather, who is over 100,000 years old, leaving the young man to shockingly digest this cosmic figure. The cargo was checked. Barrels of wine and bottles of premium alcohol were securely fastened to the cart. He asked the elf maid to be their guide. These gifts should be enough to establish friendly relations. The company set off into the forest. The old road turned out to be too narrow for heavy carts, and it needed to be urgently widened. May was worried they wanted to get there quickly, but the path here was completely broken. Asho just smiled mysteriously. A massive book appeared in his hand. It was a grimoire. The boy explained that he received it from Lady Shelley and leaned over the pages. He quickly found the right spell. The text promised to move the trees if they were simply asked politely. May blinked in confusion, not believing that magic would so easily clear their path. You won't know unless you try, Ashto said cheerfully. He stepped forward and loudly commanded the spirits of nature to part. The earth shook. Massive trunks thunderously parted to the sides, revealing a perfectly flat, wide path before the stunned travelers. The girls joyfully exclaimed praises, although Ashto himself was in shock that his magic had just worked. Ahead lay a path through the forest. It's time to move. The boy cheerfully instructed the Horn Giant Ball Guild to pull their cart. Now the delivery of products to the elves will definitely go smoothly without any problems. Bowgild willingly harnessed himself, leaving the battles with monsters to his little son, while Ashto puzzled over why they even needed that cart. The squad moved forward. On the way, Sherry did not stop, excitedly chirping about the incredible benefits of nature's magic. She was glowing with happiness. He smiled softly in response. He simply enjoyed helping the villagers. The thought of how his father would react to all this would not give him peace. Sherry jokingly called him the real mayor, causing the guy to turn away and awkwardly ask her to stop the jokes. Then the girl changed the subject and asked to read his book, which he calmly handed to her. As soon as the tome was in her hands, she lit up, for it was the personal grimoire of the Emerald Dragoness. He anxiously called his friend by name, covered in cold sweat and mentally cursing this dangerous artifact. Suddenly he stopped and looked around in surprise. Behind her, the blonde was heavily panting, trying with all her might to tear something in her hands. The horned boy snorted mockingly, but the girl sharply ordered him to watch for himself. She irritably poked the grimoire forward. The cursed book refused to open. While the sorceress was futilely tugging at the binding, the young man suggested that the demon Shinki test his powers. Shinao took the tome amid the girl's dissatisfied grumbling about the pages stuck together. The little one firmly grabbed the book, bared his teeth, and pulled the cover towards himself with all his might. Daruma, the local giant, calmly lifted the book with one hand, while the stubborn Shina remained dangling in the air. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Having deciphered the secret, Lady Shella had protected the grimoire, allowing only the chosen one to open it. He calmly took the tome, leaving the weakened demon to groan in disappointment on the ground. In the evening, the suspicion was confirmed. While he calmly read by the fire, his friends peered over his shoulder and saw only blank pages. 4 days of travel have passed. The dense forest finally parted at the joyful exclamation. The young man stood still next to his companion. Before them towered a gigantic tree of the hidden village of the higher elves. Elmina stated that she would go with the other elves to talk to the elder. A friend with a braid immediately stopped her. Foreigners need permission first, so people will have to wait outside. However, others quickly silenced the clever one, reminding her that she has actually been in exile for 1,000 years. Elmina smiled carefreely and advised her to stand with the people, as the law is the law. The horned giant suggested to pull their cart with wind magic, to which the exiles could only sigh resignedly. The young mayor meanwhile blinked in confusion, wondering why 7 high elves were needed for their escort. The elves approached the tall wooden gate closely. They were joyfully greeted by acquaintances, asking where they had been for so long. The tall guard opened the gate. As soon as he noticed a person in the company, he immediately burst into a scream, while the girls calmly began to justify themselves. They proudly stated that this bewildered young man is the mayor of the neighboring settlement, and he is simply incredible. The boy flinched in shock when Elmina joyfully clung to his shoulders, in front of the guard. In the next moment, total chaos erupted. The elves began to praise human beer and wine in turn, foaming at the mouth and demanding that the guest be immediately allowed to see the elder. The frightened boy was simply overwhelmed by the crowd, so he could only desperately fend them off and beg everyone not to shout at the same time. The elf joyfully showed the sign of victory. Permission to enter has been granted. While Ashto marveled at the crowd of high elves around him, the locals whispered in shock, recognizing their May. The boy stared in fascination at the giant tree Yggdrasil. The girl winked slyly. The negotiations will go perfectly, as the elder simply adores quality drinks. The girls assured that the peach wine would definitely lift the elder's spirits, and then he would surely forgive his friend. They calmly walked through the cozy streets. Inside, they were greeted with a smile by a gray-bearded elder. He had started to speak but suddenly fell silent. His gaze was fixed on an unremarkable young man. They hastily apologized for the long absence. Ashto was shocked when it turned out that grandfather had ordered the girls to secretly watch over Elmina from the very beginning. Then the elf proudly introduced the boy as the founder of the new village where their friend now lived. Dickbeck chuckled good-naturedly, happily accepting greetings from the friendly neighbor. He candidly admitted that no one in the forest could even think that an ordinary person was capable of building an entire settlement on their own. Understanding how much the elder was worried about Elmina, Ashto guessed how to appease him. The old man was told that the youth simply ran away to build a new village for fun, and they apologized for the hidden truth. He added that the girl is currently living in their settlement and is incredibly helpful to everyone. The boy respectfully bowed and finally stated his name. As a sign of good intentions, the guest presented a small gift to the surprised elf. The boy explained that this is a thank you for Elmina's invaluable contribution to the development of their home. The elder politely accepted the gift, sharply dismissing the wild notion of mythical heavenly peaches in his mind. However, Ashto took out a bottle and directly offered to taste their signature peach wine. The drink poured into the glass, and the old man greedily tipped it back. Feeling the taste, he froze and ordered the servant to immediately bring his own cup. The pupil of the old man twitched nervously. The girls were startled and shuddered at the loud cries that it was simply impossible. But the elder suddenly burst into tears, hiding his face in his hands. He was indeed drinking wine from heavenly peaches for the first time in many years. An empty glass was left on the table. He wouldn't confuse this taste with anything. The elder eagerly leaned towards the bottle, choking with excitement. He called this wine a gift from the Emerald Dragoness herself. Astonished, he poked him with a finger. The boy mumbled that this was a product from his village, while the elf pleaded with tears to reveal the source of the drink. He tried to calm him down, but the old man was ready to give everything for this wine, even offering rare herbs of the high elves. That's how they agreed. The elf clearly stated the conditions. Their healing herbs in exchange for the human's peach wine. Suddenly the grandfather sighed heavily, remembering his Annette granddaughter Elmira. He shook his hand with relief, rejoicing in the peaceful alliance. Just then the old man emotionally suggested to unite the families and take his granddaughter, the drunkard, as a wife. Ashto automatically agreed and then bewilderedly exclaimed. The old man casually added that although his granddaughter was young, she was already quite capable of giving birth, which completely bewildered the young man. The door opened and Elmina herself appeared on the threshold. She tilted her head in guilt, but the grandfather waved it off. The new wine quickly made him forget about the stolen alcohol supplies. Elmina blinked in confusion, while the girl outside the door gave her a thumbs up. In the end, the elf happily shone, promising to work hard for her new husband. The girl sighed awkwardly, reminding her grandfather how much water had flowed. The old man leaned on the sweaty boy's back and said straight to his face, "It's time for the granddaughter to be more sensible and marry Sir Ashto to lift the burden off his shoulders." Another girl joyfully emerged from the side, beaming with a smile and shouting about friends. There was an uproar with shocked screams and excuses, while the huge-horned Sir Ashto merely crossed his arms in confusion, outraged that everyone was staring at him. He hadn't uttered a word. The generously set table buzzed with celebration, joyful exclamations, and the clinking of glasses echoed. Night fell on the cozy wooden house by the forest. The elves discussed Elmina's return with relief, while the children eagerly asked about the guests. The elders shamelessly suggested Ashto marry his granddaughter or even consider polygamy, but the boy awkwardly but firmly declined. They sincerely thanked each other for this unexpected meeting. He recalled with interest the local giant tree, which turned out to be the legendary Yggdrasil. The boy smiled conciliatorily. While they were pulling a whole roasted carcass to the table, Ashto arranged to inspect the shrine up close tomorrow. The face of Elder Tikbek instantly darkened. He shook his head at the question about the tree's disease. The old man sighed heavily, predicting the swift demise even of the mighty Yggdrasil. It turned out that deep underground there was a monster gnawing at the roots, and the elves simply could not reach it. He thoughtfully remarked that ancient myths do not come from thin air, although there should still be a full 200 years left until their realization. Hearing the true name of the monster, the boy froze in shock. It was Fenrir. The foreman sighed gloomily. Their guardian goddess, the great wolf Fenrir, howls incessantly. From outside, a loud, prolonged howl immediately rang out. The boy sincerely sympathized with the tormented peasants. Every night, the she-wolf howled on the rocks, chastising herself for her inability to drive away the monster. The young man pondered. The creature was buried deep under the roots of the great tree, and the excavation would simply destroy the sanctuary. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly opened his book. The solution was found. With a confident smile, the guy asked the foreman Dikbek to entrust this matter to him. They were heading towards the giant tree. In a moment, the group was on sight. Up close, the mighty trunk was even more impressive, and the young man barely restrained himself from getting lost in its study. He had just started to look for the monster when suddenly he froze. Before him lay Fenrir calmly, while Elmina was already joyfully rushing to greet her. While the mighty goddess lamented over her restless puppies, the boy stood red-faced, dreaming of only one thing: to stroke that incredibly fluffy fur. The she-wolf finally noticed the strangers, and Elmina cheerfully introduced her to the elder and his companion. The rumors have been confirmed. A monster has indeed taken root in the core of Yggdrasil. Ashto awkwardly greeted the gigantic white wolf. The elf immediately got to the point, asking the mighty Fenrir about his troubles. She joyfully nudged the guy in the back, prompting him to act. The giant beast sighed heavily from its own helplessness, but the girl fervently promised to help. Ashto squinted his eyes intently. He decided to use a spell from the book to turn mana into a repellent and soak the ground with it to smoke out the underground pest. Suddenly, something dripped onto the surprised Fenrir. Thick blood of mana slowly dripped from the boy's staff. The wolf howled wildly, covering its nose from the unbearable stench. The team exchanged puzzled glances. None of the people sensed any smell. A thick drop splashed and broke on the ground. Ashto stared blankly at his weapon. At that moment, the space around him suddenly shook. The boy suspected something and furrowed his brow in confusion. He carefully poked the ground with a stick while the elf watched him impassively. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook with a deafening roar, causing them to jump back in panic. With a frenzied scream, a giant centipede burst out. The monster thrashed wildly in convulsions. Her armored body thrashed chaotically on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. From the terrifying face, liquid was dripping profusely. The boy realized in shock that the monster was crying. Despite its terrifying size, the creature did not attack but was openly suffering from pain. Confidently stepped forward the horned warrior Balgild, ready to deal with the root pest in one blow. No, wait. The young man desperately stopped him, realizing that they were making a mistake. The head of the giant insect trembled pitifully. Her tail also trembled with a continuous painful shiver. A saving realization suddenly shone in the boy's eyes. He hurriedly opened the magical guide and read the main rule. All forest dwellers are friends with whom it is enough to simply talk sweetly. The boy tensed up. The giant centipede suddenly froze and drooled. The girl unexpectedly burst into tears, complaining about the acrid stench, and the young man was stunned to realize he understood her perfectly. The young man straightforwardly asked if this was the mouth of the roots of Yggdrasil, and the creature confusedly confirmed. The boy's shout made the monster gasp in fear. He promised to destroy the monster if it did not stop, and the giant immediately shrank back, humbly begging for forgiveness. The young man calmly asked to stop chewing on the roots, as it creates a lot of problems for the elves. The monster was taken aback that the human knew its language, but the boy brushed off the questions and commanded again not to touch the tree. The elder of the elves nearly lost the gift of speech when the young man casually recounted the monster's promise to him. The satisfied boy crossed his arms over his chest. While the monster lamented pitifully about hunger, the elves behind exchanged shocked glances. The human was indeed having a conversation with the creature. The centipede confessed that it had been hiding underground from Fenrir and simply decided to snack on the rich mana roots. But it turned out that mana was not its only food, and the creature was ready to devour anything. Hearing about the omnivorous nature, the boy offered fruits, making the monster drool again, this time from appetite. Suddenly, a brilliant idea clicked in the young man's head. Asho sighed gloomily. He hadn't tasted fruit for 100 years due to fierce competition in the forest. The boy continued to consider himself a hopeless weakling, completely unaware of the real state of affairs. Two companions awkwardly surveyed his modest village. Suddenly, a giant millipede hovered over them and joyfully promised the mayor to work hard. Ashto broke into a smile, reassuring the frightened girl that she just needed to get used to this cutie. He calmly introduced the monster as the new handyman, ignoring the shocked gaze of the elf. Approaching the beetle, the boy casually asked for its name. He proudly proclaimed that he is called the Royal Millipede. Ashel immediately shortened it to the concise Najka. The beast burst into tears of joy over the nickname received, swearing through tears to always remember this kindness. As a farewell, the young man warmly thanked the elder Dickbeck, who sincerely hoped for a strong alliance between their settlements. With a deafening thud, a tightly bound wooden box landed on the ground. The old man admitted that he is still shocked by the events. The boy saved their Yggdrasil and tamed the fierce pest that was destroying it. In a small pot, a tiny sprout was green. Impressed by the mayor's talents, Dickbeck prepared a special gift for him. He handed Ash a seedling and asked to take it back to his village. This was how Yggdrasil thanked its savior. It was a sprout of the tree of the world that broke through the soil right where the young man generously nourished the earth with his mana. A white puppy snuggled up to his leg, a true little Fenrir. The boy froze in surprise. He sincerely thanked, carefully holding a pot with the sprout in his hands. The great she-wolf looked at him pleadingly. The little one had already chosen his master. She asked to take the puppy with her, as the guardian spirit was vital for the growth of the Yggdrasil tree. The young man surrendered and hugged his fluffy friend with a smile. The team comfortably settled on the cargo boxes. The riding animal turned out to be a giant millipede, which cheerfully accepted the first task and called out to the passengers to hold on tighter. The insect with a wild whistle darted forward, leaving the old elf behind to marvel at the antics of this unpredictable boy. After a long journey, the company finally reached the familiar village. However, their appearance caused hysteria. Locals fell to the ground in horror before the giant centipede. The situation was eased by a burly horned warrior who calmly greeted the travelers on their return. Through the commotion, the travelers managed to explain that the journey took them 4 days, although they were able to shorten the route. He reliably shielded the frightened girl with his body. The giant insect merely blinked its eyes in confusion. The warrior with a clatter drew his sword. The young man barely had time to scream, stopping him. He quickly explained that the monster was manual, while the centipede itself trembled nervously from fear. The tension was instantly relieved by the basket of ripe fruits. The monster's eyes sparkled with delight. The young man proposed a deal. Help for the village in exchange for a daily feast, and the centipede greedily pounced on the food. Ordinary fruits became her best reward for the delivery. Soon all fears disappeared. The monster quickly befriended the villagers, peacefully resting in the square. Life had settled down. Trading fruits and alcohol brought the heroes piles of rare books and healing herbs. The elves discussed the new duties of Noshka. Now he worked as a courier, transporting cargo to the settlement of the High Elves every 10 days. Meanwhile, the young man clutched his head at the scale of his grandfather's creativity. 800,000 books in stock forced him to urgently order the construction of a huge library. But another newcomer stood out in the village. The young man called out in surprise to the white wolf Shiro, who had sat by the tree all day long. The plant grew right before our eyes thanks to the accelerated growth effect. The beast stubbornly settled under the roots. It would flee here every time, even if it were allowed into the house. The boy glanced into the reference book, searching for information about the great tree Yggdrasil. He pondered. The branch of this tree was the third important component after the leaves of Erlon and Mandrake. The lines in the book confirmed that without her, the elixir could not be brewed. The young man sighed heavily, looking at the trunk, as he really did not want to break the living branch. Suddenly, Shiro sharply jerked upwards along the bark. The boy blinked in surprise upon hearing a rustle in the treetop. In an instant, the wolf softly jumped to the ground, proudly holding the needed branch in its teeth. The young man accepted the gift and stared perplexedly at the fruit on it. It was an apple, but as if made of pure gold. Asho looked closely at the white wolf. The beast was small, but it did not seem defenseless at all. The boy looked at the fruit he had brought with surprise. Could it be that Yggdrasil itself had begun to bear fruit? The girls exchanged sly glances and suggested immediately eating Shiro's find in secret from everyone. The wolf barked joyfully and ran towards the hut, calling the company to take a break. In a moment, a plate with fresh sliced meats was already on the table. One of the girls took a bite and was pleasantly surprised. The fruit turned out to be much sweeter and more sour than a regular apple. Her friend next to her squinted with satisfaction, chewing with stuffed cheeks. What he tried and nearly melted, it tasted like pure honey. One fruit turned out to be critically insufficient. The agitated company demanded more. The plate was emptied instantly. After having a snack, the trio moved on, looking at the new houses that were springing up in their village almost every day. Suddenly, a cheerful elf blocked their path and joyfully teased Ashto, who had finally stopped being a recluse, making the boy awkwardly wave her off. Following her, two more elf maidens, Elmina and May, strolled leisurely. The girl raised her finger and proudly explained that Yggdrasil has become a sacred tree for their people, under which the higher elves now constantly pray. Someone asked about the grape harvest in the vineyard, but it turned out that the company came here to pray to Yggdrasil. The boy asked in surprise about the fruit of life just after learning about this ancient elvish legend. The elf girl explained, "If you sincerely address the tree, it can bring this rare gift." She admitted that she had never seen the legendary fruit that ripens only once, while the trio behind her suddenly froze in panic. The horned elf girl was surprised by their cold sweat, and the boy nervously squeezed out the question, "What will happen if we just eat this fruit?" Unaware, the companion joyfully revealed the truth. "Anyone who tastes it will live forever." "Seriously?" echoed against the backdrop of the majestic tree. Silence reigned in the paved square of the town. The young man hopelessly asked his horned companion if everything would be all right, but only heard a mysterious giggle in response. "Hello," she casually extended her hand. He walked down the street with a vacant look, listening to the statement of fact. They had indeed eaten the fruits of Yggdrasil. In a joyful tone, she declared that from now on he had transcended the human species and become a higher being. Once upon a time, the higher elves appeared in the same way, and he has just broken through the ceiling of human potential. In response to his shock over a single fruit, she playfully winked, "The body will age slowly, so youth is now eternal." The boy sighed nervously, reproaching himself for imposing elven longevity on people who were completely unprepared for it. Suddenly, a question rang out that sharply interrupted his anxious thoughts. "Is it really that bad?" He lowered his head in guilt and apologized, but the girl next to him just blinked in surprise. The friends carelessly exchanged glances and assured each other that there's absolutely nothing frightening in a long life. These simple words instantly set him free, and a broad smile appeared on his face. The girls were already excitedly planning how, thanks to the new year, they would be able to spend much more time with everyone in the village. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had just accidentally opened a new chapter in the history of humanity. Pressing his hand to his chest, the young man felt a lightness and calmness in his soul, and the companion cheerfully finished him off with the fact that the elf maidens were also ready to eat that fruit, guaranteeing even more trouble from Yggdrasil in the future. The joyful girls discussed the incredible news. Their guardian beast had eaten the fruit of Yggdrasil and would now live for a very long time. The news quickly spread among their own. The giant joyfully celebrated the prospects, while the maid assured that the Silver Cat clan would faithfully serve them for many more years. Only the young man wandered through the village in confusion, not understanding why everyone took the true miracle so lightly. For the rest of their long lives, it quickly became a simple routine. They chatted carelessly and ate sandwiches by the shore. A few days later, the boy was lazily stretching by the giant tree when suddenly a familiar bark sounded. He suddenly turned around at the panicked screams. Someone was shrieking in terror at the sudden appearance of the fearsome Fenrir. The frightened fairies flew off in all directions in a panic. Someone was hysterically asking for help and pleading not to stand like a statue, while the young man could only call out to them in confusion. The beast calmly walked down the path under the fairies' shrieks, leaving the boy in complete confusion. Understanding what was going on, he smiled warmly and stroked the fluffy muzzle that was nuzzling against his hand. It was just his old friend Shiro. A little later, the young man went to calm the fairies in the thicket, convincing them that the chase had long since ended. One of the fugitives cautiously fluttered out from behind the branches. She was still trembling and resentfully complaining that the terrible beast had nearly eaten her. The rescued fairy girl fervently thanked for the rescue, acknowledging that without it, they would have met their end. The boy directly asked who they were while his white wolf cub cautiously sniffed at the uninvited guests. He extended his hand. The winged guest proudly declared that they were flower fairies, and among the branches, dozens of her relatives sparkled with sparks. Fearlessly perched on his finger, she explained, their flock is always looking for good bait, and this tree is simply overflowing with it. The boy blinked in confusion, as he had never heard of flower fairies before. Thinking about it, he realized that it was Yggdrasil that had attracted the small creatures here. The fairy confirmed her intention to move, although she admitted that she did not expect to come across little Fenrir here at all. The young man asked how closely they are connected to the tree. Upon learning that he had grown this Yggdrasil himself, the tiny guest wanted to taste its mana, which greatly embarrassed the young man. A group of fairies burst into joyful exclamations, and the boy smiled, allowing them to stay, only warning that the place was not quiet at all. The tiny palm confidently squeezed his finger. The main fairy smiled warmly and introduced herself as Philharmonica. It turned out that these creatures once lived in a village of higher elves, but left due to the waning of mana, and now they have returned in an unprecedented number. Phil happily promised to sew real miniature pillows and bedding for the new winged neighbors. The bearded man thoughtfully scratched his chin. To stay in the village, the fairies need their own houses, even though they mainly feed on the mana of the tree. A few days passed. The crowns of the trees were richly covered with tiny huts. The cat girls were playing carefree with the fairies. Phil noted with a smile how quickly everyone became friends. The little guest perched on the young man's shoulder, gently thanking him for his care. The girl laughed brightly, openly admitting that she was simply feeding off his charm. She wondered why Phil was constantly hanging around instead of going to Yggdrasil, and he calmly replied that he was fine here. The tiny fairy fluttered right in front of his face, enchantingly whispering about the special, sweet depth of his energy. The work did not stand still. The young man eagerly examined the tall wooden frame of his future library. The craftsman apologetically said that the work would take a little more time, but the guy just waved them off. He wasn't planning to rush them. Later, the bearded man confessed that he felt uncomfortable burdening the girls from the Silver Cat clan with such heavy physical labor. Phil's gaze darkened. He himself had seen that the exhausted workers were starting to end up in the infirmary more often with injuries. The boy sighed with concern, as after the construction they were also burdened with household chores and cooking. At the suggestion to find other helpers, the master merely crossed his arms gloomily. All the hellish hounds and ogres were already up to their ears in clearing the areas. The young man thoughtfully went through an endless list of tasks in his mind, from working on the farm to weaving. He sighed desperately, dreaming of extra helping hands. Suddenly, a peasant fell at his feet, announcing a new problem from the threshold. The boy sighed resignedly. You can't reproduce with the magic of people. He stood still, exhausted. Meanwhile, far in the valley, their settlement lay carefree. In the thicket above him, a stranger lurked, savoring the appetizing scent of mana. The horned savage stood at the edge of the cliff, surveying the village as a well-deserved prize for the long journey. He confidently sat on a stone, curiously looking out for the local fighters, while a group of accomplices waited behind him. Asto looked in surprise at the jars displayed on the table, and the little fairy Phil explained that this was their gratitude for the received mana. The boy tasted a bit of syrup, and his eyes widened at the incredible flavor of real fairy nectar. He squinted, stretching out the sweet pleasure. Suddenly, an idea illuminated him. A viscous drop slowly dripped from the finger back into the jar. While Phil was talking about the processed berries, Ashto noted the thick texture and deep aftertaste that went down easily. The conclusion came instantly. People will be absolutely thrilled. With enthusiasm, the guy began to list options, suggesting spreading syrup on bread or even mixing it with wine. In the local tavern, he had already convinced himself that this additive turns the cheapest booze into an elite drink. The girl next to her joyfully embraced the idea, praising the combination of nectar with baked goods. Her friend, meanwhile, happily devoured the bread, fully agreeing with every word. The bang of the door interrupted the feast. A frightened elf appeared in the doorway, screaming about trouble. Asto calmly ignored the panic and thanked Phil with a smile, glad that everyone enjoyed it so much. However, it was no time for jokes outside. A huge crowd of unknown people was gathered near the village well. The horned giant with a predatory smile loomed over Ashto and asked if he was the elder, to which the boy could only nod in confusion. The guest immediately reassured that he did not intend to eat, but had come to take a look at the village on the recommendation of an old friend. With a loud laugh, he slapped Ashto hard on the back, causing him to nearly fall. After recovering a bit, the boy hesitantly offered to conduct a tour. A commotion arose, friends rushed over with panicked questions, although Ashto himself already felt that the stranger posed no threat. The horned mentor abruptly interrupted the conversation, commanding Vulcan to leave her Ashto alone and get out. He just laughed, teasing her about her eternal irritability, and added that he had come just to play. The girl with pigtails turned pale at just the mention of the guest's name. Zarvin grinned widely and proudly called himself the Fire Dragon Vulcan. The tension quickly dissipated with a loud feast where drinks flowed like a river. The satisfied dragon lounged at the table, praising the spacious banquet hall before his accomplices. He carefully observed the guests, recalling his meager knowledge about the unique nature of half-humans. Looking at the silent entourage, the boy wondered if they were perhaps lizards. The volcano caught his gaze and casually waved it away. They were just his students, devoted to a strict hierarchy. The volcano calmly nodded at the line of guards while the boy next to him babbled confusedly. The young man froze. The horned girl stopped eating and directly asked about the purpose of the visit, to which Vulcan responded with a request. The boy nearly choked upon learning that the demon hadn't washed in tens of thousands of years. The volcano cheerfully raised its thumb and threw its companions off for a swim. He scratched his shoulder, complaining of an unbearable itch. The demon joyfully embraced the young man, not noticing his nervous trembling. The girl quietly burst out laughing. The boy turned pale with fear. The volcano grinned widely and stated in an everyday tone that it would return in about 2,000 years. It turns out that deep underground, a slippery stream flows with burning wood. The demon joyfully announced that only he was suitable for the bath, which finally crushed the young man. The young man asked in astonishment about those 2,000 years, and the demon was only surprised that he was still unaware. The volcano playfully suggested to the girl to bathe together, but received an immediate and cold no. The horned giant grinned widely and loudly called the attention of his fighters. He unconditionally stated that from now on the entire squad is under the full command of Ashto. A sharp rumble echoed and someone screamed in panic about the fire. The boy blinked in confusion. Commanding these monsters was already too much for him. The boss calmly headed for the door, leaving one of the lizards in charge. As a farewell, he thoughtlessly told the stunned young man that he would return in about 2,000 years. In an instant, the earth trembled and a huge dragon soared swiftly from the yard into the sky. His black silhouette quickly turned into a dot above the mountains. Ash's companion froze with her mouth open. She finally realized that this strange uncle turned out to be a real legendary beast. Just like that, an entire tribe of rare-scaled warriors temporarily joined their village. The lizards immediately set to work on the construction, quickly solving the problem of the labor shortage. He was sincerely happy for such help, but he just couldn't get used to the fact that the fearsome creatures now politely called him Uncle. The village was constantly developing, so the young mayor simply fell asleep from exhaustion at his desk. His dream was interrupted by the master who brought the finished order. On the table gleamed a perfectly forged pot with a rounded belly. The boy joyfully grabbed her in his hands and warmly thanked Mr. Radovan for the quick work. He sat down on the floor, contentedly admiring his new dishes made of real orichalcum. The gray-bearded gnome frowned sternly. For the first time in 9,000 years of life, he was forced to convert such a valuable metal into kitchen utensils. This legendary ore was renowned for its impenetrable strength and absorbed magic better than any Damascus steel. Radovan directly asked where such a rare phenomenon had come from in the young man. The boy smiled faintly, recalling recent events. Then, from the cracked ground, a fluffy mole unexpectedly popped out wearing a tiny construction helmet. August had just reached the right place and let out a sigh of relief after the long journey. The gnome stared in surprise at the funny little creature. Suddenly, the creature spoke in a human voice, joyfully greeting Augustus as an old friend after a long separation. The young man gasped and barely breathed out the name of his old acquaintance. Pont. The dwarf brought an unusual guest to Mayor Ashto, Pontu from the tribe of Black Moles, who once helped him greatly in his homeland. Asho couldn't help but enchantingly pinch the soft cheeks of the guest while he was delighted to meet the famous mayor. The mole respectfully took the boy by the hands and suggested establishing trade between their settlements. A shot blinked in surprise. He was just about to ask for the same thing. The mole slyly squinted and admitted that his tribe was attracted by rumors of the local elite alcohol. The dwarf burst out laughing at such straightforwardness and reminded that black moles are the best miners in the world. The boy was confused, as it was their first real trade offer, and he had no idea what to do. The decision required serious discussion. The entire company moved to the negotiating table. While the dwarf was tempting the guest with drinks, Ashto looked at the mole as if it were a plush toy, dreaming of squeezing it once more. Ponta boastfully declared that they could provide anything, to which the girl with the braid asked about the most valuable, ore deposits. The dwarf confirmed that there are mines nearby, but due to constant construction, there's no time to work there at all. Then the maid noted that moles have an excellent sense of soil condition and can greatly assist with agriculture. She happily suggested just hiring those fluffy masters in the village. The mole of Ponta awkwardly waved its paws, fainting from the praise. Alito mentally rejoiced that the new guest was liked by everyone and asked to share the details of the deal. The decision was made quickly. The village accepts 20 black moles. In exchange for their work in the mines and fields, the animals were allowed to drink as much as they wanted, and every month whole barrels of liquor would be sent home to them. In addition, Ponta promised to supply rare ores from his homeland, extending the list of minerals. The boy immediately remembered that a special cauldron made of legendary orichalcum was needed to brew the elixir. He thoughtfully assessed the proposal. The local soil was indeed rich in unique resources. The gaze suddenly froze on one of the lines. Surprised, Alita quickly waved off the concerned fairy's questions. He smiled slyly, realizing that he had just found another ingredient for the elixirs. The agreement was finalized with a warm handshake. When the first batch of orichalcum arrived, the mayor ordered a perfect cauldron from the master, hoping that the remnants of the precious ore would be used for other needs of the village. But the local gnome blacksmith arranged the material in his own way and proudly displayed a dazzlingly shining blade. Having baptized his work the sword of the god of the rainbow and a potential national treasure, the bearded man forcefully shoved the weapon into the bewildered Alito's hands and, in response to his feeble arguments that he was actually a mage, bluntly advised him to simply hang this wonder on the wall. The young man was once again showered with thanks and gifts, but he only awkwardly insisted that it was rather he who should be thanking them. Calm clouds floated over the mansion's roof. A heavy sigh echoed near the massive metal cauldron. The boy wearily leaned on the table, although the concern of others still frightened him. They had already gathered a total of 4 ingredients for the elixir. He looked contentedly at the glass jars filled with his catch, certain that sooner or later he would find the rest in his long life. There were still 4 items left on the list, and just from the epic names alone, it was clear that getting them would be quite a challenge. Throwing his hands behind his head, the young man relaxed and fell onto the bed. There was plenty of time ahead for deciphering the elvish books and choosing a leader for their growing village. A worried maid cat suddenly appeared at the doorstep. She reported about the visitor. The boy raised his head in surprise. The guest turned out to be someone new, completely unfamiliar to him. The girl nervously rubbed her cheek and added that this newcomer was in an extremely strange mood. The young man stood up with a self-assured smile. No matter what race the visitor was, he was ready for the meeting. Strangers were waiting just by the forest entrance to the village, and this had happened for the first time. The guard reported to the chief about a suspicious stranger by the gate, and he calmly acknowledged him as a guest. The guards respectfully greeted their young master. The stranger from off-screen immediately recognized the elder and condescendingly sat the guards down for their harshness. A refined mustachioed man in a dapper suit came out to meet them. The trio stared perplexedly at the strange visitor. An awkward silence hung in the air. Suspicious, the boy said straightforwardly. The guest merely squinted his eyes slyly. In the next moment, he abruptly grabbed the elder in his arms and introduced himself as the demon merchant Dimitri. The young man's face elongated with dull skepticism. Dimitro tightly squeezed it, intrigued as he sniffed the unusual scent. The guards instantly boiled over with such audacity, so the chief dryly ordered to throw the guest out. The merchant hurriedly raised his hand, suggesting to stop and finally get down to business. "No, you're just suspicious," the boy said wearily, ignoring the demon's outraged shouts. The demon trader theatrically pressed his hand to his chest, begging everyone to look into his honest eyes. He desperately blocked their way, outraged that they were driving away the tired traveler without any conversation. The young man just looked around silently. Suddenly, the merchant leaned in closer and his behavior changed sharply. The demon's face stretched into a predatory, eerie grin. The young man looked at this with absolute stone-like disgust. He dryly ordered the suspicious guest to go home, while others forcibly pushed the demon away from the village. Turning his back, he cut in. The chief said to expel the outsider immediately. Tired of the circus, the guy suggested just going to grab a bite, completely ignoring the shouts behind. Meanwhile, in Estrella's house, there was peace. The grateful fluffy mole sincerely wanted to repay her for her hospitality. He sat with his mouth full and joyfully praised the delicious cookies. The girl pondered and offered him a rare ore, but the guest immediately declined the worthless jewels. He only needed hugs, and this soft, warm embrace instantly relieved all the tension after the encounter with the slippery demon. The tea time promised a rare moment of peace. But the idyll was ruined by a tusked demon, who was now nervously sweating behind the wooden bars. The mayor looked perplexedly at the prisoner. The horned assistant reported, at first, this guy pretended to leave and then tried to sneak through the forest. Seeing the mayor, the prisoner cried out for help and could not understand how he had been caught at all. The demon angrily clutched the bars, shouting that he had come on business, but was being expelled solely for his suspicious appearance. The girl casually suggested simply drowning the captive in the river. From such a perspective, the merchant cried out and violently shook the cage. To save his skin, he pompously declared himself a representative of the beloved race of the mythical dragon of darkness. The boy calmly sipped his tea and asked what was suspicious about an ordinary merchant. The clawed hand tightened around the bars. The captive confessed that he belonged to a rare breed of dark demons. The assistant banged on the bars, firmly putting the impudent one in their place. Trying to save face, he forced a smile and graciously allowed to talk to him, which only evoked pity in the mayor. To avoid involving other races, the boy ordered to release this pathetic, desperate man. He just looked around the newly built, luxurious mansion for receptions. He had no idea that the very first meeting here would take place under such circumstances. Nearby, the Horned Mayor and the maid from the Silver Cat clan were exchanging tense glances. The young man noticed their anxiety and reassuringly nodded to the mayor. Inside, the building impressed with its grandeur, the elder dwarves did not carry the title of legendary masters for nothing. An eccentric merchant in strict glasses was already waiting for them, who immediately noticed that Ashto did not look like a serious businessman at all. The guest unfolded the plans for the future branch and asked if the dwarves could handle this project, to which he received a firm agreement. The agreement was sealed with a firm handshake. The merchant prepared impeccably. All branches were to be built according to a single strict template. He approvingly stroked his chin, as the equal space was perfect for the streaming exchange of magic and storage of supplies. Having finished his business, the guest said goodbye and abruptly turned towards the exit. Suddenly, with a wave of his cloak, a torrent of energy surged forth, causing Ashto to instinctively cover his face with his hand. The air trace softly settled on the floor. The demon cast magic again without a single word. The mayor stepped forward anxiously, openly doubting whether it was worth trusting such a dangerous ally at all. Ashto only sighed heavily. The tribe of dark demons possessed magic at a frightening level. Despite their own doubts, they decided to give the stranger a chance. Perhaps he would really be of help to the village. The demon met such optimism with dry irony. The boy cheerfully objected. A true con artist wouldn't reveal all their cards at the very first meeting. With a gentle smile, he turned around. Extending a plate with leftover food, he casually asked if his new acquaintances were hungry. Ahead lay a lot of preparation, as the visit of the strange demon merchant left a lingering breeze of suspicion. A fresh inscription adorned the wooden sign, branch of the store, Dimitri's house. Asho stood still in silence. Standing in front of the new shop, he suddenly realized that he hadn't even thought of a name for his own village yet. At the threshold, a horned demon in a business suit was already greeting him. The establishment had officially opened. The merchant shrugged his shoulders, genuinely impressed by the craftsmanship of the hired dwarves who built such a massive structure in just a few days. Inside, the scales were already waiting on the impeccably clean counter. The demon, with a polite smile, unexpectedly handed the young man a wooden box. It turned out to be a generous payment for the construction. Sprouts of a rare healing herb from the outskirts of Beelzebub, which the guest had carefully obtained specifically for the local healer. Before Ashto could thank him, the merchant unexpectedly changed the subject and mentioned a few counter requests. The demon complained that the frightened locals flinch at his flyers, so he plans to organize a visual presentation. The young man thought to himself that with such a predatory smile, it's no wonder. The trader insisted that he brought exclusively those items that are now urgently needed by the village. He agreed to summon the residents, but first demanded to personally inspect the prepared goods. Seeing the product, he blinked in surprise. The proposed item truly promised to be remarkably useful in the household. Smirking slyly, the demon abruptly threw back the fabric and showed the boy his wares. A large building under a cloudy sky. Local residents were already crowding at the entrance. Elves, humans, and sturdy dwarves. The demon nodded in satisfaction. It was time to begin. The guy tensed up. The mayor had summoned them for a reason, and this dubious character clearly had something planned. The sound of fingers snapping. The gray-bearded gnomes exchanged suspicious glances. The hall buzzed in surprise when the horned figure stepped forward and introduced himself as Dimitri, a demon merchant from the city of Beelzebub. The boy flinched at his unnatural voice. Following him, Dimitri spectacularly presented Lizabeth, his voluptuous assistant, in glasses. The merchant clapped his hands joyfully, suggesting they get down to business. The boy merely stood silently, sweating from his predatory grin. The demon assured that his goods would definitely come in handy, but the stern dwarf crossed his arms over his chest. Their settlement produces everything they need on their own. Dimitro slyly squinted and explained that he had opened a shop here specifically for their craftsmanship talents, guaranteeing generous pay for their work. Dimitro urged the dwarves not to rush to conclusions, but first to take a look at his goods. And instead of unnecessary words, he suddenly pulled out a gun. The stunned gnomes stared at the unseen weapon, not understanding what the hell it was. The merchant pulled out a strange metal device, very similar to a pistol with runic engravings. Instead of bullets, he loaded a whole magazine of regular nails into it. He demonstrated the mechanism. One press and the magazine easily slid out. It was only left to take aim. The boy listened in confusion as he was explained that this was not a weapon at all, but a revolutionary invention for construction. The elegant businessman ordered his assistant to hold the board, aimed the barrel, and pulled the trigger. A nail shot through the wood with a bang. Smiling contentedly, the man raised the tool from which smoke was still rising and proudly called it the magic nail driver. He assured the surprised bearded man that this thing drives in fasteners in an instant, leaving ordinary hammers in the distant past. The dwarf craftsman examined the punctured board and nodded. The device turned out to be sturdy and exceptionally convenient. But the show went on. The next lot turned out to be a massive chainsaw. The predator's engine roared as the girl barely dragged the heavy log to the center of the room. One swipe of the trader's hand, and the saw cut through the thick tree like butter without any need for an axe. The gnomes were so surprised that they opened their mouths wide when the businessman promised to give both tools completely free of charge in honor of the opening of their branch. The young man watched the presentation with fascination, impressed by the previously unseen technologies. The vampire joyfully spread his arms, loudly presenting goods for all existing races. He thanked the young man for his cooperation outside. He admitted that he didn't understand everything, but the crowd was thrilled. The boy averted his gaze, sincerely acknowledging his partner's trading talent. Ashto immediately suggested exchanging their goods for local resources. To celebrate the opening, he generously provided 10 bottles of an elite drink. The young man smiled contentedly. Everything went perfectly. They shook hands firmly. The village received a new impetus for development, although new challenges inevitably awaited them ahead. At the counter, Ashto once again began to boast about his endless assortment. The listeners' eyes widened at the list of toys, delicacies, and luxuries. Just as the vampire slyly hinted at products for personal life, the blushing young man sharply ordered him to be quiet. The quiet street was shattered by Elmina's joyful scream, which made Ashto merely cover his eyes in resignation. The elf suddenly emerged right in front of his face. The boy flinched and shouted for her to be quiet. She jumped onto his back with a run, causing passers-by to look back at their mare in surprise. With a wide smile, the girl asked if she could have another drink. The answer was a categorical no. Ashto glanced at her gloomily, realizing that another round of begging was about to begin. He sighed heavily, reminding himself that Elmina was to blame, as she had dried all her supplies at once. The girl whined pitifully while the boy sincerely protested how anyone could possibly drink a month's worth of alcohol in a day. She kept begging for at least one bottle, ignoring the gazes of the peasant women who had long been accustomed to her hysterics. I remembered how this drink lover was once expelled from her native village for stealing alcohol from the chief while she dreamily praised the local liquor. Her loud pleas to consider her situation were met with a brief and cold no. The boy cut off, saying that giving her more than the norm is simply unfair to the other residents. Then the elf girl playfully winked, hinting that she was willing to do a lot for a drink, but Ashto remained steadfast. In despair, she drooled, switching to thoughts of the delicious chocolate from Dimitri's home. He forcibly dragged the stubborn girl with him, ordering her to wait for her salary, while she cried in tears that she refused to live in a world without alcohol and sweets. The boy dreamily licked his lips, recalling the taste of the dessert while the elf was scolding him in a raised voice. He explained that this is an extremely popular chocolate made from cocoa beans that is simply flying off the shelves of the local store. Pointing to the carved wooden amulet, the boy suggested that the girl also craft something in exchange. She just puffed her cheeks in annoyance because she had nothing to offer. The elf girl blushed, looked away, and reluctantly admitted that she had actually made a few. The boy recoiled upon hearing that acquaintances had called her creations a true curse and strictly forbade showing them to people. In his hand lay a terrifying, twisted piece of wood that emanated horror. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar maid who joyfully ran up to them along with the local children. The boy tiredly grumbled that he wouldn't refuse to trade chocolate or at least alcohol for his suffering. But the elf quickly set him down on the ground. Noticing the shining faces of the children, he asked in surprise about the reason for such joy. The maid pressed the longed-for chocolate bars to her chest with immense pride. A loud, shocked gasp echoed over the rooftops of the houses. They stared at the girl, not believing their own eyes, and frantically asked what she had given in return. She just smiled widely and showed a whole pile of ordinary nuts that the fairies helped them gather. The beastman joyfully shared his success. The little ones gathered nuts together to trade them for treats. The elf praised them for their generosity, already dreaming of a hearty rest. He was sincerely pleased with the children's efforts and suggested eating the acquired chocolate together. And here the elf girl burst out. She was outraged in tears, wondering why children could have sweets, but she could not. The boy just blinked wearily. The satisfied beastman said goodbye with a smile. He was just about to exhale with relief, but the companion tugged at his sleeve, reminding him of the profitable scheme for the little ones. Her eyes lit up with excitement. She would also gather nuts for trading. The boy cut off, heading home, and the girl clung to his clothes with a dead grip. Ignoring any excuses, the elf forcibly dragged Ashto along for the hunt. Soon they were engulfed by dense forest thickets. The boy was annoyed that wandering along such winding paths was pointless, but she was irresistibly drawn by the thirst for the unknown. After several hours of fruitless wandering in the dark, Ashto was openly groaning from exhaustion while the girl spitefully insisted on searching further for the promised share. While she stubbornly rummaged under the leaves, the boy mentally gave up. If even a forest elf was powerless, then he had no hope at all. When suddenly something sticky started to stir suspiciously at his feet, Elmina joyfully raised the round find-up, boasting about it to Ashto. The boy turned around in surprise. At that moment, a suspicious slurping sound was heard from above. He tasted a rare black pomegranate berry, which is rarely seen even in the village of high elves, and admitted that the taste was indeed quite good. While Ashto was rejoicing in his spoils, a gigantic mass of transparent slime suddenly fell on the girl. The boy screamed in horror upon seeing his companion desperately struggling in the sticky trap. He instantly grabbed his grimoire and began to frantically flip through the pages. While the slime mercilessly dissolved the girl's clothes, Ashtar read that the core of the monster was very valuable and should be preserved. The book issued a harsh verdict: this monster devours the fabric on beautiful girls and fears only fire. He was sweating from panic, as he did not possess fire magic at all, and began to plead with the grimoire for another way. The alternative turned out to be even worse. The spell would drain the life from the entire world, leaving them both as mythical Adam and Eve. In anger, he threw the worthless book to the ground. Exhausted, Elmina could barely stand, feeling the last bits of fabric disappearing. Having no choice, Ashto abruptly reached out his hand and commanded the grimoire to greedily suck the monster right into its pages. The monster pulled in the roots, and Ashto finally dragged the unconscious Elmina onto the ground. Out of nowhere, the horned Shella emerged and with a sly smile declared that artificial respiration would have to be done. Ash took the girl in a panic. She wasn't breathing. She sat down carelessly next to the bushes while the boy stared at her in shock. Extremely pleased with herself, she nudged Ashto closer to her friend. At her instruction, he carefully pinched Elmina's nose and tilted his head back. While the boy was blushing and hesitating, Shella impatiently pressed on the back of his head. Their lips met. At that moment, Elmina suddenly coughed violently and spat a whole fountain of mucus right in the rescuer's face. She opened her eyes and blinked in confusion upon hearing Shelley's cheerful voice above her. The filthy Ash was barely standing on his feet from nausea. They wearily settled on the ground, and Elmina exhaled heavily, trying to understand what that slime had even been. Just then, Elmina noticed that she had nothing left of her clothes, and she stunned the forest with her scream. They pulled her out of trouble, and she was still dissatisfied. Sweet dreams of chocolate mountains and resting on fluffy clouds vanished in an instant. Ashtu abruptly returned to reality and now awkwardly justified his naked appearance in front of Elmina, who was hiding her burning face behind her cloak. The boy turned away in displeasure, rubbing his cheek that was red from the slap. He reminded that the elf almost died, so the loss of clothing and the crushed black pomegranate fruit are mere trifles. Forgetting about the argument, Ashto plunged his hand into the sticky remains of the monster. A dark faceted crystal ended up on his palm, the core of that very slime. He lightly tossed a stone, drawing the girl's attention. Elmina instantly imagined how much chocolate could be exchanged for such a rarity, and the boy happily confirmed the value of the find. While the elf girl was eagerly examining the crystal, Ashtau anxiously recalled the mysterious shell, who had vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Glancing at his naked companion, he sighed and offered to carry her on his back. Elmina stubbornly refused and cheerfully took a step forward, but immediately cried out in pain after stepping on something sharp. You won't go into the woods barefoot, Ashto calmly stated, looking at her bewildered face. Ultimately, the girl had to give in and obediently climb onto his lap. Cuddling up to his back, she quietly apologized for the trouble. But as soon as the boy asked again, she hurriedly pretended she hadn't said anything. The gaze slid across the cloudless sky. From inside the tidy shop, a sly giggle was heard. As Elizabeth stretched out the dark core of the slime garlic clothing, he wondered if she would be able to recognize him at a glance. The horned demoness in glasses hungrily bared her fangs, intrigued by the find. The boy was surprised by the unfamiliar magic, to which she smugly touched the frame. Her glasses had a built-in evaluation spell. She dismissively waved off his reaction. In the world of demons, it was a common occurrence. The clawed finger released the dark stone. The analysis is complete. The elf Elmina jumped with excitement upon hearing the number 200 and immediately demanded an exchange. But the evaluator kept the intrigue and pulled out a substantial box from under the table. Recalling the client's love for alcohol, she explained the conditions. For a stone, you could indeed get 200 portions of chocolate, but there was an alternative. The demoness showed a bottle of black blood, an extremely rare elite liquor, which made Elmina's eyes shine with excitement. The elf almost leaned over the table, asking in astonishment if it was not a joke. While she was sweating from the hardest choice of her life, the guy next to her merely sighed resignedly. He already knew the winner. With a wide, happy smile, the elf firmly chose chocolate. A short, agreeing grunt was heard, and someone's relaxed hand rested on the knee. The strict worker behind the counter warned that the goods were non-returnable, but the elf readily agreed to the deal, puzzling Ashto. The boy asked her distrustfully, but the girl just playfully waved him off. She took out a small treat and smiled warmly, offering Ashto to share the promised portion between them. The idyll was abruptly interrupted by a worker in glasses, who dryly cut in that eating in the store is prohibited. Her eerie gaze from between the shelves literally pierced through them. Suddenly, the girl's tone changed to a business-like one. She informed Ashto that Dmitri was arriving tomorrow and was expecting a meeting with him. The elf girl continued to smile carefreely, while the boy frowned, wondering what this man wanted from him again. The next day, a polite thank you was expressed to Mayor Ashto for the visit in the spacious office. Elegant Dmitri commandingly instructed his assistant Elizabeth to prepare drinks, not wanting to discuss business on an empty stomach. The man with a sly smile got to the point, and the boy reservedly confirmed that he indeed had a request for him. A hot steam rose above the cup. For a moment, silence reigned by the window. Dmitro suggested to the boy to try a strange drink called coffee, but Ashto stared at the unknown black liquid with open suspicion. The boy carefully took a sip from the cup. The drink seemed to him to be similar to ordinary human tea. A thought immediately surfaced in my mind. It's coffee, a popular drink in Beelzebub. In the next moment, he couldn't take it anymore and sharply spat all the bitterness right in the demon's face. The young man shouted angrily about deception, while the merchant calmly wiped his wet cheeks and justified the specific taste. The horned maid nearby advised adding milk with sugar, assuring that this drink quickly becomes addictive. With the new ingredients, the coffee turned out much smoother, and the demon smiled contentedly, watching the guest's reaction. The merchant praised the drink's ability to ward off sleep, after which the boy sighed resignedly. He definitely wouldn't be able to close his eyes that night. The young man tried to steer the conversation towards trading raw materials, but the demon's gaze suddenly grew heavy. He had a completely different, much more important request. While Elizabeth was bored at the counter, Ashto and Dmitri moved on to a business conversation. The young man asked what exactly the interlocutor's request was. Dmitro set down the cup and calmly suggested hiring one of his men. He was sincerely surprised by such a trifle. He was expecting something more grand, but the guest with a sly smile asked to accommodate 4 more in the village. The conversation smoothly shifted to the new library, where the high elves regularly sent stacks of books. Upon learning that the collection already numbered over 20,000 volumes, Dmitri stared in astonishment. Quickly regaining his composure, he offered his own librarians, as his people had a considerable interest in this knowledge. The young man pondered, as he himself did not know how to manage such a mountain of texts. Dmitro fervently promised absolute obedience from the new employees, making Ashto nervously clarify whether the discussion was indeed only about working with books. Ultimately, the young man gratefully accepted the help, and the guest promised to immediately take care of their housing. Suddenly, Ashto remembered another detail. He asked about the race of future subordinates, to which Dmitri grinned with satisfaction. They would be demons. The young man wiped the sweat from his cheek, wondering to himself if this deal would come back to haunt him. The tusked assistant assured Ashto that he vouches for the skills of the new female employees. 4 identical elf maidens lined up before the young man, politely thanking him for the permission to live and work in their village. The girls bowed in perfect sync. Asto was completely bewildered when the twins took turns naming themselves Ashet, Zeznam, Agrat, and Maharat. Their joyful greetings merged into a single choir. The assistant with a smile admitted that at first glance, it is almost impossible to distinguish the sisters. However, he immediately proposed his method, pointing to Agrat, who was holding a romance novel. The other two also boasted about their literary preferences. Maharat read biographies, while Aishet was fascinated by fantasy. Asto skeptically grimaced at such a method of recognition. The man was not disturbed by this, and he countered with the argument about the four sisters Zeznim, who loved comics. He bragged that he could see the difference with the naked eye, although the young man had no idea how quickly to distinguish them while working. He sighed wearily. He no longer expected anyone normal to arrive. Understanding the scale of the problem with the quadruplets, the guy mentally shifted all the troubles onto Elizabeth. In the end, it was decided not to complicate things. The girls were simply asked to wear badges until everyone learned to match names with their identical faces. Ashto tiredly closed his eyes and mumbled his agreement, preparing to finally leave. However, the man with a sly smile threw an unexpected request over his shoulder to take care of his daughters. After so many days of waiting, this moment has finally arrived. What other daughters? The young man stood frozen in place, puzzled. The sun brightly reflected in the stained glass of the newly built structure. The construction has officially been completed. Asto approached closer and silently raised his head. The facade rose steeply high above the treetops. In front of him stood a gigantic round 10-story tower. The young man shone with pride. Even the main royal library with its 30,000 volumes seemed insignificant against the backdrop of this giant. Inside, endless rows of massive shelves stretched out, capable of holding 100,000 books on each floor. The space was perfectly arranged, with cozy sofas for reading and relaxation areas where one could unwind with a drink. Having clenched his fist triumphantly, it only remained to bring all the books here, although his bearded companion reasonably inquired how many they actually had. Anyway, from now on, this monumental tower has become the absolutely largest building in the entire village. The gnome worriedly asked if the floor could even withstand such a crazy weight, a whole 20,000 books. Dickbeck confidently took the initiative, calming Mayor Ashto. The elf women eagerly took on the task, happy to get their first job as librarians. In 10 days, the girls perfectly organized all the volumes by genre. The old man froze in the middle of the renovated hall, exhaling in astonishment. The huge room has finally acquired a perfect, cozy appearance. He barely held back tears. He carefully kept every book given to him here. He warmly welcomed Dickbeck, who came to congratulate the mayor on the long-awaited opening. The old man leafed through the pages with pleasure, admiring the perfect order on the shelves. Then he turned around with a new request. As he remembered that most of these volumes were written by the old man himself, Dickbeck was touched. His books, which no one in the village of High Elves paid attention to, were now kept in impeccable condition. The mayor cautiously inquired if they had other genres, to which the boy happily assured him that there were still plenty of supplies. Dickbeck promised to come regularly now and constantly update the collection. Suddenly, he stopped, blinking in surprise. He asked in confusion how those four managed to handle it so easily, while the girls just smiled carefreely. They simply checked the contents of all 20,000 books by hand. The library finally filled up, and for Ashto, the long-awaited days of peace had arrived. He leaned over the open folio and herbs, thoughtfully studying the recipes. The new potion was successful. A mixture of 3 plants eliminated poison and restored strength much more effectively than market alternatives. The maid Somaria quietly entered the room with a tray of hot tea. He sincerely thanked her and the other girls for analyzing the manuscripts. It significantly advanced his medical research. He immediately noticed that today's drink was different. The taste pleasantly surprised. The processing completely changed the usual tea leaves. He praised the efforts of the Silver Cat tribe, who managed to grow a soft variety and rid it of excessive astringency. Suddenly, he remembered that he had already come across mentions of this tea in the herbal medicine guide. The puzzle is complete. The ears of Somaria perked up joyfully at such a fortunate find. He pushed away from the table and suggested taking a break to enjoy reading together in their new hall. The girl smiled gently and willingly offered to personally give him a tour. Sheila burst into the window with a scream about an emergency so suddenly that Ashto nearly choked on his drink. The boy asked in confusion what the hurry was about. He asked about the trouble, to which the girl nodded with a smile. He turned to stone instantly. Sheila added that trouble had happened with the children. Under the tree sat 2 completely bloodied girls, holding on to each other with their last strength. Sheila explained that the girls were attacked by gargoyles and called out to Silmeria to boil water faster. The injured were immediately taken to the house, and the boy resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Suddenly, his gaze caught on a strange detail. By the shape of her horns, he instantly recognized the half-dragon in the unconscious girl. A memory flashed in his mind. He had definitely seen them before, but the reflections had to be set aside. They needed to be saved now. The maid Silmaria brought hot water, and Ashto tore the fabric to reach the wound. Cutting away the remnants of the bloodied clothing with scissors, he asked the girl to hold on just a little longer. He explained how to properly dissolve the herbal decoction with monster liver powder. Completing the treatment, the wounds were over. The boy wearily pulled on his jacket. The dragon girl warmly praised him for his work, noting that the patients had lost too much blood. Looking at the sleeping ones, Ashto frowned. He had definitely seen these two somewhere before. If they are dragon people, they should belong to the kingdom of the rulers. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, recalling the visit of the envoy a few years ago. A clear image surfaced in his memory. Two mysterious guests in dresses that he had passed by in the yard. The horned companion interrupted the thoughts. She asked to keep an eye on the sick and left for errands. Ashto mechanically nodded after her. And here the puzzle in my head came together. At that time, the royal sisters were indeed arriving with the messenger. The boy slowly turned to the bed. He stared intently at the relaxed face on the pillow. The girl smiled peacefully and barely noticeably through her sleep. The boy looked up with hope and quietly called Lorelei. In response, the horned figure in the chair merely groaned heavily. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering over the high castle. The boy kept asking questions, causing his interlocutor to irritably beg him to be quiet. Lorelei, ya. An insane scream broke the silence. This was the cry of the Dragon King while his subordinates anxiously discussed the disappearance of the girls after a regular walk. Hearing the suspicion about their escape to the dangerous Oberstein, the ruler panicked even more. One of the advisors wearily rubbed his temple. It would be necessary to expand the search teams, but the king could no longer be stopped. He resolutely prepared to fly to help personally. The man collapsed on the floor, crying and wailing for his loved ones. This hysteria was instantly interrupted by a sharp slap to the head. The dragon girl sternly reminded Garland that a ruler should not abandon the throne and took the rescue mission upon herself. She confidently headed for the exit, declaring that no Oberstein demons would stop her. Suddenly, she froze. A barely audible mysterious whisper reached her ears. She playfully winked and, with a laugh, revealed her cards. His daughters were now in her hands. It was she who stood behind all the troubles. And now it remained only to figure out what connected Ashto with the two patients. Two dragons soared carefree in the sky, unaware of the impending danger. Almeria and young Gar stood before Mrs. Marcella, who greeted them with a calm smile and was surprised at how much the boy had grown. The men were not in the mood for pleasantries. They panicked and burst into screams, demanding to explain what she had done with their daughters. The woman simply adjusted her clothing smoothly. Gar demanded to stop the farce. Almeria pleaded with tears not to kill the children, while she playfully suggested having tea first. Seeing their horror, the hostess hurried to assure that the girls were safe and sound in the village. And then she abruptly dismissed the jokes and stated that they had an accident. With a cheerful clap of his hands, Marshall created a tea set from a cloud of smoke, stubbornly continuing to stick to his line. Harry abruptly interrupted her and suggested they set off to the village immediately, to which the woman calmly agreed. Minutes of the journey stretched out in the darkness. Suddenly, Almeria and Gar froze in confusion. In front of them stood a large two-story house. Dim light was falling into the room through the window. There lay the horned girl motionless, barely opening her weary eyes. The girl with horns slowly opened her eyes in a stranger's bed. "Am I alive?" she exclaimed in shock while the young man beside her sighed with relief. Suddenly, she grabbed him by his clothes sharply, panicking and demanding to know where Clarabelle was. The boy gently reassured her, assuring that the girl was fine and sleeping nearby. He tiredly rubbed his forehead and finally pieced together the puzzle. It turns out, before him was Lorelei, the same sister who once came to the Estrella family with a suitor. Lorelei blinked in surprise, realizing that they had already met in the palace greenhouse. The young man awkwardly looked away and tried to brush it off, as if his presence here was a long story. She leaned closer in surprise, not understanding why he stubbornly turned away from her. An awkward pause ensued. Lorelei confusedly pressed the blanket to her chest, realizing her nudity, while the blushing boy quickly covered his face with his hands. Smoke began to rise from the freshly brewed potion on the table. With a friendly smile, he handed her a cup of blood-replenishing medicine, promising that it would taste pleasant. The girl took a sip and relaxedly closed her eyes from the fragrant aroma. Suddenly, Lorelei quietly asked him to finally look at her, and the boy turned around in confusion. The girl with horns smiled softly as she walked past him. Alito plunged into memories. 5 years ago, during their first meeting, he was in complete despair over his talent for nature magic. Then the young man saw nothing but his studies and spent every day in the royal greenhouse. He exhausted himself with science to prove his right to belong to the general's family. Everything changed when Clarabelle and Lorelei arrived from the Dragon Lord. The girl recalled her surprise at how diligently he studied the plants and took notes on parchment. She was immediately captivated by the sweet aroma of brewed herbs. She laughed and admitted that she refused to believe that this peaceful boy was the son of the illustrious lineage of battle mages of Estre. The girl gently noted how much he had changed since those troubled times, to which Alito simply nodded. He really had to endure a lot. She settled more comfortably in bed. She was eager to hear what had brought him here, but Alito carefully pulled up the blanket, telling her to rest first. The girl obediently wrapped herself up to her chin and began to tell how she and Clarabelle went for a walk among the cliffs. Disguised as dragons, they carefreely flew over the water and gathered fruits. She recalled how she gazed at Oberstein from a bird's-eye view, using the unique gift of transformation of the royal lineage, and then a sudden flash, a brutal blow, and complete darkness. The gargoyle attacked from behind. The girl admitted that she was already preparing for death during the fall, had it not been for the timely rescue by Lady Marchelago. She bitterly reproached herself for what Clarabelle had to go through, but Ashto gently asked her not to be so hard on herself. He himself understood perfectly what a disaster this day had almost turned into. The girl couldn't hold back her tears and sincerely thanked him. He gently placed his hand on her head, assuring her that the worst was behind them, and now they all just needed to rest. After handing over the basket with clean clothes, he asked to change Clarabelle while she was still unconscious. Suddenly, a quiet moan was heard. Clarabelle opened her eyes, and her sister joyfully threw herself around her neck. The little girl cheerfully clenched her fists and assured that her lost wings would definitely grow back. The sister tightly embraced her, crying with relief. Asho gently patted the rescued one on the head while the elder reminded her to thank her rescuers. Clarabelle awkwardly admitted that her back still ached a little, but a smile was already shining on her face. He peeked into the room, where a little horned girl was already sitting on the bed next to her older friend. The young man smiled warmly from the threshold, pleased to note that Clarabelle had finally woken up. But instead of a usual greeting, she shouted at the top of her lungs, asking why he was hanging around Oberstein instead of in Veliki below, nearly deafening everyone present. The boy could only awkwardly laugh and admit that she had the loudest voice in the entire palace greenhouse. The dragon sisters were gathering strength. He looked at them and was surprised. The elixir and dragon's blood had healed the heavy wounds in just one day. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses and, covering her bare chest, blushed deeply, calling the boy a pervert. However, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Asho warned that for safety, it would be better for them to stay in the village for a couple more days. The bloody bandages flew onto the table. The older sister, Clarabelle, smiled warmly. She was just happy to take a break. And the younger one immediately demanded an adventure and jumped up to the boy asking for a tour. She couldn't wait to see his creation with her own eyes. She stated that she was completely healthy, as if just a milk tooth had fallen out, which completely puzzled the rescuer. He turned his gaze to Clarabelle, asking if everything was going smoothly for her as well. The boy surrendered, took her by the hand, and led the sisters outside. Stepping over the threshold, the girls froze. Instead of the wild wastelands of Oberstein, a neat little town with cobbled streets spread out before them. Although Ashto modestly waved it off, saying it was just a village like any other. Noticing tiny houses in the trees, the boy asked if they were birdhouses, but suddenly a surprised exclamation rang out. Lorelei calmly explained that the entire construction is overseen by the elder gnomes, whose engineering work has inspired genuine admiration. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a real fairy, which left Clarabelle wide-eyed in silent shock. A tiny winged guest hovered in the air and innocently asked if this was their friend. At that moment, chaos erupted. Clarabelle joyfully rushed to catch the fake with her bare hands while Lorelei begged her to calm down. The boy with a smile said that they were flower fairies, although Lorelei still couldn't believe in their existence. Suddenly, Clara's eyes lit up. She remembered that these creatures collect forest honey and make a special syrup. Everything came together. The tiny birdhouses turned out to be the homes of fairies, of which there were about 30 in this village. The young man sighed wearily and vowed not to chase after anyone anymore. Clarabelle tightly wrapped around the trunk, not allowing others near it and begging the irritated fairy to share the sweet treats. Later, the company discovered a new amazing fact. Local hellhounds can sew clothes and make bags. Behind the door opened a spacious workshop of a real sewing factory, filled with long rows of weaving machines. The local artisan Maiudi joyfully welcomed them, genuinely surprised that Lorelei and Clarabelle had already been allowed to go for a walk. A fresh dress sketch awaited her on the desk, the design of which she was currently contemplating. The boy noticed with relief that his horned friend had fully recovered, and then he looked at her companion, Mayuri, in surprise. It turned out that the girl came here just for the silence. She couldn't concentrate at home at all. Suddenly, a bright child's voice rang out, directly asking Mayuri if she was perhaps dating her little brother. The horn girl tensed up immediately and shot her an extremely suspicious glance. The sun gently illuminated the cozy streets of the settlement. While walking through the village, the young man was genuinely amazed by the local diversity. Elves, dwarves, and beastmen walked peacefully along the same roads. My friend nodded, admitting that the local crowd of hellish hounds, flower fairies, and demonic ogres is initially quite bewildering. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the shocked exclamation of a boy who noticed something strange near the farm. Under the tree, a giant mole in a work overalls was snoring carefreely. The young man had to explain that this was a local resident, not someone's giant scarecrow. Endless fields stretched out ahead, reaching all the way to the mountain ridge. The horned companion gazed in awe at the vast expanses of rural lands. The local lands were simply overflowing with wheat, tea plantations, fruit orchards, and sprawling vineyards. And on the cotton fields, funny fluffy animals grazed, which completely provided the village with fabric for clothing. The tour ended at a large processing plant. A young man with a smile explained that the locals love to drink, so alcohol is brewed here with maximum enthusiasm. The horn girl spoke about trading with elves, while Ashto just sighed nervously. Things were getting too complicated. He decided to lighten the mood and suggested showing the guests the sauna and the library. Suddenly, a little spirit ran out to them with a basket of ripe grapes. While everyone was walking through the wheat field, Ashto explained that he had sculpted this little gardener with his own magic. Clarabelle smiled tearfully. Then brother, his mom. She laughed brightly, making the boy awkwardly ask for at least the role of the father. Sister glanced around the surroundings and sincerely admitted that the village was simply wonderful. Ashto proudly replied, "This peace in Oberstein was made possible only through their joint efforts." Inspired by what she saw, the girl promised to talk to her father and also help the settlement. Hearing the conversation about home, Clarabelle tightly held her breath. She begged with tears to stay with her brother a little longer. "Are we already leaving?" the sister asked, confused. Ashto smiled warmly and assured that they wouldn't even have time to miss each other. The parents might have been worried about their absence, so the guy offered to personally escort the girls home. As a farewell, he promised Clarabelle that she could visit him any time along a safe path. She carelessly declared that next time she would go straight to the Dragon Lord rather than just to the village. Just as he thanked the giant beetle for the ride, he suddenly noticed a girl right on its shell in astonishment. The dragon woman handed him a letter from Clarabelle and Lorelai's parents, adding that they were beside themselves with worry. The older sister happily pointed out part of the message to the younger one. The dragon woman handed a separate letter to Ashto himself, which surprised him greatly. The girl squealed with joy as soon as the boy read the main condition. They were allowed to stay if Shella didn't mind. Ashto stood perplexed, trying to grasp the connection between Shella and the master, but the sisters had already vanished without a trace. Clarabelle eagerly confirmed the permission to stay a little longer. Having read in the text a greeting for herself, the younger one jumped onto the guy's neck with a run, while he was surprisingly pulling another piece of paper out of the envelope. The smile instantly vanished. On the sheet was a crossed-out, desperate plea to return home and a promise not to burn anyone this time. He was nervously sweating while his sisters were already planning activities in the library. Their move due to excessive parental care had become an unavoidable reality. In front of them stood a gigantic round tower, the newly built village library, the scale of which almost made the Horn sisters squeal. They entered a spacious hall with endless rows of towering shelves. One of the girls joyfully twirled around the room. She had never seen such beauty before. Her sister confirmed that she had always adored books until the mayor took notice of the local librarian. He confidently called her Agrat, but the girl with the sweet smile disagreed. The female employee playfully leaned towards him while the boy blinked his eyes in confusion. Another girl in a strict uniform approached from the side and calmly asked if they were looking for a book, to which the mayor explained about the tour. Suddenly, she exclaimed sternly, demanding that some Agrat and Aishet stop mocking the mayor. The boy looked at his neighbor with hope and called her Aishet, but he was wrong again. Suddenly, two more absolutely identical smiling faces popped up. The guests gasped in surprise and the mayor nearly howled in despair. He exhaled heavily and calmed his shocked companion. "It's just 4 twin sisters." Two of them angrily reminded the sisters about the agreement to wear name badges. The jokers giggled happily and confessed who was who, leaving the exhausted mayor to sigh in resignation. The kids exchanged disappointed glances. Their game was exposed too quickly. Clarabelle was shocked as she clung to Lorelai's back, seeing 4 identical faces in front of her. The boy asked whether they would now stay living in this village. Lorelai froze, illuminated by a sudden idea. she awkwardly admitted. Although they were brought here to recover, doing nothing all day is simply unbearable. Leaning conspiratorially towards the boy, she asked for a favor. Lifting the book, the girl joyfully declared that she wants to work in the library. He was taken aback by such enthusiasm but immediately agreed. 4 little clones chirped happily, welcoming the 5th colleague. With sly smiles, they offered her to become their leader. At that moment, the sisters took on the appearance of adult women and respectfully bowed to the new leader. Hearing the sudden Miss Lorelei, the girl froze in confusion. The twins simply smiled warmly in response. Lorelei's eyes sparkled. The status of chief librarian definitely suited her. The boy watched the girl's acquaintance in confusion. They were chatting sweetly and promised to teach each other all the nuances. The horned guest warmly said goodbye to the trio of maids and set off home. The young man only smiled wryly, realizing that no one would stop this restless girl anymore. Lorelei quickly settled into her new place. She headed the library, and the villagers immediately appreciated her elegant cloak. Silence stood outside. Behind the massive carved doors lay true knowledge. Hundreds of old books were crowded on the shelves. The wind barely stirred the branches of the trees. Lorelei eagerly accepted new scrolls and paintings from the villagers, while the young man silently marveled at how easily the locals adapted to everything. A few weeks later, Mr. Gred visited the estate and thanked the boss for the time spent, although the young man immediately dismissed any unnecessary formalities. The boy did not hide his surprise at the sudden visit of the burly lizard man. Gred seriously asked for help to build a shed for molting. His clawed paw nervously gripped the fabric on his knee. For stern warrior, this was an extremely important and personal request. The young man blinked in surprise at such an unexpected statement and simply froze in confusion. Shedding? The boy asked in surprise. The salamander asked him to lift his head and promised to explain everything. The young man thoughtfully nodded, comparing them to dragons and reptiles. It turned out that salamanders shed their skin regularly, about 3 to 4 times a year, but the process was uncomfortable. Showing themselves during molting was as shameful for them as it is for people to walk naked. Moreover, during this period, they emit so much heat that any flammable objects nearby can ignite instantly. The boy quickly understood the essence. They need safe brick sheds. The guest confirmed that simply hiding out in the forest would not work and asked for permission to build a few fireproof huts. The boy asked if they would work together with the dwarves, but the salamanders proudly replied that they would manage on their own. The young man smiled warmly, understanding that this would not hinder Master August in any way. He readily allowed the construction of anything and suggested allocating a plot on the outskirts of the village. Looking at the guest, the boy caught himself thinking that he had always considered salamanders too reserved. The guest seriously warned that the first molts would begin in a week or 2. Then the boy joyfully promised to assign the task to the older dwarves first, which greatly astonished the modest salamander. The young man relaxed against the pillows and reminded that despite the hierarchy, everyone in the village remains equal, and then casually inquired about the date of the next molting. The interlocutor respectfully pressed his palms to the floor, humbly acknowledging the authority of the leader. The lizard man in traditional attire stood up silent. The boy leaned on the table and confidently stated that they were obligated to build new facilities for their rural friends. Boss? The subordinate exhaled with deep gratitude. The young man smiled carefree, promising the salamanders unconditional help with any troubles. But the lizard suddenly sweated and nervously waved its hands, remembering Augustus, to whom they had told nothing about their secret construction. In his imagination, the fierce face of the old man instantly appeared, who would smash their crooked hut to pieces and grind the lizard itself to dust. Throwing a quick thank you, the subordinate shot out the door to look for the masters, leaving the bewildered boy blinking in the middle of the room. In front of Esham stood a brand new brick house. He sincerely thanked the dwarves for their swift work, although the old master grumbled to stop throwing around thanks every second. The boy just smiled kindly and advised the lizard man to call his ladies for spawning more quickly. The lizard man stared in shock, while the old gnome reproachfully asked why he hadn't said anything yet. Yesh stood contentedly crossing his arms over his chest. When the boy naively asked about the birth of new life in the village, the lizard man awkwardly brushed off the overly delicate topic. Later, during the harvest in the large greenhouse, a peaceful idyll prevailed. Only someone's heavy gaze gloomily pierced him from behind the woven basket. Mandrake demonstratively turned away and huffed in annoyance, leaving the boy with a plate in his hands. He looked after her in confusion, wondering what had caused such a bad mood. Yesh approached the girl cautiously and asked her directly what the matter was. She only frowned more. Lately, the villagers had been taking the leaves of the alround too quickly. Suddenly, the lively little tree nearby joyfully shouted about donuts, and the boy was instantly enlightened. The whole matter lay in the treats. The mixture of fried leaves made these donuts surprisingly sweet and rich in flavor. The boy cheerfully ruffled the leaves on Mandragora's head and called her home. She just frowned and silently stomped away. Meanwhile, the special donuts became a real hit among elves, cats, and dwarves. The girls were simply melting with pleasure as they devoured the sweet pastries. The boy awkwardly smiled, quickly figuring out the reason for the childish jealousy. Only our long leaves were used for cooking. He examined the torn leaf and explained that the salty taste of mandrake simply does not suit desserts. His gaze softened. He smiled warmly, assuring his interlocutor that everything would be fine with Orlana. A full basket of fresh vegetables was already waiting for tomorrow's cooking. A calm morning has come. The boy gently called out to Mandrake, asking for a little help. But the girl was still sulking, her face buried in the pillow in offense. He peeked at the stairs, calling her down to the kitchen. The girl timidly peeked out from behind the doorframe, hesitating to take a step. The Mandrake girl looked at the kitchen table, surprised by the pile of fresh vegetables and a bundle of herbs. The boy smiled warmly and noticed that she had stayed home today. The girl blinked in confusion at the unexpected proposal to cook together, slightly blushing. The boy confessed that he wanted to cook something with mandrake leaves, and the girl nervously asked if he was planning to include her in the dish. Overwhelmed with emotions, the boy joyfully embraced her. As soon as it came to chopping vegetables, he hesitated uncertainly with a knife in his hand. The boy looked back at his friend with concern, asking if she would be able to manage it all. The girl quietly admitted that she does not handle the blade very well. He panicked seriously and immediately rushed to support her. But it was in vain. Mandragora skillfully and quickly chopped the carrots, which caused him genuine admiration. Later, he inhaled the rich aroma from the frying pan with a blissful expression on his face. Field garlic sizzled over the fire mixed with dried mandrake leaves. He tasked her with finishing the meat and vegetables, while he took on the casserole. And to prepare this dish, the guy unfolded a genuine magical grimoire. He roasted the leftover spices separately so they wouldn't burn. Turning around, the boy was surprised at how quickly the little mandrake had handled the slicing. Vegetables, meat, fried garlic, and mandrake leaves flew into the pot, after which he left everything to stew. Next came the onion, and when it browned, he generously poured water into the dish. The boy suddenly sniffed. Everything was prepared so quickly that he stood frozen by the stove, not believing his eyes. At that moment, both of them were overtaken by a wild, uncontrollable attack of hunger. A thick wave of hot steam burst out from under the lid. This smell was simply intoxicating the mind. A fragrant trail burst from the window and stretched away from the house like a white ribbon. The ladle slowly scooped up the thick, hearty soup. On the table was a deep bowl of perfect stew with meat and vegetables. The boy sent the first spoonful to his mouth and broke into a blissful smile of delight. Satisfied with a glance at the table, he invited the mandrake to keep him company, and they began dinner. Asto swallowed the brew and exclaimed in astonishment that the mandrake turned out to be surprisingly delicious. At that moment, he was seized by a fever. His face flushed and a scream escaped his throat from the hellish sharpness. However, the fire quickly died down, leaving behind a rich taste of meat, vegetables, and spicy broth. Sitting at the table with Mandrake, the boy admitted that he had never even dreamed of brewing such a masterpiece from simple ingredients for the elixir. One of the dragon sisters peeked into the kitchen, curious about what her brother had cooked this time, and Ashto greeted the guest. 3 girls peeked through the ajar door, drawn by the luxurious aroma from the kitchen. Ashto warmly suggested they join him and taste the dish. Hot plates and fresh bread suddenly appeared before the guests. He proudly presented his creation, a special curry soup with mandrake leaves. From the very first spoonful, the girls blushed from the spiciness, but immediately admitted that this taste creates a real addiction. A complete frenzy began with requests for more and pleas to reveal the recipe. Asto's culinary talent united everyone, and even Mandragora herself broke into a wide, satisfied smile. What he told the horned giant about the new source he accidentally stumbled upon while hunting? At first, the boy took it for an ordinary lake, but it turned out to be a huge water vein. Remembering the big fish, he suggested going fishing, and this idea immediately resonated with his conversation partner. Thus, the plan for a small expedition beyond the village was born. Somewhere nearby, a fluffy mole was carefree rolling down a grassy slope. The news spread quickly, and the blonde-horned girl beamed at the thought of fresh fish. Another lively resident immediately volunteered to prepare the catch for everyone. The problem of the lack of fishing gear was resolved instantly. Ashto had already spotted fishing rods in a local shop. The sisters had planned to simply swim plenty in the clean water. Suddenly, a whole crowd of noisy peasants gathered around the boy, all demanding to be taken with him. Ashto sighed in confusion and explained that it was impossible to go with such a large crowd. Just then, a mole in a jumpsuit interrupted the conversation. He calmly remarked that forest monsters usually do not hunt near watering places, At the mention of danger, Ashto tensed up, as he had only seen a beautiful and peaceful place on the way to the village. The empty, sunny courtyard stood still in silence. The boy shared his plans for a vacation by the water with little Ponta and asked him to scout the area. Suddenly, a giant back loomed over him, completely blocking his view. Looking back, he realized how large the company had gathered for the march. The squad moved along the forest path. Hearing an unfamiliar word, the blonde blinked in confusion. Noticing that Ponty was having difficulty walking, the young man picked him up in his arms. A gentle melody floated over the green hills. The tall companion blushed deeply, envying the baby, while her friend ironically suggested just asking to be picked up. While the girls cheerfully sang, the boy seriously contemplated the protection of the territory for their future offspring. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, deciding to postpone global plans for another day. The elf girl asked the horned Lorelei if she had ever gone fishing. She calmly stated that she usually just grabs the fish with her mouth and swallows it whole. And then she smiled sweetly, adding that this time she was relying on the help of friends. The elf joyfully suggested sharing the fishing gear to fish together. The boy asked about the distance to the spring, and she calmly replied that it would take about 2 hours to walk there. The girls walked side by side along the road, laughing that only they could catch fish together with an elf and a dragon. The boy was noticeably lagging behind the group and gloomily muttered that they would definitely have reached faster without him. But seeing the overall elevated mood, he decided not to chase after them and to conserve his strength. Upon reaching the water, the girls gasped in enchantment. Before them lay a vast forest lake pierced by sunlight. The shore was densely covered with greenery and looked very picturesque. Meanwhile, the boy was barely dragging his feet from exhaustion. While he was impatiently called to come closer, he stopped to catch his breath. But as soon as I looked at the sparkling water, I had to admit, the place is truly wonderful. In the next moment, he collapsed weakly, whimpering that he hadn't accounted for the weight of his fluffy companion Ponty, while the elf merely coldly noted his weakness. Catching his breath, the boy walked along the shore, enjoying the surprisingly fresh air. All the bodies of water he had seen before were tainted with mud and fish, no matter how well they were tended. But here the water remained crystal clear. Clarabelle joyfully commanded to unpack the things and have fun, ignoring the sharp objection. She picked up her younger sister and warned her not to jump into the water after the transformation. And with a terrifying smile, she added that they would simply eat her there. She was covered in cold sweat, instantly recalling her mother's terrifying stories. One word echoed in my mind. Tom mentally assessed such strict pedagogy while Clarabelle advised her sister to check the bottom first. The whole company gathered by the bank of a wide forest spring. The elf spread out a blanket and invited everyone to lunch, giving the boy the long-awaited moment of peace. Suddenly, she remembered the little island in the middle of the water. Someone's hand pointed the direction, calling Ashto. The boy asked in surprise. In the middle of the pond, there really rose a small patch of land, densely overgrown with greenery. What immediately piqued my curiosity. The little fairy had already called to fly for reconnaissance, but someone's hand suddenly stopped her. He gazed into the distance, trying to discern a barely visible dot on the horizon. His face suddenly lit up with the realization. There was a boat. The girl next to her timidly suggested checking the find together. The idea captivated the company so much that they began dreaming of building a real cruise liner. Eshto made a decision. They will ask Augustus and other masters to build them a ship. He immediately asked the horned giant Balgild if it was safe around, and he confirmed the absence of threats. Full of enthusiasm, the young man announced the upcoming expedition, greatly surprising the girls with his sudden energy. He admitted that he had only ever sailed on small boats as their homeland did not have access to the sea. He strictly forbade the little fairy Phil from flying there alone, and she obediently agreed to stay with the group. It was only necessary to return to the village and draw up a detailed action plan. Suddenly, water splashed loudly behind him. Eshto turned sharply, hearing a quiet plea for help. He approached the very shore, listening intently to the mysterious voice from the spring that promised a new adventure. But silence fell around him again, making him wonder in confusion if he had imagined it. The question about the huge liner suddenly pierced the tranquility of the village street. With burning eyes, he urged the dwarves to build a ship for 20 people for the expedition to the source, but heard only a categorical impossible. He wanted to start construction right now, but he ran into a brick wall. The experienced masters grimly examined the ship's drawings, acknowledging that such a task was beyond their capabilities. The elders shrugged their shoulders. They had never lived near the Great Water and had no idea how to build large ships. The maximum they are capable of is an ordinary small boat. Hope has faded. A heavy sigh. Ashtu disappointedly trudged away. The gnomes awkwardly apologized for letting the mayor down, but he simply waved it off calmly. They were not to blame here. Walking down the street, The boy mentally acknowledged defeat. If Augustus couldn't manage it, then no one in the village would build a ship. Suddenly, a strange shadow glided silently behind him. A loud cough made Ashto turn around. In front of him stood Dimitro, who immediately began to theatrically lament about fishing and his hard fate. He reproached indignantly that the mayor could have noticed his mysterious appearance before he had to fake a coughing fit. With a sly smile, Dimitri admitted that he had been hiding in the bushes and, accidentally, overheard the entire conversation with the master. He dramatically swept his clawed hand. Now the secret was revealed, and Dimitri knew all about the gnome's failure and Ashto's despair. Dimitro calmly assured the young man that his shop would have absolutely everything. He slyly squinted, warning that a real cruise ship would be quite expensive. The boy blinked in surprise, while the merchant had already extended his hand, ready to make a deal. In the street, the young man stammered about an installment plan, but Dimitri immediately cut him off. The demand to hand over 1,000 bottles of elite sake right now left the guy stunned. The demon planned to make a fortune by reselling alcohol in Beelzebub, which is why the ship cost exactly that amount. He threw out that for a dozen bottles the dwarfs would only gather a boat, and this phrase suddenly sparked a brilliant idea in the young man. In the workshop, a huge drawing of a ship for 20 people was already spread out before the gnomes. The young man proudly presented Dimitri's work, calling it first-class engineering. Next to the board lay a miniature wooden copy. The senior dwarf curiously twirled the model that the boy had brought for demonstration in his hands. The masters leaned over the papers, smacking their lips from the talent of the demons and examining the layout of the cabins on the sailboat. Their eyes lit up with excitement. They had never built such large ships before. But these plans were more than enough. The hand decisively slapped the table. The deal was sealed with a brief, "All right, boss." The construction of the liner started exactly as planned, and the boy smiled, noting the tireless enthusiasm of the master gnomes. The continuous sound of hammers echoed above the tall wooden scaffolding. The young man dryly thanked Dimitri for the drawings, but abruptly cut off the conversation as soon as he started begging for extra drinks. The elf smugly folded his arms behind his back, completely satisfied with the perfect progress of the work. The little fairy joyfully asked if they would all set off together on a journey to the spring, and received a firm promise. Flying higher, Phil excitedly examined the massive foundation of the future vessel. And then she innocently asked if they would take this stinky old man on board. Such audacity left Dimitri speechless. Comfortably perched on the boy's head, the fairy bluntly told the elf that she simply didn't like him. Quickly hiding his offense behind a business-like tone, he assured that at the slightest delay he would immediately call in elite shipbuilders from Beelzebub. The construction of the real ship required incredible precision and turned out to be significantly more fragile than the paper sketches. However, the elf could only watch in admiration as the dwarves perfectly interpreted his intricate designs even without any outside assistance. Finally, Dimitri nervously asked not to be forgotten after the construction was completed, and the guy indulgently agreed. The old man had already endured enough humiliation today. 20 days later, the long-awaited finally finished echoed over the construction site. Throwing back his head, the young man gazed in fascination at the gigantic ship designed by 100 demonic masters, genuinely delighted by the incredible scale of his creation. They stood frozen before the gigantic wooden ship. Thanks to the hard work of the dwarves, the long-awaited construction was finally completed, and the vessel stood in all its glory. Two beastmen eagerly set to work sewing sails for his new boat. As soon as the work was finished, the boy announced the departure. But suddenly a whole crowd appeared before him, and he was openly bewildered by such a number of eager participants. The horned demon postponed the trip for next time, quietly cursing someone's annoyance, while the old man didn't come at all due to business. The boy asked two mighty warriors to carry the boat on a cart to the water. The healthy ones, playing, lifted a huge structure onto their shoulders, causing the young man a persistent feeling of déjà vu. The cat girl was already dreaming of a swim, but her stern-horned companion ordered her to check the spring for safety first. The other girl was simply enjoying the adventure and waiting for interesting finds from the little island. The young man gave the signal to set off, while his friends were already preparing fishing gear directly from the deck. The treetops parted. Ahead, the endless water shimmered in the sun. The warriors dragged the cargo to the shore and asked for permission to stop. With a strained gasp, they abruptly dropped the heavy boat to the ground. The boy emerged from the thicket and stood enchanted. The body of water turned out to be so vast that the opposite shore was completely out of sight. A huge ship crashed into the water with a roar, raising a column of spray, from which the lizard people emerged unperturbed. The young man barely had time to thank them with relief. He looked puzzled at the high side, but the gnome with a confident smile raised his thumb, taking the lift upon himself. The ship held firmly and confidently on the water. The elf sharply commanded to chop down trees for the pier, and the lizards immediately saluted. The axes were caught. The work started at such a crazy speed that the boy was left sweating in astonishment upon hearing that it would all take just an hour. He dreamily imagined fishing from the deck while the mole kindly asked him not to fall overboard. While the construction was in full swing, the catgirl joyfully and carefree splashed in the shallow water. The young man cheerfully exchanged a couple of words with the mole. Although it was just a trial run, both were eagerly awaiting it. The gnome proudly stood on the freshly built wooden pier and waved his hand, inviting the whole crew to come aboard. The spacious deck could easily accommodate about 20 people. The boy happily looked around, assessing the wide deck of his new ship. The gnome loudly commanded to take their places and act as in rehearsal, and the team unanimously pulled the ropes. Everyone looked up in awe when they learned that this luxurious sail was hand-woven by their companion. A huge white sail unfurled with a loud crack on the mast, triumphantly catching the wind. The boy blinked in confusion, realizing to himself that he had no idea about such hidden talents of his companion. The girl was glad that the sail was working properly and admitted that she had to sweat quite a bit over such a big thing, but it was fun. Their large sailboat was gently swaying on the waves. The horn girl eagerly breathed in the sea air, delighted that sailing on the deck was a completely different experience than flying or swimming alone. The cat girls eagerly pressed against the side, wanting to see everything up close. The boy turned to the bearded gnome, and he suggested starting by docking near a small island ahead. The friends rushed along the deck with cheerful laughter, causing the young man to shout after them anxiously to be more careful. He thoughtfully looked at the outlines of the land. They were not yet ready for a full reconnaissance, but the landing would at least provide some idea of the island's scale. Leaning over the railing, the young man was enchanted by the remarkably beautiful spring. Nearby, their small round companion was jumping uselessly, trembling pitifully because he could see nothing. The boy gently picked up the little one in his arms, showing him the crystal-clear water all the way to the bottom. He smiled relaxedly, openly enjoying this slow and calm swim. Suddenly, the deck jerked violently, nearly knocking both of them off their feet from the wild acceleration. The gnome at the helm of the hut grinned and, with a devastating growl, drove the ship forward at maximum speed. The silence was broken by a prolonged wail. The huge ship thundered through the waves, tossing passengers across the deck amid curses about the too harsh rowing. The team lay helplessly on the boards, barely recovering from the wild rocking. The horned giant awkwardly apologized for his excessive strength while the exhausted young man trembled from the strain. Suddenly, the boy looked around anxiously, asking about the girls and hoping that at least Clarabelle was safe. He froze in horror. High on the mast, tightly gripping the ropes, hung a little maid with cat ears. "Master," came a calm voice from above. She simply spread her fingers and gently flew down, a flawless landing on his feet right in front of the guy, who collapsed onto the boards in shock. He waved his hands at a panic, nearly turning gray from such a breathtaking trick. Meanwhile, the dwarf sternly called the horned giants to himself. While the maid was genuinely happy about the quick trip, the young man could only nervously nod in agreement. The elf girl was also thrilled by the journey, while the boy watched in amazement as the little gnome confidently read the huge demons like schoolchildren. He made sure that his companions were safe. The girls could barely stand on their feet from nausea, shuddering at the memories of that insane speed. He jokingly offered to carry them on his back, but received a categorical refusal. Another woman passed by, carrying the dizzy little bear Pont, who had curled up into a tight ball from the swaying. As he leaned against the side of the ship, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. He peered out at the sea in surprise. The voice sounded again. Suddenly, the water erupted in a fountain with a roar right in front of them. From the waves emerged the figure of a girl, completely woven from water, and she clasped her hands in a pleading manner. The boy recoiled in shock. The mysterious spirit pleaded with tears to save them, otherwise they would simply be eaten. Asto stood perplexed, trying to understand who exactly was asking him for protection. At the lake deep in Oberstein, a young man watched in fascination as a spirit emerged from the water. Meanwhile, a completely unpeaceful vacation awaited Ludger in the luxurious family estate. The blonde aristocrat stepped over the threshold, briefly greeting the old maid Mirko. The gloomy bearded manly Uger strode down the corridor, grumbling irritably about his father's sudden summons. He burst open the door with a bang and found a calm blonde who was already waiting for him. Ludger immediately launched into accusations about the disappearance of people, but he just smirked arrogantly and suggested discussing the expulsion of Ashto first. The bearded man helplessly ground his teeth. The blonde suddenly darkened, cut off the conversation and walked away, leaving the interlocutor seething with rage. As he walked through the hall, he excitedly pondered about the exile. He had taken control of both the lands and the army all by himself. Ludger wearily rubbed his eyes. After Shelley's escape, he completely lost his peace and became obsessed with the theme of exile. Borden sighed bitterly and dreamily spoke of retirement and a quiet fruit garden, while his influence in the family was steadily declining. Watching this despair, the old maid silently acknowledged the decision to expel Ashto was a fatal mistake. A little later, the blonde commander was already standing before his officers, solemnly thanking them for the victory over the monsters. Dozens of soldiers listened attentively to his speech within the walls of the impregnable knight's castle. In the tavern, there was a wild uproar. Someone was generously treating everyone for their teamwork, urging the soldiers to drink and party until they dropped. The general proudly noted that no one was killed or injured, and the damage to neighboring towns was minimized. There could be no greater joy for him. At the table, Lunamaria wondered why Ludger never refuses a drink, and her conversation partner explained that it is precisely this humanity of the guy that people adore. The girl nervously flinched when her friend mentioned that many aristocrats dream of marrying into the free heir of the Estre family. Suddenly, a loud bang on the table was heard. Someone came up with the brilliant idea of just taking him to a brothel. Lunamaria nervously sipped from her mug and reluctantly agreed. The commander's indifference towards women truly crossed all boundaries. A sudden wave of beer flew straight into the blonde's face. Lunamaria jumped up from her seat and categorically cut in. She would not allow him to be dragged into such unscrupulous places. While the soldiers in the background continued to make noise, the boy sat aside and calmly listened to the argument. Completely wet from alcohol, he naively asked if everything was all right with Lunamaria, to which she dryly advised him to worry about others. An awkward silence fell over the table. A friend with a tail sighed heavily, not understanding how to bring together a girl who knows nothing about relationships and an unyielding workaholic. They had been friends since childhood, and everyone had long seen Lunamaria's feelings, which Ludger himself had not noticed at all. Taking the initiative, the friend smiled slyly and reminded the commander that starting tomorrow, he would officially be on leave by the king's order. Rudy wearily leaned back, barely catching his breath. He complained about the crazy overload, to which his commander Ludger calmly noted that he hadn't seen a vacation in 10 years. This greatly outraged the young man. He emotionally exclaimed that he had completely neglected his studies due to constant work. Over a mug of drink, the conversation turned to vacation, and the redhead directly asked when the general last strolled around the city properly. Ludger was confused while his friend was actively pressing him. As a man, a leader, and the eldest son of a noble family, he has every right to free time. It turned out that he had only seen the capital from the saddle of a horse during his service and had no idea about new establishments or popular food. Noting that Ludger could easily get lost on the streets, the young man suddenly turned to the girl next to him. He bluntly suggested to the puzzled Lunamaria to arrange a tour for this workaholic on his day off. The general awkwardly hid his face behind the collar of his cloak, acknowledging his correctness. He awkwardly tried to justify the upcoming walk as a duty, saying that to protect people, one must know how they live. Rudy just smiled contentedly as he turned back to his plate. He sincerely hoped that this little push would be enough to bring these two closer together. Ludger finally mustered the courage and directly asked Lunamaria out on a date, which made her blush deeply, and she immediately agreed. The next day, she was already standing in the middle of a busy street in an elegant light dress with a hat, having heard someone calling her name. Hearing that the girl had just arrived herself, the boy sighed with relief. Her heart treacherously fluttered. He took a breath and apologetically apologized for being late. The girl blushed at his appearance without armor, mentally rejoicing that she had managed to carefully plan her outfit since the evening before. The boy awkwardly admitted that he was intercepted at the exit by the senior maid Mirko, who categorically forbade him from going to the lady in military uniform. He confirmed that he initially planned it that way, and the girl sincerely praised his unusual civilian appearance in response. Later, the couple moved to the luxurious establishment that Gunkel had praised so much. While having tea with multi-tiered desserts, they recalled how deeply they had drowned in work in recent years. The guy smiled relaxedly. He hadn't been to such stylish places in ages. The girl squinted and quietly agreed. Taking a sip of tea, she pondered his exhausting schedule. After the army, he threw himself into work, trying to carve out at least a little time for Ashto. Lightning-fast sword strikes, magic, politics. He pushed himself to the limits to become a worthy elder son of the powerful house of Estre. The girl clenched her hands in guilt, while he devotedly cared for the younger ones. She completely neglected her concern for Mayuri. During tea, Lunamaria expressed hope that their acquaintances would let them know as soon as they started their own family, while Ludger merely turned away in displeasure. In the end, he gave in, sighed, and assumed that the fugitives were indeed safe with Ashto and enjoying life in their new home. Later, they visited the weapons workshop, where Lunamaria smiled and asked them not to hurry. The blacksmith's little assistant eagerly observed the guests, pondering aloud that such expensive swords would only be suitable for the commander-in-chief. While the boy was amazed by the unexpected arrival of the general, the girl was already examining the blade made of Damascus steel, noting the atypical craftsmanship for royal artisans. "Luna Maria!" suddenly called out Ludger in astonishment. She turned around joyfully, and before the general's eyes sparkled an extremely revealing set of women's armor, essentially a metal bikini. The little assistant proudly smiled, immediately praising the client's sharp eye. Ludger stared at the mannequin in confusion and seriously wondered what special magic should protect such exposed vital points. Suddenly, a bearded blacksmith popped up from behind and slyly asked if the general was studying this armor so closely for his girlfriend. The general awkwardly gestured to the blacksmith to keep quiet, while the blacksmith only added something significant about the night battlefield. Instead, Ludger rubbed his chin and, with a stone-faced expression, stated, "The lack of metal significantly reduces noise, making it ideal equipment for night outings." The blacksmith happily made an okay gesture and advised to immediately dress the companion in this. A crazy boost in the soldier's fighting spirit on the night battlefield is simply guaranteed. Ludger, with a slight smile, ordered a set of armor, and the satisfied blacksmith burst into loud laughter, pressing his exhausted assistant to himself. Luna Maria blinked in confusion when the boy asked her to wear it as a gift for their day together. The girl agreed to try on this revealing armored bra, naively assuming that it would later be put into mass production. Satisfied with his purchase, Ludger headed for the exit, leaving the blacksmith to marvel at the unpredictable tastes of customers. On the way to the estate, the young man sincerely thanked his companion for the tour and the wonderful time spent together. Hearing his name, he turned around in surprise. Luna Maria blushed deeply, hiding her eyes, and awkwardly offered to take him home. The boy happily agreed. Suddenly, the girl abruptly reached for him and kissed him, while quickly uttering words of gratitude as Ludger himself froze in shock. The wounded questioning spread lonely under the evening sky. Meanwhile, on the territory of the headquarters, two subordinates were puzzledly examining a huge box from the city armory. The boy naively decided that the general had ordered new standards for army protection, although his partner had already begun to suspect something was wrong. She lifted the lid and was stunned. Instead of military armor, inside lay a chain-stitched, provocative metal bikini. Realizing what the general was planning to dress the soldiers in, the officer panicked, flung open the frames, and nearly fell out of the window. He suddenly stood up, loudly pushing the chair away. A tired, forced smile was frozen on his face. Sharp movement. He exhaled irritably and abruptly turned away. Rapid step. Leaning out of the window, he shouted furiously, "What the hell have you been doing?" While the young man below nervously dripped with sweat, lamenting to himself that it wasn't easy being Cupid. The young man, along with his friends, relaxed against the side of the ship, enjoying the calm of the sea. Suddenly, a water nymph emerged from the waves, causing the horned guardian to instantly shield the boy from the unfamiliar monster. The stranger waved her hands in fright. "She is not a monster, but a water spirit. An undine named Mizuki." The young man calmed the spirit, gently explaining that they were only exploring the water body, and the frightened guest nodded with tears. The frightened undine exclaimed that her kind is threatened with complete extinction. Hearing this, the bearded captain ordered to drop anchor. The sails have frozen. The spirit of the water desperately begged for salvation until the stern giant ordered her to calm down and promised to listen. The crew gathered around the guest with curiosity, while she was genuinely surprised by such a variety of races. After all, very few ventured into these deserted waters. The young man thoughtfully noted that this place can indeed be considered a lake, to which the undine mentioned the giant underwater hole that leads straight to the sea. Suddenly, a tiny flower fairy interrupted the conversation, joyfully flying over to say hello. The elf beside her was stunned with amazement. She hadn't encountered Undine in a whole 1,000 years. When the young man's companion reminded the spirit of her request, it again fervently confirmed that it urgently needed their help. But she immediately became hesitant, fearing that the travelers would simply refuse to intervene. The mermaid revealed that their lake is connected to the sea, from where a huge predator recently arrived. At first, they hoped that the monster would limit itself to fish, but one day it devoured one of them. The young man tensed as he listened to how the monster had begun to relentlessly hunt them since then. Having savored the mermaids, the monster could no longer stop. With tears streaming down her face, the girl confessed that she had lost a lot of friends and was waiting for her own death at any moment. The boy understood the hint. The mermaids could not leave their pure waters, so they could only beg for salvation. He silently looked into the distance. The decision was obvious. The young men turned to the team and declared that they would take on this task. The blonde instantly lit up with the idea of destroying the pest. The horned warrior also saw no reason to retreat, and the sorceress happily added that her ice would be perfect against the water creature. The mermaid cried tears of joy, sincerely thanking for the hope. The young man suddenly turned to the townspeople. He ordered the frightened mayor and his assistant to stay away and wait out the battle in safety. The team set out into open waters on a large ship. The hunt for the monster began. The water spirit Mizuki described the problem briefly. It is a large, black, and slimy catfish. While the boy was trying to imagine the fish, she warned about the monster's poisonous slime. He sighed wearily, as he had never seen a catfish in his life. The spirit cried over the polluted lake, forcing him to urgently calm her down. The elf Almina intervened with a naive plan to simply dive underwater and kill the beast. The boy gave the elf a heavy, extremely disappointed look. He dryly reminded that the monster is capable of swallowing a spirit whole, so it cannot be caught just like that. To explain the true size of the fish, Mizuki pointed to the top edge of the roof. She flew along the building and marked the other end. Straining, the young man asked about the exact size. 100 meters is the length of a huge military ship. The whole trio nervously broke out in a sweat, finally burying the idea of fishing. Suddenly, the local mayor raised his thumb and seriously approved this crazy plan. The boy panicked and protested, begging to find at least some adequate way. Mayor August stopped the boy and seriously stated that their plan would need to be changed a bit. He immediately perked up his ears. The dwarf leaned closer and shared a new tactic. To start, we need to head to the central islet. The boy wholeheartedly supported this idea. He joyfully assured the team that everything would definitely work out now, and even wondered how he hadn't thought of such a simple step himself. Calming the water maiden Mizuki, the young man hopefully turned to his older companions and asked if they would be able to fulfill their part. For a moment, a tense silence hung in the air. Her confidence was shattered by the assured voice of the horned giant and his partner. They smiled self-assuredly and commanded to rely entirely on them. Meanwhile, deep underwater, there was tranquility, where schools of small fish swam carefreely. Suddenly, a swift lunge broke through the water's surface. In the impenetrable darkness, swift silhouettes flashed by and air bubbles swirled. From the black darkness emerged the terrifying eye of a giant poisonous catfish, which had already set out on its hunt. The deadly monster relentlessly approached, leaving the team alone with the question of whether their plan would work now. Ash took his companion to the shore of the lake to finally solve the local problem. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow glided silently under the water. A heavy splash sounded. The boy desperately shouted for everyone to run, and the water spirits were stunned with horror. From the depths emerged a giant catfish, forcing mothers to grab their children and quickly hide behind the rocks. Once this monster lived in the sea, but it overcame the current and settled here, where there were no enemies, but plenty of easy prey. The length of the monster reached 100 meters. The water around suddenly became toxic, causing the spirits unbearable pain. The murky purple liquid that the creature continuously exuded stained its body and slowly transformed the entire lake into its domain. The catfish deliberately infected the lake to weaken the victims before the decisive blow. The little girl spirit coughed and cried in the arms of her exhausted mother. A huge maw opened wide, ready to swallow them alive. Enough! Rang out sharply over the water. Ash's companion stepped forward and assertively extended her hand, luring the monster towards herself. Mizuki nervously huddled at the top of the underwater rock, but in a moment she straightened up and boldly challenged the giant fish while her companions looked on in shock from below. The boy desperately shouted for her to run, and just as the shadow of the monster approached, Mizuki jumped back with a terrified scream. The mutant catfish shot through the water like a torpedo. The girl was mercilessly caught in the whirlpool, yet through the panic, she stubbornly held on to her plan. At the last second, she dove into a narrow crevice where the giant maw of the predator could no longer fit. "Now it's your turn," shouted Mizuki as the massive anchor chain rattled taut underwater. On the shore, the team was on alert. The horned giant Balgild firmly seized the improvised fishing rod. With a frenzied roar, he yanked the chain towards himself, pulling the multi-ton monster out of the water. The fish helplessly soared above the shore, where two dragons were already waiting for it. The winged sisters instantly coordinated the attack. A powerful dark shot tore the predator's body apart in midair. Immediately after this, the second dragoness unleashed a searing stream of flame upon him. The loot was ready, and the young sorceress joyfully raised her staff to freeze the charred monster. The monster opened its mouth, spewing a dense stream of blinding energy. The magical staff instantly halted the strike with a harsh flash of lightning. Upon receiving the command to act, the horned Balgild focused intently and pressed to the ground. The fish-like monster was helplessly sticking out inside the ice block. The warrior powerfully pushed off, raising a cloud of dust, and with a predatory lunge, surged forward. He raced swiftly across the smooth surface. Swinging his arm, Falgild looked into the monster's frightened eye and remarked that it was very unlucky to have swum into their lakes. A bare fist shattered the ice trap into pieces with a crunch. The shards of ice flew in all directions with a loud, victorious shout. The young man happily raised his hands in the air, triumphantly celebrating the perfect teamwork. Asto triumphantly raised his hands, rejoicing in the killing of the giant catfish, although the elf beside him looked at him with blatant irony. The battlefield was strewn with fragments of rock. The girl reproached him, reminding him that he had done nothing himself, but Ashto just waved it off carelessly. The unexpected question made him scratch his chin in confusion. He jumped onto a boulder and exclaimed with enthusiasm that defeating such a monster in almost one blow was a real success. Master Shell crossed his arms over his chest and asked how the boy even thought of hardening the roots for fishing. Instead of an answer, Ashtu joyfully picked up his little wooden assistant, checking to see if it was intact. The wooden figure glowed with happiness, and the young man assumed that such incredible strength was thanks to Shell's improvements. The dwarf nodded seriously. The local trees would simply crack under the weight of the catfish. The little familiar proudly puffed out his chest. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the fairy Phil and the great water spirit. The spirit of the water thanked them for their victory over the catfish, but immediately fell silent, remembering the lake itself. Asho asked Mizuki about her injury with concern, but she gently denied it. They both silently gazed at the quiet, dark water. The boy suggested that the water was poisoned by the slime of the giant catfish they had just lured out. Tears rolled from the girl's eyes, but she tried to smile, accepting the loss of her home. She joyfully spread her arms and exclaimed that although the lake was destroyed, everyone was safe. But the young man saw her true despair and bitter tears. He immediately made a decision. While the rest of the team discussed the way home, the guy took out his tome. Just for such occasions, he opened the book to the right page and stated that plants can germinate not only on land. Mizuki was startled when the boy promised to personally save her lake. He focusedly raised his wand, reciting a spell to the water that blesses Mother Earth. The girl looked bewilderedly at the black mud beneath her feet, not understanding how this would work. The young man sharply waved his wand, calling upon the magic of the forest trees of Lake Joko. A powerful flash of light burst from the end of the stick. The glowing orb softly plunged into the poisoned darkness of the water. The elf behind only squinted, quietly wondering why he was putting on so much pomp. Ash stood by the shore of the dark water, where a burst of magical light suddenly flared above the water. He silently gazed into the glow. The elf nearby nervously crossed herself, muttering that she hadn't even tried to cast a spell. A tiny green shoot broke through the black water. A sprout on the water? In an instant, the sprout shot up, covered itself with leaves, and transformed into a sturdy trunk amidst the girl's excited exclamations. A gigantic, sprawling tree burst from the water, firmly gripping the murky current with its roots. While the satellites joyfully praised Ashto, he was astonished to realize these trees simply absorb and cleanse all the dirt. The water instantly became crystal clear, and the girls sparkled with the light and rushed to swim. One of them dove off the cliff like a pike without hesitation. She plunged swiftly into the clear, transparent depths. Among the intertwined roots, a whole underwater world opened up, where friends swam carefreely alongside a water dragon. Asto smiled contentedly, finally understanding the true essence of his spell. The powerful roots spread further, forming a real forest underwater. The little white dragon joyfully informed Ashto that the lake is beautiful and the water spirits are finally happy. From the waves, Undine suddenly emerged and sincerely squeezed the boy's hands in gratitude. Ashto smiled back at her calmly and warmly. At that moment, shining water spheres soared into the air around the large ship. The companions of Ashto were spellbound, watching for the first time the magical dance of the Undines. The spirits of the water playfully leaped from the lake and danced above the waves under the rays of the sun. The men on deck positively assessed the assistance. Thanks to the current created by the spirits, the heavy vessel was moving perfectly smoothly. Water creatures swam up to the very edge, accompanying the crew. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl quietly called Mizuki back. She smiled slyly. A cunning plan had ripened in her mind. Mizuki enthusiastically supported the idea and immediately rushed to persuade others. The girls gathered together and began to whisper conspiratorially. The spirits of the water immediately joyfully agreed to their prank. He asked what they were planning, but instead received only a sly smile and a mysterious, "You'll see." The girl joyfully waved her wand, giving a command to Mizuki. Fiery streaks shot into the night sky with a whistle. The space exploded with a grand fireworks display, and from the lake, Undines joyfully emerged to meet the sparks. Everyone watched in fascination as the water spirits promised to help them with boats at the first call from now on. The water maiden kindly invited them to return any time. a heartfelt thank you. He firmly shook the transparent hand of the spirit goodbye. Already home, the exhausted boy collapsed on the table, listening to the praises from the maid Silmeria. She insisted on going with him next time, and Ashto agreed with a smile. He decided to take a little break before starting to study medicinal herbs. Lying with his eyes wide open, the boy felt relief that his idea had truly saved the lake. Meanwhile, far away, someone's fingers in despair dug into the dry soil of an abandoned farm. The unfamiliar blonde young man looked at the withered harvest with fear, frantically pondering how to stop the new disaster. The young foreman looked over his beds with satisfaction, rejoicing in the quick harvest. The elven herbs thrived wonderfully, even without magic, but the peaceful idyll was abruptly interrupted by the scream of a frightened lizard folk. A bloody blonde young man collapsed onto the living room carpet, barely supported by his assistant. The lizard man reported that he found the boy barely alive near the very entrance to the village. The elder immediately commanded to start the treatment. The guest was fading before my eyes. The wounded person was urgently transferred to a quiet house. The exhausted body of the young man was treated and bandaged. His pallor was attributed to hunger, and the wounds were immediately attended to. The young man who had come to his senses was carefully handed a bowl of food. The maid Silmeria just brought the saving portion, handing it directly to the master. The exhausted boy took the hot dish with trembling hands. The special herbal soup was meant to quickly disinfect wounds and restore strength. When asked about the reward, the foreman casually waved it off. He advised to thank the lizard people and promised to take the guest home after recovering. He just blinked in surprise, realizing that this friendly rescuer was the true leader of the village. The bandaged young man sat on the bed, weakly gripping a bowl with both hands. The boy did not hide his surprise when the stranger introduced himself as Ashto and asked if the rescuer had heard the local rumors. While Ashto was captivated by the murmurs of a true miracle, the young man merely awkwardly averted his gaze. Suddenly, the wounded man jerked forward with a loud plea. The boy stood frozen in confusion. With despair in his eyes, Ashto cried out, asking to save his native village. He helplessly fell onto the bed, blaming himself for his helplessness, while the rescuer awkwardly urged him to get up from his knees. Finally, the guy asked the guest to calm down and tell everything in order. He admitted that he belongs to the tribe of shapeshifters, although he currently has a completely human appearance. He pressed his hand to his chest, seriously affirming his nature. Suddenly, a dull crunch echoed, and in place of the young man's face, a huge wolf's maw unexpectedly bared its teeth. A heavy clawed paw landed on the wooden floor. The boy froze in shock before the burly wolf, who calmly explained the difference between his kind and the demonic dogs. The shapeshifter awkwardly scratched his neck and added that in animal form wounds heal much faster. But due to clumsiness, he prefers to remain human. The dark-haired man silently processed the new facts about the true nature of the battle wolves. The tormented beastman finally confessed. His village was engulfed by plague, and he came to beg for help. The source of the disease was the river poisoned with bio-slime. The boy desperately crumpled the blanket. He was the only one who survived, but he was already falling to his knees from exhaustion and despair. Everyone who touched the poisoned water felt powerless, and now the entire settlement was slowly dying in their own homes. The harvest rotted, and the wolf could not physically bring clean water from outside to all the sick by himself. The dark-haired man calmly asked how the guest had found their camp at all. The clue was a giant insect mantis with a bundle of items tied to its back. The young man looked sympathetically at the boy who had nearly driven himself to the grave by constantly caring for the sick. He himself remembered this insect well. A few weeks ago it had been chattering to him about an unknown race. The young man then set off in her footsteps until a monster suddenly attacked the centipede. Forgetting the memories, he businesslike clarified the distance to the infected village. 3 days on foot through the dense forest. The boy thoughtfully squeezed the fabric on his knee. The nearby source of water pollution made everything simpler. The blonde suddenly leaned forward, passionately offering her help, and elicited a sincere thank you from him. He carefully sat the injured girl on the bed, asking her to tell more about her village. The conversation continued on the bright streets of the settlement. The guide directly stated that he wants to save 200 poisoned werewolf warriors, and the local giant immediately agreed to provide the people. He opened his grimoire, confidently explaining that they have the recipe for the antidote to the toxic slime. They just need to brew the required volume. The blonde scratched her head with the handle of a knife in confusion. Curing the plague is not enough. Something must also be done to restore the dead fields. The solution turned out to be laughably simple. The book advised simply to pour salt into the infected river. Zorovan grimly reminded that their settlement would not be able to feed the neighbors for long while the poisoned land cleansed itself. The boy anxiously bit his lip, fully aware that it would take years for the soil to naturally recover. The girl hopefully nodded at the magical guide in his hands. The eyes quickly scanned the section on plant magic. A way to artificially revive the land was found instantly. They exchanged bewildered glances, barely believing such luck. He slammed his hand on the cover with enthusiasm. Now they had a full-fledged plan. All that was left was to buy time for treatment. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, admitting that he completely forgot about using magic on the crops. However, his friends were already enthusiastically making plans for tomorrow. They needed to destroy the bio-slime and prepare supplies for the field kitchen, which made the guy just sigh wearily, anticipating new problems. The elder leaned over the flasks, urgently preparing medicine to save the werewolf tribe. He gathered assistants and divided them into groups. The elves immediately set to gathering medicinal herbs and vegetables for the field kitchen. There was a shortage of space in the boxes, so he strictly filtered out the excess, leaving only the essential supplies. Two mighty ogres were already waiting for the order to advance. Thanks to their resistance to poison, they became the perfect vanguard. The ogres moved forward to clear the village of slime while the elder finished the antidote. The next morning, the cargo was ready. Suddenly, the plan faltered. The giant riding centipede could only set off at night, and panic ensued in the team due to the delay. The conductor quickly silenced the alarm, reminding that their demonic dogs would easily pick up the trail of the vanguard. But the worst was yet to come. Barely 20 people could fit on the back of the centipede, while 200 sick people needed to be rescued. Komasi will have to make several trips back and forth. The foreman warned the Magecats that they would have to forget about Egana to me from now on. Having entrusted the protection of his native village to his younger sister, he finally set off to help. The young ogre eagerly promised to make souvenirs from any demons that crossed his path for everyone, while Kirinji was tasked with watching over Norma. The girl squinted discontentedly, stating that she had serious questions about his abilities. The elf girl worriedly asked him to take care and not catch any disease, but the boy just waved it off carelessly. A huge riding insect suddenly spoke up and confidently promised to show everyone its true speed. The last boxes were securely tied with ropes on the armor. The boy commanded to move and the monsters suddenly took off. The wind hit their faces with wild acceleration and the girls screamed frantically. Night has descended upon the earth. The company finally reached the quiet, snowy settlement of werewolves. The boy collapsed helplessly onto the frozen ground, barely holding on to his soul after such a hellish journey. After recovering a bit, he reported to the local giant that the plan with the salty water worked and the dangerous bio-slime completely dissolved. His gaze caught on the elder's house. There was light inside, but a deafening silence prevailed. Realizing that the worst was behind him, the boy smiled with relief. The blonde raised the bottle and confirmed that they personally drank the water for testing, so now it is completely purified. Without wasting a moment, the guy ordered to unpack the things to immediately start treating the locals. The medications were ready. The Silvercat tribe successfully completed the procedure and began distributing the medicines. The horned leader ordered a fire to be lit in the square to give people a sense of security and to serve as a landmark for those who might follow. The young man decisively threw the bag over his shoulder and declared that he would help everyone. He entrusted the cat girls with mass detoxification. They were to move to the next house as soon as the sick felt better. In the dim light of the cabin, people lay motionless and a faint apology drifted in from somewhere. Their condition was critical. The fever spared no one. The young man hurriedly unfolded the paper bag with the medicine, realizing that saving such a small child needed to be done immediately. He carefully lifted the baby and began to slowly pour the healing solution into his mouth. The exhausted father barely opened his eyes, but the young man immediately reassured him. The mixture of antidote and restorative potion was already taking effect. Adults also began to greedily drink the life-saving brew, covered in sweat from the tension. The young man made sure that everyone in the room took the medicine. Finally, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. The patient's breathing had stabilized. The crisis was over. The child's face relaxed in deep, healthy sleep. And outside, under the crescent moon, the saving fire was already brightly burning. He firmly leaned on his knee and commanded to move to the next house. The work was not yet finished. While the fresh antidote dripped into the flask, the exhausted maids busied themselves around the wounded man with bandaged eyes. The boy sat down by his bed with the main news. The toxins had been eliminated from everyone. Silence has finally settled over the gloomy stones of the wasteland. He relievedly threw his arm behind his head, glad that the werewolves turned out to be strong and that there were no casualties. The light-haired young man sent 3 scouts to check the river, and the boy promised to bring back water from there. The maids immediately took care of the rest of the squad that had just arrived for support. Without wasting time, the boy gathered all the available helpers to light the stove for the communal dinner. Lying in bed, the wounded man wondered how his rescuer with such a frail build managed to both defend the village and chop firewood. The flame brightly engulfed the stove when someone asked about Mr. Wolf. He had already gone to his room. The wooden beams have cracked. The horned beast man with a warm smile noted the strong spirit of the boy. Peeking into the room, he exclaimed the name of the elder Ashto in surprise and immediately apologized for the intrusion. In response to his worried question, the tired girl replied with relief. All the villagers survived. He leaned over the wounded man, ordering him to lie still during the examination. The antidote worked. All the patients in the room finally recovered. The boy kindly addressed Mr. Wolf, asking him to relax and set aside all worries. He smiled reassuringly. The rescued one could not hold back. Tears of genuine gratitude rolled down his cheeks. The dawn sun rose above the mountains. In the camp, work was in full swing. The catgirls in maid outfits began cooking food in huge cauldrons under the open sky. Those who had suffered minor injuries were gradually getting back on their feet. The maids carefully served the people hot, fragrant soup. While one of the men was serving a portion for his wife, the girls happily reported that the northern side of the camp had already been fed. The elder thanked Somiria, and the maids from the clan of Silver Cats assured that they were fully capable of taking care of both him and the victims. He was handed his own bowl of hot soup and was urged to finally rest. The boy held his bowl and looked around. After all the horror he had experienced, this place literally shone with life. Suddenly he noticed a bizarre wooden house with strange stairs, whose architectural style had never been seen either in the villages or in the kingdom itself. Sitting on a log with a bowl of simple food, he wondered if he should have brought Augustus with him. They have already solved the problem of contamination. They just needed to restore the soil with magic. Suddenly, he was called. The boy turned around in surprise. A serious blond man stood in front of him. He immediately showered the young man with thanks for saving the village, making him awkwardly ask to skip the formalities. The stranger bowed low and introduced himself as Wolf from the clan of shapeshifters. The conversation quickly shifted to the issue of food supply. Wolf felt embarrassed, ashamed to ask for a new favor after everything that had been done. Due to the consequences of the disease, their hunters will not be able to hunt for a long time, and winter is already around the corner. The rice was saved, but the rest of the harvest completely rotted due to the infection. The werewolf timidly suggested establishing trade, and the boy readily agreed to allocate the supplies from his village to them. Moreover, he promised to smoke the meat of the slain ogre demons to provide them with food for a full 20 days. Wolf lost the gift of speech when the young man smiled sincerely and postponed the payment question to better times. After all, he had come here just to help. The young man hesitantly asked if they would manage on their own. But upon hearing the calm refusal from the boy, he froze in surprise. Overwhelmed with relief, he clenched his hands and nearly bowed low with tears, exclaiming a heartfelt, "Thank you." Turning around, he promised to arrange for smoked meat, which made the boy beam with joy. Ahead lay the clearing of the fields. Looking at the land illuminated by light, the hero was already planning to sow it with rice unknown to this world. The demon girl calmly watched a pair bears from a branch. A shot stood frozen in confusion. He came to inspect the fields, but stumbled upon a gruesome rot that was emitting thick black smoke. The boy sat heavily by the water. One wrong step would destroy the rice, and there was frankly a lack of knowledge for salvation. The overgrown area resembled a wild meadow moor, although here and there traces of mown grass were visible. He turned around and decided to start experiments with the neighboring plot, putting off the rice for later. The magical grimoire suddenly opened in the air. Waving his wand, he began to read the spell, nervously thinking about each word he uttered. "Restoration of the soil," Ashto exclaimed, and the ground ahead suddenly erupted with black columns. The ground, along with the decaying crops, spun in a wild whirlpool, causing the boy to recoil in surprise. The howl of the whirlwind bore no resemblance to ordinary healing magic. Wolf and his companions covered their faces in panic, trying to withstand the sudden tornado. But the storm also began to subside just as quickly. The plow had dispersed, leaving behind perfectly tilled, cleared land. The dark soil gently sifted through the fingers. The soil was perfectly plowed. The young man exhaled with relief, as the men behind him were astonishedly clamoring about the incredible speed of such work. The one-eyed creature sifted the fluffy soil in its hands, marveling at its unprecedented quality. He was openly fascinated by this instant magic. Suddenly, a hand reached out to the boy. He kindly thanked for the care, but strictly ordered the injured not to overexert themselves until full recovery. He assured that the land pollution has disappeared, so the clan can finally return to their usual farming. The one-eyed man closed his eyes and once again fervently thanked on behalf of the entire clan of shapeshifters. There were no problems with the water bodies, so everything went according to plan. The boy just awkwardly smiled, brushing off the praise. Now they are focused on the rice fields, wondering if this method will work there as well. While the young man set off to restore the remaining lands, strong beastmen were already bringing a gigantic hunted prey to the camp. Their wild endurance was evident. The clan fighters got back on their feet with incredible speed. The girls watched over the work while a pot of food bubbled on the fire. 4 days later, someone called Ashto. The young man sat by the home hearth with the elder, who was glad that all the villagers had survived. The man respectfully bowed his head, sincerely thanking for the salvation of the tribe. He was ready to repay in any way. As soon as he smiled warmly, it was enough for him that no one had died. So he asked everyone to just relax. Suddenly, the man remembered the rice, an unknown grain he had noticed in the fields. He asked for permission to inquire more about this strange culture. As soon as he blinked, he completely forgot to inquire about it due to the hustle and bustle. Hearing that rice is their main food, the young man surprisingly compared it to bread. Instead of long explanations, the elder suggested simply tasting it, as dinner was almost ready. They were already preparing for the feast outside. Meanwhile, the silver cats could not find a place for themselves in impatient anticipation of the treat. The young man offered to help with the cooking, but he was firmly refused. He had already done too much, so today he was just supposed to rest. The stream of grains poured into a huge cauldron, and Ashto curiously asked if this white mass would really soften after boiling. The light-haired partner joyfully called the master to take a closer look. In front of them lay the main local product, rice. The boy was thinking aloud. The grains are rinsed right in the pot and then cooked over low heat. But the nuances of cooking still remained a mystery to him. Thick foam crept out from under the heavy wooden lid. The water had boiled, and it was time to reduce the heat. The neighboring stove was lit in advance for the much clearer meat with vegetables and soup. The light-haired one with a smile announced his readiness, and Ashto eagerly leaned forward. The lid was removed, and a luxurious aroma of freshly cooked rice filled the air. The young man was immediately handed a full bowl. He joyfully wished bon appetit. My partner advised just to mix everything well. He threw a portion into his mouth and closed his eyes in pleasure. A light steam rose from the hot food. The blonde friend cheerfully nodded along while the dark-haired young man openly melted from the taste. He chewed and dreamily imagined how perfectly this rice would complement a bowl of spicy curry. Soft, sticky, with a sweet aftertaste, it perfectly complemented salty dishes. The young man sincerely thanked for the treat, while the locals patiently taught his companion how to use chopsticks. She smiled and asked for the recipe, to which the maid with cat ears warmly praised the industriousness of their clan. The host proudly puffed out his chest. Rice was the main treasure of his people, so he urged the guests not to be shy and to taste everything. On the table, a lavish feast with roasted meat, appetizers, and full bowls was steaming. After a hearty dinner, the conversation smoothly shifted to business matters, and the parties easily agreed on a mutually beneficial exchange. A dignified mustached man approached them and respectfully addressed the young man. Outside, the boy asked the girl if she liked the food, and she enthusiastically nodded. Near the carts with huge barrels, the owners allowed taking as much rice as one wanted, but the young man refused the free handouts. He offered a fair barter. In exchange for grain, he promised to supply fruits and wine, which were lacking in these parts. A brief silence settled. The young man relaxedly sipped his tea, satisfied with the advantageous deal, when suddenly his interlocutor placed a heavy hand on his wrist and unexpectedly praised his healing skills. The gray elder warmly thanked the hero for saving the village and called the boy named Freki. The young man in glasses politely bowed, and the old man suddenly asked to take him as a student. Freki turned out to be a local wonderkind. At just 16, he was already the most talented pharmacist in the settlement. A short pause hung in the air. He stood with his mouth open, digesting what he had heard. While the new acquaintance beamed with joy, the bewildered hero could only manage a confused "what," completely unprepared for such a statement. Ashtu asked in surprise if this young man really wanted to become his student, and immediately received an affirmative answer. He stood frozen in confusion. The blonde boy was glowing with respect as he passionately declared that he dreamed of becoming as outstanding a doctor as his new teacher. The young student joyfully boasted about a surprise for his village while the horned giant dragged huge bundles on his back. The next morning, the camp began to pack supplies for the journey. Ashto was intently examining a whole mountain of rice when he was called by the local elder. The man shook his hand firmly and apologized for the modest gratitude, although for Ashto such a generous gift was already true happiness. Then the elder turned his gaze to the young companions. He asked them to work hard and reminded them that the doors of their settlement would always be open. Freki exclaimed his agreement when the man ordered him and the silent Asina to assist Master Ashto in everything. The elder clasped his hands in prayer, asking to take care of the youth, and Ashto awkwardly promised to do everything possible. Already in the cart, Freki joyfully called the teacher to him, while the teacher only sighed inwardly. having no idea how to behave with his first student in life. He was still amazed by Asina's unwavering determination, who volunteered to go with them. Aso smiled and calmly assured that they would manage everything. Someone's boot heavily descended onto the massive black body. The young man in the hood stared in bewilderment at the spectacle. Two respectable men in traditional attire respectfully bowed, offering their assistance, and in a moment, giant white wolves grew before them. The boy found himself on top of a beast with a heavy chest, ironically realizing how the elders had decided to help. Raising clouds of dust, the wolf shot through the forest like a bullet. Three girls in the estate's yard noticed the approach of a strange cloud of dust. The elf immediately understood that it was the wolf's senti rushing. The travelers had returned home unexpectedly quickly. Just as the beast came to a halt, the young man helplessly collapsed onto the pavement right at the feet of the local maids. Ashto. That was the name of the poor fellow, barely held back his nausea after the wild ride while the concerned girls asked about his well-being. Clarabelle and Lorelei joyfully ran out of the house. He smiled crookedly and assured his sister that he was completely fine, just a bit dizzy. Here, the girls noticed the elderly guests, surprised to find out that they had come to Ashtau specifically seeking medical assistance. Forgetting all worries, the little one joyfully jumped onto her brother's neck. The newcomers were introduced to the village. Freki and Asina were to live here from now on. The young man in glasses respectfully bowed to Asina, asking at the threshold to become a student of the Master of Medicine. The girl blinked in confusion while the guest passionately talked about his dream of becoming an outstanding doctor. He is absolutely incapable of taking care of himself in everyday life. She revealed her brother's main secret, making the true master awkwardly deny it. Asina proudly stated her name and explained that she had come here solely to supervise him. She optimistically assured that everything would be fine, while her brother merely sighed resignedly. His sister began to list his achievements: a pharmacist qualification at 16, the development of new medications at 17, and the status of the youngest doctor in the kingdom. The student happily agreed, stating that the master underestimates himself too much. Asina sighed. Her brother never listened to others' opinions, which always drove his teacher to despair. The young man was stunned. His idol had almost become a court physician at the same age he is now. The sincere and open Freki immediately asked the girl to tell him more about her mentor. In his eyes, the stars of boundless respect shone, causing the master to awkwardly mumble words of gratitude. He thoughtfully averted his gaze. They asked Asina if she could manage on her own, and the girl confidently nodded. The young man suggested providing new students with accommodation near the master's house. Short pause. The boy in glasses gently reminded Asina that from now on they would live under the same roof. The girl proudly declared that she did not need any help in her daily life. The brunette just laughed, took on the household chores himself, and ordered her to focus on her healing training. The girl was gently asked not to be shy and to speak up immediately if any difficulties arose. Despite all her pride, she was still a child. Asina quickly followed the others, and the young man caught himself thinking that she had taken a liking to Freki. He smiled warmly. Now it's his concern as a teacher. The bespectacled man promised to do everything possible to raise his new charge well. The heroes headed to the village, where a grand celebration in honor of their return was already waiting for them. The young man in glasses was almost jumping with enthusiasm, joyfully greeting his teacher. He had not fully woken up yet and only sleepily waved his hand. Noticing that the student had gotten up too early, the boy suddenly approached, reminding about yesterday's promise to take care of the greenhouse together. The teacher discontentedly recoiled from such pressure, while the young man awkwardly greeted someone off camera. The invisible guest cheerfully praised his wild morning enthusiasm. Suddenly, two tiny girls peeked out from under the mentor's cloak while the boy incessantly chattered about breakfast plans. He smiled kindly at the little spirits, Mandrake and Alrone. The teacher indifferently told them not to pay attention to them. The young man joyfully embraced the little ones, firmly stating that from now on he would work together with them. The morning sun was already brightly reflecting off the glass roof of the greenhouse. They finally got to work. Inside, the teacher took out a bowl and calmly called for someone named Shiro. The boy blinked in confusion, looking at the prepared food. At that moment, a huge white wolf appeared nearby, and the young man jumped back in panic, shouting something about breakfast in fear. The white wolf cub Shiro confidently stepped forward. Seeing him, Freki trembled in shock, barely squeezing out the name of the great Fenrir. He fell to his knees, not believing his happiness. Freki suddenly dropped to the floor in front of the boy, although the young man smiled and reminded him that it was just a puppy. The student continued to fervently bow to the guardian deity while Shiro openly ignored him. Suddenly, Freki jumped up and introduced himself at the top of his lungs. The young man asked him his name in surprise. Freki instantly became serious and asked for a moment to return to human form. The young man smiled warmly and suggested they get to work on the greenhouse. The work has begun to boil. The little spirits of the plants were joyfully bustling around, receiving praise for their work. The young man noticed that in human form, Frecky was still tensely glancing at the wolf cub. He gently asked if the student remembered everything. The plan for the day was simple: breakfast, getting to know the village, and then serious training. Shiro was joyfully smiling while walking alongside his friends. Upon learning that he would now play every day with Lord Fenrir himself, he was so shocked that he almost sat down. The young man calmed him down, suggesting to leisurely discuss the creation of a greenhouse and the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Asina reluctantly joined them, mumbling that she didn't need the excursion at all. The girl stopped upon hearing a polite greeting. She was quickly explained. Knowing the trade of each resident makes it much easier to remember their faces. Although everyone has already met at the banquet, it's time to see the village in action. The first to be shown were the Elder Dwarves and the Salamander clan, powerful builders who constructed every structure here with their own hands. The company found itself under the shadow of luxurious vines on the farm of the High Elves. Asina gazed at the greenery, marveling at the vast expanses of orchards and wheat fields. When the conversation turned to drinking, the young man awkwardly admitted that he knew nothing about alcohol. It turned out that the local brewing is not done solely by the elves, but in collaboration with the dwarves. The next stop was a large weaving workshop where women from the Demonic Dogs clan worked. The young man buried his face in the soft fleece with childlike delight, while Asina stared in shock at the wool of the giant royal sheep. The whole trio breathed a sigh of relief. The dark-haired man joyfully pointed to the fabric scroll, praising the work of the local tailors. The eyeglass wearer suggested looking around while the she-wolf shyly dreamed of something fluffy. Near the fence, they greeted the mole miners, whose working area was considered too dangerous for guests. Next, they were introduced to a calm maid from the Silver Cats clan. They were approached here with any problems. Suddenly, a gigantic ogre passed by which didn't even fit into the field of vision. Ahead appeared a spacious communal bathhouse. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the young man immediately allowed her to go there in the evening. However, he still had one more special place for the show. The eyeglass wearer was so impressed that he lit up while looking around. The dark-haired one slyly squinted and warned Frecky that this was just the beginning. The student was already burning with impatience. Suddenly, a network of cracks sharply pierced the deaf wall by the window. While reflections on the next destination echoed, someone was lurking behind the wall. A man peeked out from the doorway with a sly smile, raising his finger for his dramatic entrance. However, the company simply walked past, leaving a shocked Dimitro shouting after them about his disastrously ruined acquaintance. The Trinity stood still before the gigantic multi-tiered building. Ash brought the newcomers to where all the wisdom of the village was stored. Frecky was breathless from the endless rows of bookshelves, and the elder immediately recommended this archive for studying medicinal herbs. There were no statuses here. All readers were absolutely equal. The cat maid, who was calmly flipping through the pages in the armchair, confirmed, "The library doors are open to everyone." Ash smiled warmly, suggesting to his friends to hold their study sessions here. Their conversation was interrupted by a cheerful voice that joyfully called out to the elder. 4 identical girls with books in their hands emerged from behind the shelves, eagerly offering to find any needed tome. Ash sighed wearily, looking at their perfect, eerily synchronized line. He asked if they were doing it on purpose, but in response, he only received a sly smile. The foreman introduced the newcomers to them and sternly asked the librarians not to press too hard on the guests. And then he suggested to the bewildered Frecky to borrow a few books to get started. The heavy tomes slipped off the shelf. While the boy was thoughtfully flipping through the pages, a stranger with horns approached laurily, looking for the right literature. Really? A sudden shocked exclamation broke the silence of the reading room. The girl with horns and the dark-haired young man with a smile watched their blonde friend, who was completely absorbed in reading. The dark-haired man advised him to also take an atlas of herbs. Serious training for a pharmacist would begin the day after tomorrow. The librarians promised to carefully pack the selected books and reminded to sign at the checkout desk. The blonde in glasses turned around joyfully. The girl cheerfully picked up the idea, offering him new books. The dark-haired man was mentally pleased that he had pleased his friend. Later, the guys sat opposite each other in a cozy house. The blonde suddenly asked why Frecky decided to become a pharmacist, and he noticeably hesitated. Instead of answering, Frecky changed the subject. He asked his friend to first tell his own story. The blonde sighed and began to tell about his clan of shapeshifters, where everyone was a mighty warrior. He bitterly admitted that he was too weak for his breed. Hunting and physical labor were incredibly difficult for him. While the brothers flaunted their loot, the family openly condemned his desire for learning. In the village, there was almost no literature, so he read the only reference books on medicinal herbs every day, dreaming of one day breaking free from the confines of the settlement. The peaceful life was shattered at the moment when one of his brothers was brought back from hunting, covered in blood and with severe wounds on his chest. Wounds of werewolves usually heal on their own, but these were too severe. The available medicines did not help, and everyone fell into despair. Then the boy, with his book knowledge, gathered herbs and brewed a potion from memory. Although his relatives initially did not believe in him, the long bandages slipped to the floor, and the older brother, with a grateful smile, ruffled the hair of the young man in glasses. That day, the family sincerely thanked him for the healing for the first time. The brother looked at him with warmth and pride. The news quickly reached the elder, and he personally entrusted the boy to become the doctor for the entire village. He listened carefully to the story of how long and hard the young man worked to gain recognition. The boy tightly clasped his hands on his knees, recalling that brief moment of long-awaited peace. But his voice suddenly fell silent. During a terrible illness, he nearly died himself until a sudden visit from the master saved them. The healer's own status was worth nothing then. In the midst of the epidemic, he could not save a single life. The young man rushed forward and fervently asked to become a student of Ashto to learn his craft. He exhaled relaxedly, accepting this desperate stubbornness. Having finished speaking, he lowered his head and quietly added that this was his entire story. A gentle smile appeared on the master's face. Perseverance will surely make this boy an outstanding healer. Moreover, his talent spoke for itself. Not everyone is capable of brewing a potion that heals such deep wounds on the first try. The teacher energetically commanded to start working, and Freki happily agreed. He excitedly twirled a small jar of medicine in his hands. Freki focusedly noted down every word he said. The teacher praised the student's thirst for knowledge and instructed him to always ask questions. The supplies of ingredients were almost exhausted, so they set out in search of new ones. Freki became interested in one of the tubes, and the teacher explained that inside is burn ointment. They stepped out onto the sunlit street. The teacher immediately warned that just aloe is not enough for this ointment. Other herbs are needed. Freki tried to guess the recipe, but it turned out he was only half right. The boy confidently led the mentor to his farm. On the way, he mentioned that he had deliberately hidden the beds from the children to grow plants for experiments in peace. Behind the wooden fence, neat rows of greenery spread out. Suddenly, the teacher stopped and pointed to the tall tree. That was exactly what they needed. Freki suggested that they should gather the leaves, but the teacher immediately denied it. The knife blade gently sank into the bark. A thick liquid slowly oozed from the fresh cut. The blonde student blinked in surprise. They were not collecting leaves at all for the recipe. A sticky juice dripped into the bowl in heavy drops, which hardened after drying. It was resin. The dark-haired pharmacist explained that the mixture with aloe and herbs perfectly seals the wound and accelerates healing. They looked respectfully at the mighty trunk, which had an incredible ability to regenerate. But the mentor strictly forbade taking too much, as the sap for the tree is like blood. Later, cut aloe stems, a mortar, and bottles with extracts were already waiting on the desk. The boy nervously clenched his fists, but the older friend calmed him with a warm smile. It's time to prepare the ointment. The master stepped back, fully entrusting the mixing process to his assistant, and soon a closed jar of fresh medicine was already on the table. The palm firmly held the bowl, while the pestle patiently ground the mixture to a uniform consistency. The thick liquid slowly filled the glass. The dark-haired young man instantly recognized the remedy. It was yet another burn treatment. He sincerely praised his light-haired student for the excellent work. The boy in glasses just awkwardly laughed. Soon they were talking to Mr. Magnus, a burly bearded man who had burned himself again in the forge and was complaining about the slow healing. The mentor strictly warned the blacksmith not to take injuries lightly and to seek help immediately. The bearded man accepted the fresh ointment with relief and joy. Suddenly, the student became disheartened and timidly admitted that this was not the work of a master, but only his first independent attempt. "Then take pride in it," came the sharp reply. Magnus friendly scooped the bewildered boy into a hug, scolding him for his insecurity. At these words, the young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Kova warmly reminded that the boy is now also a full-fledged pharmacist. The door slammed loudly. Already at the threshold, Magnus joyfully waved his hand, proud of the chance to be the first to try the new medicine, while the inspired students shouted brightly after him. A clear reminder sounded near the bottles arranged on the table that Freki's work was not yet finished. Meanwhile, the young man was calmly having breakfast, confirming the diligence of his student to the maid. He sincerely praised the dish, and the girl smiled as she admitted that Asina taught her this recipe. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she promised instead to show the little one a few advanced techniques. The young man decided not to overload the child and left only the morning hours for studying. The conversation shifted to Freki, who with incredible enthusiasm asked about the work of the Silver Cat blacksmiths. Looking at the sunlit yard, the boy admitted that he would like to see Asina playing ordinary games with her peers. Suddenly, the peaceful idyll was pierced by someone's heavy, gloomy aura. The girl with animal ears and the tense young man behind her were practically vibrating with suppressed discontent. Both glared fiercely at the elder, and the air was sharply filled with the scent of a new conflict. The boy and the cat girl joyfully ran up to Asina, pulling her to play. She dryly cut off that she doesn't play. Her coldness had its reason. The guy sincerely offered to help with the chores, but Asina declined that as well. The children whined dejectedly, but the girl had already turned away, remembering the pile of unfinished cleaning. The cat girl was upset about her constant busyness, to which Asina calmly added that after doing housework, she also had to study. The boy's plaintive request for just a minute did not work. She had come to this village not for entertainment. Asina irritably scolded the little ones who, in her opinion, spent whole days just loafing around instead of helping others. The children instantly frowned and began to argue that they also have their own responsibilities. The cat girl burst into emotions, reproaching Asina for her callousness, when suddenly a strange rustling was heard from under the fence. The guy panicked and, shouting, rushed to separate the girls. All three instantly fell silent, sharply turning towards the suspicious sound. A familiar voice unexpectedly came from behind the fence, and the boy joyfully recognized his older brother. The tired young man lazily entered the yard under someone's desperate prolonged moan. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. The she-wolf admitted that the kids were just too much for her, and she got flustered. He amicably extended his hand to her, but Asina coldly turned away and cut him off, saying she wasn't going to play along. While the little ones in the back panicked over a possible quarrel, the girl calmly assured that there was no conflict. She frowned, sternly explaining that she did not have the luxury to waste time on amusements every day. Cooking, washing, cleaning, household chores were overwhelming. The boy gently disagreed, reminding her that the children constantly call her only out of a desire to befriend her. With a warm smile, he added that he perfectly understands her diligence in this village, but it is also necessary to rest. Asina skeptically averted her gaze while listening to the argument that even others do not study around the clock. He leaned closer and gently suggested that she should relax and have fun sometimes, like an ordinary child. Asina's face instantly darkened with fierce offense. It turns out he still considers her a child. She squeezed the fabric of her dress until the seams were white, muttering that she was not in the mood for games right now. With tears in her eyes, she burst into tears. She needed to work hard for her brother and finally become a worthy werewolf, not remain immature. The boy felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Memories surged of her pain from being constantly scorned as a child in her native village, and how she dreamed of earning the respect of adults through her hard work. Throwing a brief apology, Asina abruptly turned and ran away, leaving him staring after her in confusion. She silently lowered her head. Bitterly realizing that she was once again considered immature, the girl refused to listen to the excuses. The door slammed shut. The boy scratched his cheek in confusion, realizing that he had accidentally hit the most painful spot. The next day, near the beds of the spacious greenhouse, they were discussing the reason for yesterday's failure. The blonde young man in glasses calmly explained that Asina really hasn't matured yet. In response to the denial that she is already a child, he immediately clarified, it is about her development as a werewolf. This race is not capable of freely changing its appearance from birth. For a moment turning into a wolf, he added that this requires training, which most undergo at the age of 6 or 7. Her overly adult manner of speaking was merely a desperate attempt to seem independent. Aseni turned 10, but she could still only partially transform, and because of this, even the little ones openly mocked her at home. The girl hoped to find a place here where everyone was busy with their work and treated each other as equals. It was the desire to escape humiliation that made her leave her hometown. He barely smiled and confessed to the master that he simply wanted to give Asina a carefree life. The boy smiled warmly and quietly agreed. The interlocutor added that they have a girl of another race of the same age, and it would be good if they became friends. Suddenly, a sharp sound made both of them turn around quickly. The slime boy and the white wolf cub were carelessly fooling around in the glade. The young man in glasses smiled warmly, supporting the idea. Two friends burst into a race with laughter. Their goal was simple, to cheer up Sister Freki. The company gathered in the empty yard. The bespectacled boy informed Asina that it was time to train for the transformation, which made the girl shy away in fear. With a quiet clap, he turned into a fluffy wolf and admitted that at first he was also terribly embarrassed. The brother gently suggested having a training session alone so that she wouldn't get nervous. The companion simply waved his hand good-naturedly, asking them to pretend he wasn't there. The girl clung to the shirt uncertainly while they continued to persuade her. The wolf emphasized, they all learned to flip only thanks to their stubborn attempts. Asina exhaled heavily. She closed her eyes and firmly clenched her fists, gathering her willpower. Asina squeezed her eyes shut and tensed up, letting out a loud, "Ha!" while the boy in glasses watched her intently. Puff! Fluffy ears suddenly popped up on the girl's head and a tail fluffed out behind her. She instantly blushed with shame and pitifully tucked her tail. The dark-haired boy watched her with curiosity while the mentor calmed the girl, although she was on the verge of tears due to her latest failure. Asina asked with tears if she would remain a half-werewolf forever. But the bespectacled man firmly commanded her not to let anyone laugh at her. Suddenly, a sharp shout was heard from behind the fence. A joyful girl made with cat ears ran out into the yard and rushed towards Asina. Next to him appeared another ear-flapped boy. The little ones were glowing with happiness looking at a real werewolf. The dark-haired man quietly whispered to his partner that he had deliberately timed their appearance for this moment. Asina was completely lost as she considered herself just an incomplete parody of beast people. But the kids just joyfully squealed that now they were all on the same team. The boy cheerfully pointed at his cat ears and then at the weasel's ears on the maid. They looked at Asina with such a sincere, warm smile that all her tension began to fade away. And in Aseni, wolf's ears. The little boy joyfully poked her with his finger, causing the girl to turn around in surprise. Right in front of her, a paper package popped up. The tail involuntarily wagged from the delicious smell. The maid joyfully gasped, remembering the main thing. Inside were freshly baked donuts. The girl awkwardly offered a treat while the she-wolf remained tense and silent. The maid offered the pastries and invited to snack together, wiping away yesterday's quarrel. Asina was overwhelmed with shame for the harsh words spoken yesterday. She bitterly reproached herself, considering herself only a pathetic, inferior werewolf. The new acquaintances laughed. They did not understand these formalities but simply wanted to be friends sincerely. The children looked at each other in confusion, not understanding her reaction. They happily pulled her to drink hibiscus tea. The young man in glasses smiled warmly and called Asina to follow him. The she-wolf froze in shock. Asina smiled softly, quietly said yes, and reached out to the extended hand towards her friends. The boy in glasses calmly said that everything is going quite well for a start, and his companion agreed. He explained that the girl could not transform due to constant stress, so now she just needs to relax and be an ordinary child. Seeing her finally laugh carefree in the company of friends, he joyfully added that everything would be fine now, and that first genuine smile was the best proof of her growth. In the bustling square, Freki was unloading heavy barrels. A familiar merchant handed him a note. Recognizing the sender, the boy smiled warmly. Meanwhile, a quiet noon reigned near the estate. The little rebel was sound asleep under the tree, cuddling with a wolf cub after a long game. Freki carefully opened the door to the room and asked the teacher for a conversation about the village. The teacher and the little maid Mua were just drinking tea and froze in surprise. No, nothing bad. The boy immediately waved his hands upon seeing their tension. He sat down next to her while the teacher gently encouraged Mua not to be shy and to take desserts. The teacher asked the boy to sit down first, and he, thanking him, took the offered cup of tea. Freki took a breath and talked about today's letter. While the girl happily crunched on cookies, he explained that he constantly exchanged news with the locals through traders. But last time, the guy accidentally mentioned Fenrir, and the elder immediately seized on them. Awkwardly smiling, Freki admitted, now the werewolves long for a meeting, and soon they will send the teacher an official request. He just wanted to warn about everything in advance, to which the teacher reacted completely calmly. Suddenly there was a request to visit the village together with Fenrir, although for the boy, this respected god was just little Ciro. The young man in glasses awkwardly apologized for his talkativeness, but the teacher just waved it off. If he had his own god, he would boast to everyone too. The interlocutor hurried to explain, the age of the deity does not matter. The main thing is the presence itself. Even if the mighty Fenrir currently looks like a child, he respectfully bowed, pleading with the teacher to bring the little one to the village of shapeshifters at least once. The boy pondered deeply, as Ciro almost never left Yggdrasil. He only ever ran to the greenhouse. Stepping outside with the small tree spirit, he unfolded the letter. What was written completely confirmed the recent rumors. The little spirit in his hands joyfully demanded games, and the boy sighed from everything that was said. It was clear that Cyril understood nothing. Finding a white wolf cub in the grass, he directly said that the werewolves really wanted to meet him. The spirit companion joyfully pounced on the fluffy friend. The boy sat down next to her, gently stroked Ciro, and suggested going to the village together. The cheerful, happy barking became the best response. The kids excitedly jumped at the thought of a fun trip, even though the teacher sighed that they were not going there just to play. The wolf cub playfully bit into his cloak, so the boy finally gave in and went to prepare for the journey. Just then, an elf appeared at the doorstep and unconditionally declared that she had missed everything last time, so now she was definitely going with them. The task unexpectedly fell to the elf Mage, leaving Ashto without work. Just then, Clarabelle squeezed through the window and happily announced that she was also going to the village of Asina. She sweetly pouted her lips, demanding attention. He tried to object, but the girl imploringly threw herself around his neck. He sighed and agreed, mentally comparing her to his younger sister Shelley. The elf squinted suspiciously. A terrible suspicion illuminated her. Could this boy be a lolicon? Just then, the maid Manhwa appeared in the doorway, and the elf accused Ashto of unhealthy joy from the children's hugs. The next day, a carriage was already waiting in the square. Ashto looked around at the crowd of companions and resignedly accepted that they were once again wandering the entire camp. Inside the van, a scuffle and noisy struggle for space broke out instantly. The boy stood outside next to the wolf cub Cyro, wondering how they would all fit in there. Meanwhile, Shelley was fiercely tearing Clarabelle away from her brother, shouting as she fought to reclaim her monopoly over him. Suddenly, the cart jerked sharply, and from the strong jolt, the girls fell onto the stunned Ashto in a rush. Someone remarked with concern that there were a bit too many of them, but in response, an optimistic assurance was given. If you drive slowly, everything will be fine. The wild whistle of the wind tore through the desperate scream. Someone was pleading to stop this mad gallop. The horned giant barely held on, realizing with horror that their monster transport had become frighteningly fast due to the hearty food. As soon as they arrived at the village, the blonde beast woman beamed with delight, while her companion was openly bored. Their master was sprawled face down in the ground, groaning that he was not used to such speeds. But the tiny wolf cub Ciro looked absolutely happy, joyfully licking the barely conscious stag. After recovering a bit, the girls began to curiously examine the unusual thatched roofs of the local cottages. A trio of locals came out to meet them, and the young man in glasses joyfully greeted the teacher. Tired, Ashto stopped them with a gesture, asking for time to unload the burden. Catching his breath, he greeted old acquaintances, Wolf and Wolf, who respectfully referred to him as the head. Suddenly, the locals stared at little Ciro and froze in silent shock. Before them stood the legendary Fenrir. Two brothers instantly fell to their knees, trembling as they pressed their foreheads to the ground before the tiny deity. The gaze slid over the simple wooden beams of the thatched roof. Ash looked in surprise at the young man in glasses, who also turned into a wolf. It turned out that this was how their tribe expressed the highest respect for Fenrir. The guide respectfully invited the guests to follow him. The elder was already waiting for them. As he looked around, there was no trace left of the former devastation. The village breathed tranquility. The epidemic receded, the streets came to life, although the locals still cried with gratitude upon seeing their rescuers. As soon as the boy with Fenrir took a step, all the werewolves by the roadside instantly fell to the ground. He smiled awkwardly. Such blind respect seemed a bit eerie to him. The path led them to a large wooden manor with a watermill. The boy hesitantly opened the door and quietly greeted. Inside, the elder was already waiting, who immediately sprawled on the floor in a deep bow. The girls quickly grew tired of the formality and happily begged for permission to go play outside. The master was somewhat confused, but he called the little wolf cub Gray to keep them company. All the children were sent outside so they wouldn't be bored during the serious conversation. A group with loud laughter rushed west from the square to search for Asina. The elder leaned heavily on his knee with his hand, preparing for the main event. They sat around the fire. The host delicately asked if Ashto wanted to remain in a human body, and he nodded affirmatively. Out of respect for the guest, the old man took on human form, after which he turned to stone with a serious request to Fenrir. The boy blinked in confusion, not understanding which Fenrir was being referred to. He was explained, this is the name given to the one that his divine wolf grants to werewolves. In other words, wolf blessing. Against the backdrop of the full moon, a prayer for the blessing of the divine wolf was heard. Elmina eagerly shared an ancient belief, whoever hears it will surely find happiness. The boy jokingly called her the oldest elf, which immediately earned him an irritated look. The gray elder by the fire explained that this very protection once helped the village to flourish. The boy stroked his wolf cub, listening to the epidemic that had sown fear in the hearts of the werewolves. People feared the return of misfortune, so the wolf's voice was meant to become a symbol of hope for them. Elmina quickly grasped the essence. The village desperately needed a celebration to boost morale. Suddenly, a sharp affirmative bark rang out. The boy looked seriously at his fluffy companion Ciro, checking his determination. The wolf cub agreed, and the moved elder almost cried from gratitude. The company readily offered its assistance in preparing for the holiday. There was only one problem left. Could this little fluffy miracle actually produce anything resembling a majestic howl? The white wolf cub joyfully yipped, squinting its eyes in satisfaction. The boy skeptically watched the puppy that was carefreely hopping nearby. He had only heard its usual barking and openly doubted that this fluffball was capable of handling anything at all. At the top of the rock under the full moon, a wolf howled. The ancient ritual of werewolves was approaching. He blinked in confusion, trying to understand his task. Together with the squad, he set off along the forest path for hunting. The memory brought him back to the hut, where the elder had tasked them with obtaining a sacrifice for the sacred Fenrir. The boy hopefully asked about the rabbit or the boar, but turned pale at the mention of one word: manticore. The old man calmly proved it to him with the fact: this beast swallows a sheep whole. Before my eyes appears the image of a gigantic magical monster with a terrifying maw. Ash was in a panic, begging to send all the hunters of the village after the monster, but he only received a cheerful request for help. The boy stood frozen in complete helplessness. Birds soared anxiously above the treetops. While he trembled with fear, the elf maiden rejoiced in the beauty of the forest, perceiving everything as a cheerful stroll. He clutched his head in horror at the size of the future prey, even though his companion urged him to relax. The horned giant calmly assessed the route. The closer to the territory of the manticore, the denser and more dangerous the forest became. These words only ignited the blonde. She clenched her fists, burning with impatience before the real battle. He nervously smiled and decided not to get in the way of the determined hunters. The boy was genuinely surprised by their enthusiasm, while the elf reminded Mio about the role of a regular support group. The girls eagerly rushed forward, impatiently wanting to finally unleash the ice magic. Suddenly, the light-haired warrior stopped Ashto and asked him to provide cover. He admitted that the boy could destroy the enemies in an instant, but the tribe's traditions required sending their own to the forefront. The squad delved into the thicket. The forest was rapidly thickening. The dense foliage completely blocked out the sky. The trunks turned into a solid wall. A heavy shadow fell. Suddenly, Mioa sharply twitched her ears. She clearly sensed the presence of someone else. As he tensed up, a dense darkness of night surrounded him due to the thick crowns of the trees. In the thicket ahead, someone is clearly hiding. Someone pointed a hand deep into the thicket. There lay a huge creature. The blond young man immediately volunteered to go on reconnaissance. He took off so suddenly that he kicked up dust from under his feet and dashed like a half-wolf between the trees. While the young mage was shocked by such speed, the tall-horned wolf calmly compared himself to the map. The girl with cat ears confirmed the fears. A manticore was indeed lurking ahead. The bushes parted sharply. The scout landed softly on the path. Wolf ordered everyone to stay close, while the boy frantically prepared his protective spells. The wolf reported that the monster was simply gigantic and doubted whether their group of people would survive this fight. The horned warrior grimly assessed the risks, but the cat girl just smiled defiantly. She recalled her military past and stated that she was not afraid, while her petite partner eagerly became excited about the idea of hunting fresh meat. The squad leader ordered not to take their eyes off the monster and quickly convened a tactical meeting. The forest fell silent. From the shadows emerged a colossal manticore, bearing its fangs and arching a poisonous scorpion sting over its head. The girl mage, riding on a dragon, soared above the forest, examining her gigantic winged companion. Suddenly, in the thicket, a sly jaw with sharp fangs clicked. From the shadows emerged a giant lion with empty white eyes aimed at the uninvited guests. The girl instantly reacted and hurled a massive block of ice at the monster. The beast didn't even think of dodging. It jumped forward and caught the ice right in midair. One movement of the needle, and the solid ice shattered into pieces. The predator fiercely spat out the fragments, while the rider desperately commanded the dragon to retreat. The silhouettes blurred from the frenzied speed. A wild chase through the thickets began. The girl directed the mount towards the saving goal while the monster breathed down their necks. They burst into the clearing, and the lion suddenly dug into the ground. An ambush of armed werewolves was already waiting for him. The pack leader howled, calling the fighters to him, and the beast responded with a deep roar. The wolf used magic, entwining its body with massive vines for armor, which caused the lion to freeze for a moment. The predator quickly shook off the numbness and suddenly launched an attack on the new enemies. The rigid vines with thorns suddenly burst from the ground, gripping the giant beast with a dead hold. The thorns mercilessly pierced the paw, firmly pinning the monster to the ground. The young'un in the bushes intently watched as the magic securely fixed their target. The manticore, the tall horned warrior, stated coldly. His face was covered by a dull shadow, and the swaying figure exuded a terrifying threat. The beast recoiled in panic when the warrior clenched his fist with a crunch, clearly regretting that he was not fighting one-on-one. A lightning strike and a devastating barrage of blows descended upon the manticore, tearing the air in half. The warrior calmly released steam from his fist, while his two partners stood frozen in shock. Just a moment ago, the fearsome monster was now comically lying on its back in a deep knockout. Wolf, Ralph, take care of this, the big man ordered casually, and the frightened subordinates hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, in the neighboring thickets, the leaves rustled treacherously. The observing boy nervously exhaled, noting the quick end of the fight, and whispered to his companion Ashto. He was sharply hissed at from the darkness to avoid revealing the ambush, but the goal was achieved. The manticore was brought down, and the path to the long-awaited ritual was finally opened. The horned giant and the gigantic wolf approached the village with fresh prey. The teacher and the young man stood frozen in shock. The woman next to her happily unfolded a huge piece of freshly acquired fur. The settlement was buzzing. People tirelessly gathered firewood and prepared supplies. The teacher silently observed the commotion. Around them buzzed excited voices. Overcoming the manticore was something incredible. Just what they had expected from the teacher. A familiar voice joyfully greeted him upon his return. The young man in glasses approached closer and asked where Ciro had gone. The teacher reassured him. The wolf cub is currently sleeping at the elder's house. Freki sighed. During the hunt, he was merely a spectator. The shapeshifters did all the dirty work, and their strength impressed him greatly. Instead, the teacher explained that all this time he had been helping little Woody prepare for the night ritual. The fluffy baby happily wriggled in their arms, eliciting genuine smiles from both. A command to keep an eye on Woody sounded from the side, and Freaky quickly reported. He sent the teacher to gather strength until evening, while the restless little one eagerly volunteered to be an assistant. The old water wheel slowly began to turn. Meanwhile, in a quiet room on a pile of soft pillows, a little white wolf was peacefully snoring, curled up in a ball. The boy joyfully jumped into the house, promising his white wolf a gray mountain of meat right after the ritual. He sat down by the fire and gently scratched his pet, asking the wolf to beautifully curl during the upcoming ceremony. The gray one only barked in confusion, causing the owner to tense up. I had to learn from my own example. The boy was diligently curling, completely unaware that an elf had frozen in the doorway. He turned around. The girl forced a smile, breaking into a scream, demanding some sort of explanation for this absurd scene. A full moon shone brightly in the night sky. Outside, a magnificent altar awaited, surrounded by people. Among the generous offerings loomed a massive animal skull, fang-like teeth, and empty eye sockets. A fire broke out in the fireplace. The boy approached the shrine, openly impressed by the scale of the preparations. The white wolf cub stood still before the altar under the full moon, listening to the pleas for mercy from the great god Fenrir. The beastmen respectfully knelt down to the very ground. The boy and the elf girl watched intently, worried about the outcome. The wolf cub confidently jumped onto the stone pedestal. It suddenly threw its snout back. The prolonged howl cut through the night. The eye of the beast gleamed ferociously. The boy and the elf girl froze in astonishment. The beastmen were pressed to the ground by this unexpected aura, the proud silhouette of the little wolf majestically outlined against the backdrop of the moon disk. The elf girl whispered in awe that Ciro was now a perfect copy of Fenrir, and the boy quietly agreed. Bright sparks flew into the starry sky. The girls smiled joyfully at such a sight. The boy finally relaxed and smiled warmly. Let it be that Ciro is small, but he is still a true Fenrir. Under the full moon, the signal fire hurled a blinding column of flame into the night sky with a crack. Later, against the backdrop of the mountain landscape, solemn words were spoken. Everyone present was sincerely thanked for gathering that day. The elder of the shapeshifters respectfully bowed his head. The blessing received had made their lineage stronger, to which Ashto only smiled warmly. The young warrior nearby assured that from now on the tribe would give all its strength for the young man. Before Ashto, a huge mountain of gifts had grown. Although the beast people considered such gratitude meager, the roofs of the peaceful settlement were left behind. The werewolf waved goodbye, and the young man suddenly sprang to his feet. Only the wind whistled. The goal was a magnificent light tower. Her endless tiers were bending under the weight of thousands of books. The sharp ear suddenly twitched at the noise. The horned girl broke away from reading with a cup of tea. The door swung open. On the threshold stood a breathless Ashto. He barely caught his breath while his companion was genuinely surprised by his sudden return. The girl confessed guiltily that she had taken his book without permission, but the young man was worried about something else. At home, he found a letter with a harsh demand to return the folio immediately. A real commotion broke out. Ashto was already suspected of theft. The elder confiscated the book and even blabbed about it to the four sisters, so now they will have to go and sort out this chaos. He returned the book, apologizing for keeping it for so long. Sitting on the couch with a cup of coffee, the guy nervously asked her what she thought of the piece. The girl hesitantly fumbled, flipping through the pages. She admitted that as a love story, the narrative is not bad, but at times it is too explicit. Her cheeks flushed deeply, while Ashto was covered in a cold sweat from the awkwardness. Suddenly, she tore her gaze away from the text. The girl sternly stated that it was too early for him as a minor to read such things, ultimately shaming the boy. However, she immediately pondered how to count her age in her millennial life. While Ashto mentally prepared for a serious conversation with Audrey, the book was finally closed. Soon they went out together from the mansion onto the street. It was getting dark, so both wearily agreed that it was time to head home. He was dragging himself nearby, completely exhausted. Suddenly, the companion asked if he had ever thought about marriage. The boy was confused and admitted that with his almost immortal body, he only wants to live peacefully and help his native village for now. When asked why the princess of the Dragon Kingdom still doesn't have a fiancé, Lorelei curtly replied, "None." She smiled resignedly. "The selection criteria are too strict. No one dares." The boy looked up at the sky in surprise, questioning these conditions. It turned out that all he had to do was defeat her father in a duel, which nearly made Ashto choke. Lorelei sighed. The people adore her father. He will rule for tens of thousands of years more, so marriage is not in her near future. They continued along the path while Ashto panically realized the absolute unreality of defeating the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Before his eyes appeared the terrifying image of King Garland, the Dragon Lord, a living legend, unmatched by anyone in the world. Suddenly, Lorelei turned around and sharply asked if he could defeat her father. She paused, seriously calling him by name, and then she playfully smiled in the rays of the sun and added that she was just joking. Ashat was shocked and froze. Already at home, the boy paced back and forth, not understanding why on earth he should challenge the king. His cheeks flushed deeply. Ash, in despair, grabbed his head, muttering that for an ordinary person, this is suicide, which means Lorelei was definitely just joking with him. Exhausted, he mumbled that he was going to sleep and collapsed into bed, leaving the mysterious book on the nightstand. As soon as silence fell in the room, the pages of the folio suddenly rustled sharply, turning by themselves. The book froze on the glowing page, revealing a hidden and extremely dangerous spell, the forbidden magic of plants. He studied the old grimoire and the magic of summoning a giant wood snake, which is supposedly impossible to defeat. He froze over the pages. A sweat bead appeared on the forehead. With such power, he could even take on the supreme dragon, attributing everything to morning drowsiness. The young man closed the tome and went to wash up. Outside stood a spacious glass greenhouse. On the way, he called out to the village elder. Ash sat down next to the plump mole in a jumpsuit who was already hurrying to the excavation. They exchanged greetings. The young man thanked for the work. Thanks to the efforts of the moles, a lot of new dishes and weapons appeared in the village. The foreman noted with satisfaction that the elvish dwarves are brilliantly processing the ore they found. He asked if they were having any problems with their daily life. The mole stunned everyone with the news. He told his relatives about the village, and now the entire tribe of black moles plans to move here. Upon learning that they were bribed with delicious food and unlimited baths, the young man simply laughed warmly. The boy agreed to accept the newcomers but asked to know the measure. He promised with a smile to immediately gather a meeting, to which the mole expressed his gratitude. The little animal excitedly exclaimed that it would also bring its wife and children here. Ponta waved cheerfully in farewell while the elder remained bewilderedly blinking his eyes. A few days later, the peace near the house was shattered by a loud shout. The boy was just tending to the beds and was still nervously replaying that conversation about family in his head. Behind the door, a whole crowd of moles was waiting for him, and Ponta immediately handed him a scroll. The eyes scanned the text. It was an official request to expand the tribe of black moles. The fluffy delegation stated businesslike that it had come to discuss the move. Ponta began to explain. Priority is given to the relatives of employees, and that's another 20 people. He immediately presented the argument. Newcomers will handle the excavations and fieldwork excellently. The foreman listened to this math and thought to himself, the moles asked to add another 30 to the current 20 inhabitants. The boy was completely frozen and petrified, finding himself in a tight circle of joyful animals. The moles bowed low, begging the elder to allow their families to move here. They looked at him with eyes shining with hope. The boy smiled warmly and assured that he was not against it at all. On the contrary, he slightly reproached them for not bringing the family from the very beginning and making the children sad for so long. The touched moles rushed to embrace him with tears of gratitude. A quiet corner of the yard, a wooden cart by the house, an empty paved square with a well. A few more days passed, and so a whole column of tiny silhouettes stretched towards the settlement. The boy and his girlfriend went out to greet them. The tribe of black moles had finally arrived at their new home. One by one, the moles with bundles on their backs emerged from the well onto the cobblestones. The girl clasped her hands in excitement. The village was once again filled with life, and fluffy guests were bustling around. One of the black moles proudly led his wife in a dress and their little son forward. He immediately called the elder for an introduction. The young man greeted awkwardly while the mole's wife sincerely thanked him for taking care of her husband. The boy thought to himself, for him, all the members of this tribe looked the same. The new residents were openly happy about the move and the opportunity to live here with the whole family. A crowd of fluff balls joyfully surrounded the elder, eagerly promising to work until the seventh sweat. The sister watched with a smile as her brother literally drowned in a sea of overwhelming cuteness. The moles bowed synchronously and low, surrendering themselves to the young man. Suddenly, one of them fidgeted, remembering the gift as a token of gratitude for the shelter. The mole ceremoniously handed the elder a small, neat box. The young man untied the ribbon upon hearing that it was a random find from the outskirts of the mole village. The boy admired the beautiful red crystal, resembling a ruby, until the mole casually revealed, "It is the stone of the sage." In a soft white box rested a perfectly black stone. The mole joyfully presented the find, and the boy nearly choked. It was the legendary stone of the sage. He carefully picked up the artifact with 2 fingers. Shock was frozen in his eyes. The mole casually explained that they were just digging for copper and stumbled upon ruins, although the boy had no idea how such a treasure could be lying in the ground. The little creature carelessly handed over the find, and the bewildered young man barely squeezed out a thank you. He still doubted whether he should accept such a gift, but the magical stone was of no use to the moles anyway. The boy smiled warmly. Enchanted by the dark gleam, he realized, if the alchemist desired to obtain this thing so much, its true value is incredible. In his office, he thoughtfully turned the stone, recalling its main purpose. The base for the elixir. Clouds floated peacefully over the spacious estate. The young man opened the guidebook and sighed skeptically. For this simple recipe, all that was missing was a unicorn's horn and the scales of an ancient dragon. His thoughts were interrupted by the maid with news about a guest. He turned around and froze, seeing a dark silhouette in the doorway. Dimitro sat at the table and smiled contentedly. Gathering first-class materials for his idea turned out to be surprisingly easy. Later, he visited the estate of the elder, and the host greeted the rare guest at the doorstep with strained politeness. The young man barely had time to open his mouth. The foreman instantly interrupted him and broke into a predatory smile, showering Dmitri with flattery about his wealth and talented craftsman. Then he smugly squinted and, with a show of business-like demeanor, inquired about the reason for the visit. Suddenly, all his confidence shattered. Covered in cold sweat, the man pitifully hunched over and whimpered, begging for a favor. Dimitro measured him with a cold gaze. He expected this, as demons always reveal their true face through their behavior. The maid in Vuhast was intently studying the kitchen shelves. She confidently took hold of the siphon, firmly deciding to brew the best coffee for her master. Thus began a new day for the mage Ashto, who was visited by a merchant with another request. The hot dark drink filled the cup. It was elite coffee of the Red Valley variety. The maid carefully placed the tray in front of Ashto and his guest, Dmitri. The merchant squinted slyly while praising the treats, but the wizard immediately sensed deceit in such lengthy introductions. While the girl was feeling awkward by the wall, Ashto interrupted the chatter and directly asked about the purpose of the visit. Dimitro did not hesitate and reminded that besides the regular supplies, they also have personal agreements. When the conversation suddenly turned to the wine Cento, the guy asked in surprise. He calmly sipped his coffee, listening to the crazy popularity of this drink in Beelzebul, where the pre-order queue stretched for as long as 20 years. From such a crazy number, Ashto choked and almost spat out the drink. The guest ambiguously raised a thumb. A shadow of anxiety appeared on his face, as an extremely unpleasant situation unexpectedly arose. Dimitro complained about the meager supply volumes and the lack of negotiations, subtly leading the mage to the true purpose of his journey. The conversation turned to the mayor Beelzebub, the head of the powerful Diabolos clan. The merchant nervously smiled and admitted that he had received a direct order from him. The mayor somehow got a sample of Cento wine, was thrilled, and now demanded regular deliveries. Ashto immediately called such volumes excessive. The guest broke out in a cold sweat and squeezed out a tough condition, 1 bottle every 3 days. It would be unfair to expand trade solely for the sake of one client. Ultimately, this wine was given to the peasants as payment for their labor, and the locals would never trade it for foreign riches. Feeling the inevitable rejection, the merchant burst into a panic scream. He crossed his arms over his chest, refusing to agree to such crazy terms. And here the guest made the main demand. The mayor ordered to personally bring a representative of the production to him. The merchant was filled with tears of despair, crying out for the signing of this cursed contract. He clutched the young man with a dead grip, begging to set off immediately to the city of demons. He sighed heavily, soothingly patted the hysterical woman on the head, and asked her to first tell him about the mayor properly. Instead of answering, he fell to his knees and cried that without this deal, his company would simply be destroyed. The conversation was interrupted by a brief pause. The boy set down the cup and dryly summarized what he had heard. The tired man at the table nodded, confirming the guess about the local mayor's insane persistence. The young man openly grimaced, realizing all his selfishness. The previous agreement was demonstratively broken only due to the delay of the sweets. The interlocutor grew gloomy and added that the trading company was simply wiped out for a single violation. He wearily hid his face in his hands. The young man silently crossed his arms. All of this had already crossed the line of common sense. However, they were left with no choice, as the mayor led the powerful Diabolos clan and held the entire economy of Beelzebub in his grip. Any resistance or contract termination guaranteed them instant and irreversible collapse. The messenger beamed with happiness upon hearing the agreement for a joint trip to Beelzebub. The young man simply exhaled wearily. The demons scattered in thanks, already considering how to negotiate more advantageously during their acquaintance. But the guy was set on being tough. Demanding a new batch every 3 days is true tyranny, and he will tell the mayor everything straight to his face. Although he couldn't hide his pride in his signature wine, he involuntarily wondered what a powerful figure was actually in charge of this city of demons. Meanwhile, the messenger eagerly suggested setting off tomorrow at dawn, and he strongly advised to definitely take the strongest fighters for protection. After all, they were supposed to go to the Diabolos clan, a rare species of demons, whose leader managed to build an entire city for his charges. The next morning, the guy really came accompanied by 2 muscular giants. The messenger recoiled. The fighters arrived in full combat gear, as if they were preparing for war. On the way, the young man mentally checked the quotas for the distribution of wine among his peasants again. The numbers didn't lie. After all the giveaways, only miserable crumbs were left for trade. The problem lay in the fruits themselves. They rotted within a day, making it physically impossible to stock up or increase production. A tall man opened the door and reported to Ashto that everything was ready. The boys sighed wearily. It was already impossible to increase production, and if the partner resisted, he would have to forcefully hammer this point home with arguments. On the way, Ashto reassured the head of the company, Dimitri, the village still needs their trade, to which he immediately broke into grateful bows. Dimitro theatrically burst into tears, swearing to remember this kindness until the end of his days, while Ashto merely cast a skeptical glance. Crossing his arms, the young man mentally scoffed at such audacity, but promised himself to sort everything out without unnecessary problems. The drama was abruptly interrupted by the assistant in glasses, ordering everyone to stand in the magic circle. Near the complex seal on the ground, a horned demon was already waiting for them, a guide to the city of Beelzebub. Suddenly, Zdorvani grabbed Ashto in such a strong embrace that he nearly crushed his face. The demon joyfully rubbed its cheek against the bewildered boy. Despite the tightness, Ashto was spellbound, staring at the seal beneath his feet. He had never seen such complex magic before. The horned one continued to crush him, so the boy wearily asked to speak more quietly while the assistant calmly stated that it had become cramped in the circle. Dimitri stepped back and entrusted further matters to Elizabeth. She respectfully bowed, asking the head to be careful. Then the man with a sly smile turned to the tense Ashto. He confidently winked and declared that the guy could safely leave everything to Dad. "Hey, Dad!" the boy exclaimed in shock as a sudden snap of fingers conjured a powerful magical whirlwind in front of the girl. The light of the magical circle faded, and Ash, along with 2 horned companions, found himself in a new place where they were immediately greeted by a demon butler. The master suggested to catch his breath in his office over a cup of tea while the boy languidly held his head after the move. He approached the window uncertainly. He froze with his mouth open. The usual calm life in nature now seemed like something from another reality. Behind the glass sprawled a completely different world, a night metropolis under a huge crescent moon. Glass skyscrapers stretched high into the sky. Rows of windows faded far below. This was the city of the demons, Beelzebub. The boy looked around the streets in shock, marveling at the speed of the strange metal boxes on the roads and the crowds of devils around. His burly companion also noticeably tensed up, mumbling that such unprecedented prosperity made him feel uneasy. Yesh immediately asked the butler about the time of the meeting with the mayor, as he did not plan to leave his native village for long. The tea was cooling alone on the table. The steward smiled slyly and asked them to wait a little longer while they brought the magical carriage straight to the town hall. The boy looked around the spacious salon in confusion, asking if people really called it a carriage. Peeking out the window, he sighed. It was stuffy outside, and there wasn't a single tree around. Immediately, those strange iron boxes that the Earthlings rode in came to mind. His tall horned companion scoffed, calling all this excessive pomp of the interior plain vulgarity. However, the young man realized something else. The owner of the carriage turned out to be a truly remarkable merchant. The money was felt in every detail of the luxurious decor. Behind the glass, tall buildings loomed with a dense wall. For them, the children of the forest, it was frankly uncomfortable in this cramped city. Their conversation was interrupted by a man in a tailcoat. The preparations were over. It was time to go. The horned one squeezed the boy's shoulder, silently instructing the elder not to lose vigilance. The three of them entered the cramped elevator cabin. The metal door closed softly. The descent ended in a bright, spacious hall where esteemed guests leisurely examined the jewelry displays. The guide proudly announced that this is the first floor of the Dmitri Mansion, their main store. The merchant offered to show unique goods, but the boy just stood stunned, finding himself for the first time in such a huge store. The guy's gaze caught on the sign. Elite fruit wine will be available for sale very soon. An exquisite luxury prevailed all around, and every guest or employee was dressed to perfection. The crowd immediately began to whisper as soon as they recognized Mr. Dmitro and cast suspicious glances at his strange companion. The men slowly made their way to the exit. Dmitro smiled as he announced the crew while the young man felt awkward under the watchful gazes, realizing the status of his companion. A massive black limousine was waiting for them outside, a special model provided personally for the guest and his entourage. The boy dove into the cabin without any unnecessary words. The horned giant grumbled that they could walk there, but Dmitri, with a soft yet cold smile, advised against making a scene. The car suddenly took off and a blinding magical flash erupted from beneath its wheels. The young man, as if enchanted, leaned against the window, amazed by the real transport on pure magic. He exhaled heavily and slumped in the seat next to the horned one, finally coming to terms with the fact that he had found himself in another world. On the way, he noted that the technologies here far outpaced the kingdom of Big Balak. A magical carriage replaced the locals' legs. Soon, the crew arrived at the luxurious mansion that loomed against the backdrop of the night city. Now the boy sat silently on the carved sofa in the spacious hall, while two huge warriors stood behind him like sentinels. Massive Gothic vaults of the town hall loomed over their heads. Dmitro was sweating profusely as the fate of his entire company was at stake. Meanwhile, Ashto was indifferently examining the bizarre chandelier. The door handle clicked, and a brief apology for the delay was heard. The boy just smiled confidently at the next round of panic-stricken pleas for Dmitri to crush the competitors. He expected to see a terrifying tyrant, since this influential merchant trembled before him. However, a friendly young man appeared at the threshold. He looked to be Ash's age. He calmly shook the young man's hand and introduced himself as Lucifer, the mayor of Beelzebub and the head of the Devil Clan. The smiling young man greeted Ashto, mentally noting his completely atypical aura for devils. The guests themselves maintained a tense severity. The boy next to him raised his head in horror, looking at the giant ogre. The giant menacingly crossed his arms, pressing the space with a heavy aura. The silence was calmly broken by the host's voice. He asked not to worry about it. Asto bowed slightly and introduced the giant. It was Guido, his personal bodyguard and secretary. The boy continued to remain silent in confusion. The young man warmly spread his arms, inviting the guests to set aside hostility and take a seat. Sinking into the couch, the guy caught himself thinking that the stranger didn't smell at all like Dmitri, while Ashto was handing over his gift. The owner was almost glowing with joy as he examined the bottle and praised the drink. It turned out to be Sinto, a special wine from their village. While the guy was mentally amazed at how quickly this dude switched to a friendly kun, he recalled the recent conversation with Dmitri, acknowledging that such wonderful wine can be found nowhere else. The young man smiled businesslike. In 3 days, he plans to sign 2 contracts with them, so the goods for the first payment must be ready. In response to the question about the problem, the young man showed the Sentu fruit, the main ingredient of their wine. He coughed nervously and admitted that there were difficulties with the supplies. The boy explained that mass production is impossible, and due to trade with other races, there are simply no free resources left. The guest opposite merely grunted coldly. Then the young man cut in directly. They physically won't be able to give more than 1 bottle every 3 days. Hearing about the absence of personal hideouts, the aristocrat relaxedly crossed his legs and pretended to be upset. The young man shrugged. A maximum of 5 bottles a month, despite all the urgency for the company Dmitri. A heavy silence hung in the fireplace hall. The boy blinked in confusion, not understanding why the stern client had suddenly given in without a fight. The guest suddenly snorted quietly and completely unprofessionally, and in a moment, He threw back his head and laughed heartily at the top of his lungs. Holding his stomach, he apologized for his pressure and joked that the collapse of this deal would definitely not bankrupt anyone. The guest smiled broadly and admitted that the contract was just a clever excuse to talk. The friendly conversation was suddenly interrupted by a burly horned warrior who loomed over the couch like a stone boulder. Dimitro just grunted briefly. The words about the importance of his company to the city rang out, and Valgild froze in surprise. The merchant clapped his hands in satisfaction and openly admitted that he had invented the whole lie just to meet Ash. The young man looked at him gloomily, demanding an honest answer. Ash did not understand what the tales about bankruptcy had to do with it, and Dmitri explained. He deliberately played on sympathy to keep the guy from doing something foolish. Valgild sharply asked if the merchant understood the risk of provoking his wrath, and Dmitri calmly confirmed it. Ash added whether he was afraid of angering Mayor Lucifer as well, but the trickster immediately cut in that he wasn't even thinking about it. He was well aware of the boy's indifference to wine, yet his desire to arrange this meeting was completely sincere. With a sly smile, the merchant emphasized that the mayor adores such brazen individuals, so no punishment threatens him. This was the last straw. Enraged, Valgild grabbed the scoundrel by the throat with a roar, while shocked Ash rushed to separate them. The tension was cut by an unexpected voice from the side. Mayor Lucifer suddenly confessed that he actually sympathizes with the merchant. He casually ordered not to be too harsh with Dimitro, as he had always admired such fearless and greedy people. Lucifer cheerfully asked if the merchant really believed that his cunning scheme would provoke their anger, while Ash simply listened in astonishment. The young man exhaled in shock that it was a crazy risk for the company's future, but Dmitri just smiled warmly. He unconditionally believed in their characters. The sudden delivery of Ash 2 to the village was explained by a simple saving of time, as Mayor Lucifer was too busy for official invitations. Now this eccentric man theatrically spread his arms while telling about his great dream to create the best trading company in Orvelstein despite all the risks. Asto blinked in confusion. I had to just put on a polite smile in response to such pressure. The boy helplessly sank onto the couch, finally realizing that he had gotten involved with an extremely influential figure. The mayor sharply placed his palm on the table. It was time to end the misunderstandings and get down to business. Lucifer casually offered friendship and immediately revealed his main trump card. It turned out that they both had the rare blessing of the divine dragon. The boy asked tensely where Lucifer knew about his connection to the green dragon. He comically panicked, awkwardly trying to deny everything. Mer only smiled softly. He felt it immediately, for they both had received a gift from the same mythical creatures. The man slowly placed his hand on his chest. Behind him, the shadow of a gigantic maw grew. Lucifer turned out to be the bearer of the power of Nyx, the dragon of the night. The fingers calmly rested on the tie. The young man froze upon hearing the name of the deity, completely equal in power to his own patron. Lucifer leaned back on the couch and recalled how he personally rebuilt the city of Beelzebub from a tiny village. Now the position of mayor drowned him daily in paperwork. Suddenly, he remembered the report about the unknown young man who gathered rare races around him and founded a new settlement. Mer clearly remembered the day when this document was placed on his desk. He was struck by the insane speed of the village's development. Someone was following his own path step by step. Then he ordered to arrange this meeting, and now he was finally convinced of his conclusions. "We are the same," he concluded sincerely and joyfully. The words about the strength of the green dragon in its veins sounded like thunder. The young man understood absolutely nothing. The elf sighed indulgently, and in a moment he warmly shook the boy's hand, calling their meeting his greatest luck. He quickly mastered his emotions and assured that he had no intention of luring him with deceit. The boy focused. It was time to talk business. The elf took a bottle of sake. The drink was so wonderful that he wanted to trade directly. A sudden question about the workforce caught the young man off guard. The terms of trade were clear. Every fifth bottle would go personally to the mayor Lucifer. It remained to agree on the payment. The herd proposal caused shock and nervous questioning. Completely. The young man calmly spoke about his private agricultural company. He generously took on all the expenses for workers' salaries. With a determined look, the young man confirmed, he is giving up his business entirely. The young man sweated and waved his arms, assuring that he was not afraid of crop theft at all. The demon calmly laid out the plan. Teleportation magic will allow experienced farmers from Beelzebub to quickly get to work. He carelessly brushed off the risks, promising to personally instruct the workers. But the young man was not reassured. Exchanging a bottle of sake for the services of an entire company seemed absolutely unequal. The demon smiled warmly and reminded that his main goal in this agreement was simply to become friends. His fingers tensed. Lately, the development of Beelzebub had frankly stalled. He was genuinely pleased that the young man had finally cast aside formalities while he was mentally panicking over the sudden declarations of friendship. In the silence of the room, a confession echoed, "It is simply interesting to observe this guy." The old monotonous routine had long bored the demon, only a soft, expectant smile. The young man froze in tension. A heavy exhale, he surrendered and accepted the terms. The demon joyfully jumped up, immediately declared the agreement concluded, and called for everyone to get to the paperwork right away. The title page with gratitude announced the beginning. A whimsical pattern flashed before my eyes. The young man nervously swallowed his saliva, covered in cold sweat. The silence lingered. 3 huge ogres were seated at a low table opposite him, bewilderedly examining the table setting. The smiling horned demon chatted carefreely about the joint dinner, while the guy mentally regretted his choice of venue. Being under the gaze of 3 mountainous monsters was quite a trial. One of the giants curiously ran his hand along the floor, sniffing the fresh scent of tatami. The demon in a suit was surprised by the choice of such a simple diner, but the guy deliberately avoided pompous restaurants with their stifling formality. Looking at the round-woven cushion, he was inspired by the idea of bringing a few of them to his village. Recalling the appetizing aromas of Pompey's Market Street, the company quickly bonded over their love for bustling places and hearty food. A cheerful clinking of glasses rang out over the generously laden table. The overall tension finally dissolved in a friendly atmosphere. Fingers tightly gripped the glass as the conversation unexpectedly turned to events from 20 years ago. Ashel asked with curiosity how exactly the mayor met Mr. Daito. Lucifer calmly replied that it all started with an attack by a hired killer, instantly shocking his interlocutor. With a smile, he explained, "New laws always create discontented individuals, whose hatred ultimately turns into an assassination attempt." Ash couldn't believe that he was talking about it without a trace of fear. Lucifer merely snorted. Daito turned out to be the strongest of all the killers. Similar attacks occurred about once every 50 years, and each time the mayor easily repelled the enemies. But this demon fought so well that Lucifer simply hired him instead of punishing him. Since then, the silent giant personally resolved all issues, significantly easing the mayor's life. While Lucifer hospitably offered another drink, Ashto was struck by his boundless generosity. The boy took a sip, realizing that the mayor's strength is undoubtedly impressive, but his absolute fearlessness is even more surprising. Suddenly, Lucifer leaned closer and confidently declared that no one would threaten Ashto's life. The young man was taken aback by how quickly he changed the subject. The mayor looked him in the eyes intently and reminded him of their resemblance. However, he added that in Ashto, unlike him, there were reliable defenders from the very beginning, which the boy had to agree with. Under the light of the crescent moon, memories of life in the kingdom of Big Baroque surfaced in his mind. Someone from the company suddenly asked the drunken Ashto to share stories from his past. He came to on a luxurious sofa under a reproachful voice about the drinking from the day before. The foreman was simply trembling on his knees, nervously asking if he had done anything foolish while drunk. The boy passed Ashto a message from a friend. The next drinking party will take place in his village. He just smiled warmly. Suddenly, behind the frightened elder, a horned giant loomed and declared that he would be the one treating now. After the deal with Lucifer, the village was instantly filled with new workers. The farm was expanded, and the yield soared, allowing for the production of significantly more goods. Every morning, these specialists from the company Beelzebub arrived at work directly through a magical portal. The elf girl joyfully clenched her fist, anticipating even greater rivers of wine. In the village, work has begun, and they started planting new trees by the water. Suddenly, the elf blinked in confusion. What other ledgers? She naively asked if all the deliveries were not overseen by the Silver Cat's tribe, and with a smile, she admitted that she didn't know the exact numbers, but the demons worked diligently. From such a response, a vein on the forehead of the new accountant swelled with anger. She coldly cut off that it is a glaring negligence. Meanwhile, Lucifer was openly laughing at her report in his office and ordered to send 2 more officials to the village. Heels stepped onto the teleportation circle. A cold gaze flashed from beneath the glasses. The high-ranking manager in a business suit and her 2 assistants arrived to enforce strict discipline. The girl in glasses stunned Ash with the news. Mrs. Diana is the younger sister of Lucifer himself, and the women behind her are her personal subordinates. He awkwardly bowed, while Diana responded with a restrained, elegant bow. The boy flinched when the guest immediately demanded all the ledgers, records of the harvest, and daily reports. She sternly adjusted her glasses and ordered to bring the papers immediately. He nervously looked away and began to mumble something indistinct. An awkward pause hung in the air, and the boy just sweat nervously under her watchful gaze. Diana's aura darkened with anger. She asked point-blank if there were no reports at all, and Ashtu fearfully squeezed out a pitiful, "Yes." The girl sighed wearily, trying to calm herself with the thought that the primitive barter at least did not bring losses to the village. He awkwardly scratched his cheek and admitted that all the trading had been done purely by eye. They simply exchanged one thing for another. Diana unconditionally stated that from now on she will take over the management of the entire industry. Her deadly gaze left no choice. The boy nodded frantically in agreement. He looked at Diana and her assistants' backs, horrified to realize how much this stern girl was unlike her brother. Later, the whole group approached the spacious stone building of the workshop. Inside, Elmina greeted them joyfully. Diana immediately introduced herself as the new official from Beelzebub, while Ashto explained that this is where they make wine. Elmina joyfully introduced herself with a wide smile, while the boy next to her mentally noted her constant friendliness. The strict woman adjusted her glasses and abruptly got to the point. She was interested in whether the elf was really in charge of the garden and the workshop. While the mundane process of pouring wine was going on in the background, the boy puzzledly asked Elmina what to do about the insufficient amount of the drink. The guest tried to find out more about the situation, but the elf carefree asked to wait until they finished their work. Asto was startled to hear that Elmina was about to throw several fruits into the bank at once. He reproached her for her wastefulness, as one was always enough for fermentation. The boy cautiously asked how many fruits she usually transfers to one container. When asked about the checks, the elf waved it off. She never burdened herself with such tedious calculations. The girl joyfully revealed her logic. She always added another small fruit to ensure the wine's flavor wasn't too weak. Silent shock. A colleague in glasses suggested to conduct an audit of her work. Elmina simply raised her nose proudly, boasting about her unparalleled intuition. A few days later, this intuition drove her to hysteria on the street with a dismissal order in her hands. She cried on the couch over the cruelty of the world, but Ashto coldly refused to protect her. It turned out that the elf was upset solely due to the loss of the free bonus wine she received for her position. Without her initiative, production volumes instantly doubled. Now, every fruit was used efficiently. The responsibilities were quickly redistributed, assigning the training of newcomers to a girl named Maine. Chaos has transformed into perfect order. Now the team clearly collected harvest data, checked goods, and meticulously maintained reports without any intuitive decisions. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The diligence of Diana and the other girls genuinely impressed him. For housing in the office, he gave them 2 empty houses, although the workspace will still need some renovation. Elmina sprawled on the table, lamenting and mourning her lost wine. He only sighed heavily. There was no point in defending the elf, as her negligence in accounting was truly unacceptable for their village. However, as soon as he offered her a drop from his share, the girl's face instantly lit up with happiness. Calming the crybaby, he turned his gaze to Mage and asked what brought her here. She cheerfully announced that the street onsen is finally ready. He blinked in confusion. He had completely forgotten about that promise. A burly Frosky was already waiting for him, insisting that the elder be the first to try the hot springs. Under the loud shouts of the gnome to properly steam, he awkwardly pushed aside the fabric screen. The gnome proudly announced that this street bath was the creation of his hands, the best of the Eldar gnomes and an avid bather, and that it was called Roten Pro. The door slid to the side. Thick warm steam rose from the picturesque stone bath. He relaxed into the hot water under the night sky. At first, the idea of a street bath seemed strange, but now the atmosphere was perfect. Ashto, with a satisfied smile, immersed himself in the hot spring. He scooped water with a wooden bucket and splashed it on his shoulder. Nearby, someone's foot stepped silently into the water. The boy noticed nothing, dreamily enjoying the night breeze. He relaxedly raised his gaze. With a blissful sigh, Ashto closed his eyes. He relaxedly said that these are the best moments in life, when suddenly a bright voice nearby chimed in. A horned girl cheerfully agreed with him. Ashto shuddered and, desperately trying not to stare at her naked body, asked where Mrs. Jaira had been all this time. She calmly replied that she had gone to see an old friend. Jaira carefreely talked about the habits of other mythical dragons. Some have been taking baths for millennia, while the rest are currently sound asleep. Suddenly her words struck like thunder. Nyx woke up. The boy turned around in shock, remembering that Nyx is the true name of Lucifer. Jaira slyly smiled and clarified that it was she who woke both him and all the other mighty dragons. He was stunned with horror, shocked by the carefree way she threw around news capable of turning the whole world upside down. The boy nervously swallowed, carefully clarifying the place for their future tea time. The horned girl was blissfully basking in the hot spring, dreaming aloud about how she would gather everyone together. Her carefree statement that the guests would come right here to the bath made him sweat with discomfort. Sierra blissfully basked in the new hot springs. Meanwhile, Asht was thoughtfully looking at the house, unable to shake off yesterday's conversation. The young man was nervous, trying to understand how much time he would have to wait. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts at the table. The promise of Sierra to explain everything later resurfaced in memory, but the uncertainty only irritated. Joyful Phil appeared on the windowsill and immediately pulled him out for a walk. When asked about the route, the pixie thoughtfully twitched her whiskers and chose a spot further away. She reminded him that it was the fairies who watched over the children in his absence. So now, he was in their debt. Ash casually suggested calling the rest of the friends to the old pond, but Phil suddenly shrieked in anger. The fairy painfully clung to his ear, insisting that they would go only the two of them. Her gaze suddenly became serious. The time for separation was approaching. Ash absentmindedly rubbed his nape, remembering that higher pixies reproduce this way. Phil sighed wearily, explaining that the extra crowd would only distract her from the process. She added that the new children will not stay in the village, but will form their own group and go traveling the world, just as they once did themselves. Ash thoughtfully rubbed his chin, processing the information about the division of higher pixies. From the realization of how unique this experience is, he nervously swallowed. Ahead lay a long journey, so the heroes decided to pack their things and set off the next morning. At dawn, the young man was already waiting in the middle of the empty cobblestone square. The road promised to be dangerous, so for the sake of protecting the little fairy Phil and the other companions, he decided to take preemptive action. With a flash of light in his hands, the Book of Knowledge of the Green Dragon appeared. The ritual of summoning the King of the Trees Humbaba drew attention. The name sounded predatory, although the text described a very benevolent spirit. The young man wondered if this magic would be suitable for reliable protection. His finger abruptly stopped on the right line. Instead of hesitating, Ash confidently grabbed the wand. It was time to put everything to the test. Ultimately, he reassured himself that this giant was just an enhanced version of the usual wooden golem. The boy focused and spoke the first words of the ritual. "Come, King of the Trees, Humbaba." His command echoed through the silence. The ground beneath his feet burst into a magical circle as Ash loudly declared himself the familiar of the Green Dragon. The earth shook, and with a deafening crack, a giant root burst forth. The boy froze. Massive wooden trunks were rising just behind him. "Wow!" he breathed in astonishment. The gaze slowly slid upwards. Before him loomed a wooden golem, an immense living mountain made of bark and leaves. "Hello, Humbaba," the giant rumbled, and the young man noted with relief his incredibly kind expression. Hearing the broken, "Hello, friend," the boy finally relaxed as the monster immediately recognized him as a friend. He did not waste any time and asked the giant to be their guide to the flower field. Humbaba naively asked what exactly was required of him, causing the young man to hesitate a bit. But the giant decided everything himself. His huge wooden fingers unceremoniously picked up the boy with the words "sit down." The young man hung amusingly in the air. The giant kindly squinted and assured that he would definitely protect his little companion. Finding himself in the surprisingly soft, leafy mane of the giant, the boy settled in more comfortably and confidently pointed in the direction. Humbaba stood powerfully upright, shaking the ground with his first heavy step. Ash comfortably settled on Humbaba and said that he relies entirely on him. This branchy giant looked frightening, but the other pixies were not afraid of him at all, because he was actually quite a good fellow. The wind gently tousled the boy's hair as he heard a friendly greeting. Ash smiled sincerely and warmly in response. With a deafening rumble that made the ground tremble, the giant moved forward through the thicket. The fairy joyfully fluttered forward and shouted that she could already see the right place. The boy was taken aback with surprise. From above, he stared at the place indicated by the little guide. Before them lay a marvelous valley with a crystal waterfall and a carpet of flowers, over which magical butterflies fluttered. The place seemed perfect. There was plenty of mana and food, so Ash couldn't help but ask why everyone had left. He looked around at the giant plants, genuinely admiring their old home. The answer slightly threw him off. The fairies simply wanted to live in another place. No enemies or dangers. Absolute bliss has always prevailed here. The fairy playfully winked and announced that the sun was already high, which meant it was the perfect time to show him something special. The boy froze in the flowered glade as 3 taller pixies soared into the air and cheerfully commanded to begin. Winged fairies fluttered carefreely over the glade. I stood in the middle of a blooming field, enchanted by the magical glow. He watched the mysterious separation intently. The high pixie Phil closed her eyes with a gentle smile, surrendering to the magic. The process was going as usual, but suddenly the unexpected happened. The boy flinched and took a hesitant step forward. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned. The light was not coming from the flowers, but from the bodies of the highest pixies themselves. At that moment, Phil began to grow rapidly, transforming into a girl almost the same height as Ash. Her eyes slowly opened. On the palm of the updated pixie, a tiny newborn copy was peacefully sleeping. The little one sweetly yawned, and the older Phil immediately decided to give her a name. She gently warmed the little one in her hands and greeted herself with a warm smile. The girl joyfully named her new piece Bulimiria. Ash just laughed kindly in response. The young man and the winged girl stood calmly in the middle of a sunlit flower field. The fairy smiled warmly and introduced herself as Philharmonica, to which the boy responded with quiet gratitude. Suddenly the space burst into flames. A whole swarm of glowing butterflies separated from the girl, and the young man stood frozen in astonishment. Newborn spirits joyfully chirped, calling each other to new lands in search of delicious manna. With ringing laughter and quick goodbyes, the last tiny fairies flew into the sky and disappeared. Astonished by this beauty, the boy admitted that he was at a loss for words and turned to his invisible companion, Ashta. The Philharmonic promised to show the next division in 100 years, but the boy just awkwardly smiled. An ordinary person can't live that long. She added that he was probably the first mortal to witness their mystery, and the young man thanked her once again for this invaluable experience. The young man watched the high pixies scatter in all directions in search of tasty manna. As a farewell, the winged creatures promised that one day they would definitely meet again. He smiled and leisurely walked through the blooming field. Suddenly, his little companion sharply declared that she was hungry and demanded to return to the village immediately. Settling on the giant, the fairy asked what he planned to do with this monster among ordinary people. The mighty back of the giant rose before them like a cliff. Sitting upright on the monster's head, the boy admitted that he was simply hoping for their peaceful coexistence. He warmly hugged his big friend. The fairy happily noted that with such size, the monster would become a wonderful entertainment for the local children. A funny, satisfied smile instantly spread across the giant's face. The boy sighed with relief. The local kids were too clingy, so such a giant babysitter would finally give him some peace. Relying on Humbaba, they reached home without any adventures. But the next morning, a surprise awaited them. The young man froze in confusion, blinking his eyes. Right in front of him, a tiny stranger was sweetly sleeping on a green leaf while his own fairy watched her in surprise. He stood in surprise before the gigantic glowing tree. The Philharmonic lazily sprawled on a branch. The fairy was enjoying the nectar, completely ignoring his shock from the unexpected encounter. To his outrage, the winged guest merely greeted him carelessly. The Philharmonic sincerely did not understand why he was surprised by their appearance in such a place. The energy of Yggdrasil turned out to be too sweet a temptation for the higher pixies. Other fairies with wide smiles waved to the people. The statement that they all decided to settle here made the boy cry out in anguish. He could only laugh nervously, finally coming to terms with the situation. No one expected that their paths would cross again in just one day. Ultimately, all this hustle and bustle moved to the local greenhouses. The number of new housemates instantly doubled. Now around 36 fairies were swirling around. His friend in glasses happily greeted the winged neighbors, although he was already pondering where to build so many new houses for them.